Hey, what's going on? It's Inventor here, and we're back again with another Torment 1 to Torment 4. This one's going to be with the Thorns Barbarian. So, in case you're not aware, I'm trying to get through all of the Torment 1 to 4s with each of the characters that I already got from level 1 to 60. So the last time I played the Thorns Barb was, I think about a week ago when I got him to, into like Torment 1. Since then, I haven't touched them. You'll see that I still have the exact same number of Paragon points tossed into the board. I have the exact same skill build. Haven't touched anything. The only thing that really has changed is that my Paragon level has gone up. So if I hit like a Blast Wave Shrine, Blast Wave Shrine does scale off my level. And then there's my witch powers, which I actually have upgraded some of them on. So like Wave of Woe, Shaken Soul, and Soul Harvest all have been upgraded. I believe that's the sum total of stuff that I have changed, but otherwise our Thorns Barb is still largely the same as what it was before. All right. With that said, I'm going to actually continue trying to push and see how high we can get. Now, with the Dance of Knives Rogue, I think I was able to make it all the way to, like, pit 40 with no additional adjustments. Let me just double check that, actually. Um, yeah, I need to know here.
People. I'm not fond of people.
Yes, I think I made it all the way to pit 45, actually, with the same setup that I reached on Torment 1. So now we're with the Barbarian, and we're trying to see how far we can get with the Barbarian. And we do have all the aspects that we need. This season has been very generous with regards to that. So now let's see how much fun we can have and how far we can push. Pit 20 was the last one we did, so now we're going to do pit 25. I usually like to go in increments of 5. It also gives me time to level my glyphs. That's the other thing, too. I remember now. So I was talking about witch powers being the one thing that has changed since I last played the Thorns Barb, but then the other thing that has changed is that the Thorns Barbarian is now... Oh, wow. Just explode. But yeah, I have also leveled my glyphs a bit, and I will continue to level my glyphs as I progress through all of this. But as you can see, we are far from the character's maximum potential, and already we can still, quite literally, in fact, with the character, just dog walk everything that we're fighting. And I can explain more about the build in a little bit, but I want to talk about what my plan is for the character in a second. In fact, I'll probably have to reiterate it again when I get out of the pit, but we're gonna try to go Torment 1, like, through the pit as far as we can go first with the same level of equipment, untouched, as what we had in, like, when we first got to Torment 1, right? We're gonna pretend it's as if this is, like, a fresh level, like a fresh level 60 character that finished clearing Torment 1, and then, you know, we're gonna go from there. We're gonna emulate it as best we can. And then after that, I'm going to actually start farming for better equipment because there's actually so much that we can upgrade on this character. I don't think I have a single ancestral item aside from my weapons. That's how crazy it is. So yeah, there's so much room for growth. I haven't put any Paragon points. I haven't done anything on this guy, and there is an enormous amount of potential. I've actually forgotten just how strong this build is because of how strong the Dance of Knives rogue is, but I actually suspect that this might turn out to be even easier of a Torment 1 to 4 than all the other ones I've done so far, including Dance of Knives rogue. The reason I think it's going to turn out to be easier is because when I last played this Thorns Barb and I got into pit like 65, it took me like several days to do it. One of the reasons why it took me several days to do it was because I didn't have access to Bold Chieftain's aspect, which reduces the cooldown of Challenging Shout. Challenging Shout is probably, I would argue, one of the core parts of this character, because it gives me thorns equal to 30% of my max life, right? So as long as I have Challenging Shout up, I'm sitting at about, like, what, 2,000 extra thorns or something like that. I'm not going to do the exact math right now, But in comparison to the last time I played this guy, Bold Chieftain's aspect didn't work the way it was supposed to. At least it didn't work in the pit. It worked in Infernal Hordes, but now it also properly works in pit the way that it was intended to. So yeah, you can see we're just uh, running right through everything. Probably the only reason why we're not going through this as quickly as with the Dance of Knives Rogue is because the Dance of Knives Rogue had 200% movement speed. My Thorns Barb, I think, doesn't have any movement speed on him. Let me just double check that real quick. Yeah, oh no, I do have 122% movement speed, so I'm getting movement speed from somewhere, but that's a far cry from the 100% that we had on the Dance of Knives Rogue. So that was the first run that we did. I'm gonna toss out, oh, I don't know, maybe this one. And then we're gonna keep leveling, or I'm gonna keep leveling this. Challenger Glyph, basically the same as Headhunter as a starting point. As I go through this, the only thing I'm changing on this guy right now, aside from, again, the Witch Powers got upgraded, is that I'm leveling my one Paragon Glyph as I go into, you know, the higher pit tiers here. Okay, so that was pit 25. That was an absolute joke. Now we're going to move into pit 30. Again, same stats and everything as when I last did the run. You can see that my resistances are pretty capped out. We're hitting pit 30. The next one is going to be pit 35. That one, again, I'm not going to adjust any of my equipment. I'm just going to go in and see, again, limit testing, see how far we can go. So I activate Challenging Shout again. It takes slightly longer for everything to die, but not significantly so. It's not to the point where we're unable to clear everything at all. Yeah, you see, just activate Challenging Shout, and I mean, Challenging Shout, the fact that, yeah, look at this. My Challenging Shout is up at around the same time it takes for Challenging Shout to end, as long as I activate it with a big pack. So just to recap the way the build's up. Actually, I was gonna recap how the build works, but it's impossible to show how it's actually supposed to play because everything dies just way too quickly on this one. But one of the things I will say is that the build really does scale in such a way that, well, yeah, the build scales in like a really weird way. So compared to things like Chain Lightning Sorcerer, like the damage numbers are just much higher than what you can get on most classes at this point. Obviously, there's some pretty crazy outliers. Let's say Thorns. No, wait. What is it this season? Bloodwave Necro is pretty nutty this season. I've heard reports of people who make it fresh into Torment 1 and then they can already make it in Torment 4 as soon as they set up Bloodwave properly. I don't know. What are other ones? Doesn't really matter. But no matter how you want to look at it, just the fact that they adjusted Bold Chieftains to make it the way it is completely insane. Like yeah. Now I'm just gonna activate Challenging Shout again. I get an additional 2,000 Thorns. I mean, this is actually total overkill. I don't even need to do that. If I don't have a Challenging Shout out, my Thorns value is at 1,900. Oh, right. Okay, I do have Berserking on right now, though. That's with Berserking, because I have Death Wish aspect. But as soon as I activate Challenging Shout, I go up to, like, almost double that. I go up to, like, 4,000 Thorns. And I haven't even... This is with only 7,000 life. Only 7,000 life. Most of the other characters that I've played at this point... I'm going to ignore Protection. I don't remember if that works with my Thorns. But most of the other classes that I've played at this point... this is... Like, 7,000 life is about how much health they have when they activate an Elixir and Incense, and then they go into Torment 4 Pit 65. But Barbarian can hit this walking into Torment 1 with not even 750 item power equipment. That's how crazy Barb is. And among other things, of course. Now, obviously, last season, the Barb was kind of overshadowed by how bugged Spiritborn was, and I think, like, in, like, Season 5, I think Sorcerer, because it had Infinite Flame Shield, was taking the cake there. But generally speaking, Barb tends to be a lot stronger Well, it just has to be strong in general. Like, it's always a pretty solid class. And yeah, we can see. Wow, this is crazy. Look at this. We have already a set of pants with 600 max life. That's exactly what we would have wanted. Ideally, we would roll strength and life, but you know, life is preferred. What is this? Why am I getting ancestral max life boots? This is amazing. This is actually so good. An extra 600 life here, an extra 500 life here. Like, we might actually be able to clear Pit 65 in record time, just off the fact that they actually fixed Challenging Shout. That was like the main thing that was, I think, holding me back from ever clearing Pit 65 in like record speed last season. Never mind all the witch powers. Never mind all the other buffs that classes have gotten since last season. Okay, so this is Pit 35. Now we're going on to Torment 2, okay? This is Torment 2 now. I'm going to show my stats at the beginning, but it's not going to matter. I'm pretty sure I still have enough survivability for this. And notice that I'm still running Subo. Ideally, in the end stages of the game, I would not even really need a mercenary. But for now, like, because I want to draw all the aggro to myself, right? But actually, that's not true. I have Challenging Shout with, like, 100% uptime, even right now. And that's not even, like, obviously I need, like, a full pack near me, but yeah, I could... Like, I haven't even gotten, like, any cooldown reduction for my Challenging Shout, aside from, I think, like, one or two items, and I haven't even masterworked them. So, like, I could just use Challenging Shout to pull everything into me, and then I could still use whatever mercenary I want, if that's kind of the direction I wanted to take. Like, there's so many ways I could go about adjusting this character. It's funny, because I can definitely feel a difference in how quickly the monsters are dying, because they're not instantly going down, but it's still... I mean, my guy is still very, very strong. I'll be able to clear this in well under 10 minutes, I think. Except for maybe the boss. The boss is always the toughest part. And I think I talked the last season about how it would have been much easier to attach like a core skill or something to the build. Like Upheaval, right? And then try to max out like Overpower. Maybe like do like an Overpower Upheaval build or something, so that the extra life I have not only works well with my Challenging Shout's Thorns, but it also works with Overpower and gives me colossal amounts of damage on like one skill. Maybe if I do Protection Shrine, does it? Okay, so even with Protection Shrine, I can still kill these monsters. But they don't actually take damage from hitting me, though, it looks like. And this is another thing, too. I was saying earlier, like, it's impossible to show how the build really works, because everything's dying too quickly, but the way the build is actually supposed to work is I'm supposed to rake all the monsters in with Steel Grasp like this. And then once everything is Steel Grasp, then I'm supposed to activate Challenging Shout and then hit them really hard. So, yeah, I'm just going to stand here real quick because I'm checking something. Just going to get a potion. Okay, cool. Yeah, I had to stop for a second. I was just doing something on the side. I can afford to do that because this guy just has such ridiculous amounts of survivability with not even like 750 item power equipment across the board. And yeah, you can see that the runtime is actually starting to increase a little bit. But despite that, we're gonna make it into pit 4. We're gonna clear pit 35, and we'll probably even clear pit 40. After pit 40, I don't know, but yeah, usually, I think I've talked about this before, as a general rule of thumb, if I clear a pit tier, let's say at like 10 minutes left on the clock, I tend to have... it tends to be the case that it takes an additional 6 minutes to clear 5 pit tiers up. So, if I can clear this in like 10 minutes, then I would clear pit 40, but with like 4 minutes to spare, or something like that. You know, there's some wiggle room there. Like, sometimes we gotta factor in, I don't know, let's say like a Blast Wave Shrine. But generally speaking, that's That's kind of the system I follow to figure out like roughly the strength, like how strong my guy is. Oh yeah, right. And I have extra damage bonus from Challenger now. Okay, wonderful. So now we're gonna head back to Kiovashad as is our tradition, and do our usual spinny thing just to show that we've made it into Torment 2. Still same equipment as what we had going into Torment 1, right? But here we go. So Torment 2. Actually, no, I didn't spin enough. Yeah, this is for good luck. Alright, good. Torment 2. Here we are.
This is fine.
And kind of like the same with Dance of Knives Rogue,
Let's go.
I completely bypassed Torment 2 last time because I had made it here so quickly that I'd forgotten that I needed to actually change the world tier, or, well, the difficulty. Well, you can see we still have the same resistances as before. They've kind of gone down quite a bit. We still are doing pretty well. I think part of the reason for this is a challenging shout by itself gives 40% damage reduction all on its own. So we're moving up in the world. This is going to be for pit tier 40. We still have I still have my potions, particularly the elixirs and incense at 15 minutes remaining, which is excellent. Okay, next. Oh yeah, and I also have, like, what is that, Horrid Decrepify? Looks like Horrid Decrepify. And, oh, you know what? I'm actually playing this build completely wrong. I should be activating my barrier here too, Iron Skin. Oh, and I should, yeah, now I actually had to pay a bit more attention to get the max amount of damage, because I can't just run through everything and expect that they're all just gonna magically die. But you can see that I still have enough damage to take these guys out, but now I need to pay attention to what order I'm using my skills in. So again, I stand by what I said before, yeah. There is probably, I think Leapquake and certain other builds out there are still very strong, but Thorns remains untouched. It's probably not even really on their radar since no one's really talking about it. If you're watching this video, if you at all, like, yeah, if, like, I don't know how many people actually watch through the hours of gameplay that I've put out, but no matter how I want to look at it, the Thorns Barb is, like, I don't want to, it's not secret OP, but I think remains very consistent as a build throughout all of the seasons if you ever need to use it for leveling. All the stuff that you need to get a Thorns Barb started is available to you right from, like, level 1, really. And you could run it, like, almost anywhere once you have, like, the core items for it. You would struggle with bosses, but it seems that if they add more of these, like, seasonal zones that give... Oh, there's a... seems that up there's some DR monsters, but yeah, it seems like if they're gonna keep at it with these seasonal zones with like this season's headhunts, and I don't remember what they were called last season, Realm Walkers and all that. Okay, the Realm Walkers were not really all that worthwhile for XP. Like, no one ran those for XP, but you know, in the future, if they keep up with making the seasonal zones the go-to, or if they make Whispers like a good leveling method, I really do think they should. It's really good variety for leveling. I think that keeps people from being bored. It's really, like, the leveling process is actually a lot of fun, in my opinion, where it's at right now. Doesn't feel like as much of a slog, and you have choices. I think the choices are good. Like, people shouldn't feel kind of locked into having to do one specific thing, like domain tunnels. I remember, like, season 2 or season 3, I think even season 3 they hadn't changed it yet at the time, but domain tunnels were still, like, the de facto leveling method. But yeah, point is, yeah, the way the build plays, how strong it is, remains pretty consistent throughout these seasons. And I think it's safe to say we'll be able to clear pit 40 here. I think I'll be able to clear pit 45, but with very little time left on the clock. Probably like 1 minute or something. And then After that, that's probably where I've officially reached the limit for this build. Yeah. It's probably whereabouts I've reached the limit. Yeah. But that's still better than Dance of Knives Rogue. I think Dance of Knives Rogue, I'll have to look back at my notes here, but Dance of Knives Rogue was like it was the quickest because I just needed to push Dance of Knives Rogue like I made it to pit 40 right away. Yeah, I made it to pit 40 on the Dance of Knives Rogue, and then after that it was incremental upgrades all the way to 65, right? Yeah, there were some pretty good aspects for that too, and overall the leveling process was very straightforward. Oh yeah, the boss. I'd almost forgotten. The boss is always the toughest part of playing this guy. Yep. I think my oh yeah, I was supposed to burn some more resource here. Our physical and lightning damage is increased. Yep. I mean, I'll clear him with like little under 9 minutes left on, or a little under 10 minutes left on the clock. I think it's safe to say that yeah, pit 40 will be okay, but I mean, it's always the boss that's the hardest part of the Thorns Barb. That's always the most painful part about playing it, but everything else is the most fun part about playing it. So, yeah, it's two extremes. Fighting the boss versus fighting literally everything else. Even elites are kind of a joke on this guy. Yeah, so it's good that I have increased damage to elites because that's always just pretty much always going to be relevant. All these other ones, like increased crit strike damage, increased overpower damage, after casting a shadow skill, the active cooldown of every this one actually might be pretty good since I'm very cooldown oriented. Might consider using this one actually. I've never considered it, but maybe. And it even gives as a legendary bonus 5% more damage. But yeah, I don't have any glyphs right now aside from this one that directly boost my damage in a way that's like relevant to me. So hey, Aaron, yo, what's up, dude? It's nice to see you again. I haven't really. It's funny because I don't think that anyone's shown up in the last couple sessions of gameplay, as far as I can recall. I mean, like maybe like one or two people, but yeah, it's always a treat to have somebody to keep me company here. Oh wow, again, like more plus life. Everything is like plus life, except for this one. It didn't roll GA on life here, but the fact that I even got an ancestral ring of any kind is amazing. Thorns Barb for the win. What is the CC spell? Which CC spell are you referring to? You mean the one where I pull them in? Hold on a second. Let me get another set of elixirs. Oh yeah, that was another thing I forgot to do too. I forgot to actually up my potion some. Um, yeah, okay, fine. That much I should do at least. I know I was saying that I've left my character like exactly the same, but I think that one I can make an exception for. Also, I am running really low on elixirs of fortitude. I did go and farm some angel breath last night, um, just so that I wouldn't run out of these for the run. But like what can you do really? Spiral Morning. Yeah, I'll use Spiral Morning. I think good to keep it consistent here. Okay, and then we're gonna do one more run here. So yeah, this is pit 45. I again suspect this will be the last pit I'll be able to do. Let me just check one more time with the rogue here, because rogue was my best clear until now. Uh, okay, let me find my rogue notes here. Yeah, so with my rogue, I cleared pit 45 with. Oh wait, no. Yeah, okay. Pit 45, I cleared it with 4 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. Pit 40, I cleared with 10 minutes remaining. With the same equipment that I had when I made it into Torment 1 initially. So, um, hold on a moment here. Just taking a look. Okay. 020 pit 40 end. Okay, so I'm gonna start now. Pit 45. Okay, there. I didn't actually keep track of everything though. I think I had like what pit 35 was like 12 minutes remaining, and then pit 40 was like 10 minutes remaining, like 9:30 remaining or something like that. So this one should be also roughly 4:30 remaining. Okay, great. Uh, it looks different, really. How so? Yeah, when you say CC, I'm not sure which CC you're referring to. The CC spell, like if you're talking about the one that taunts them, then it would be Challenging Shout. Challenging Shout is the core part of this build. Now, the way I love to break down thorns is when you're starting out, your recipes are giving you the most amount of thorns. When you're in your mid game, like the transition period between like let's say like level maybe 55 to 60, and then also even like level 60 to Torment 1, this thing gives the most amount of berserking, but or gives the most amount of thorns while berserking. And then when you finally make it into the Torment tiers, that's when a Challenging Shout will skyrocket in terms of how much thorns value you get from it. Just the way the numbers scale in this game. Simple math, I would say. So pit 45, there's one where you suck them all in at once from all directions. Oh, let's see. No, I don't think. You know what? I think I know where that's coming from. I think it's Subo that's doing that actually. Molotov. No, no, it's not. Uh, yeah, because I know some of the mercenaries have skills that relocate monsters in some ways. I thought that maybe there's like Vortex. Vortex is another pretty good skill too that you could use to pull everything in, but no, I don't. I don't actually know of a skill that I was using to pull them in from all directions. But here, if we do the run real quick, uh, yeah, that one, it was just me pulling monsters in with Steel Grasp by itself. So yeah, I'm not sure. Anyway, this is where the oh, whoa, whoa, that's scary. Yeah, I am actually starting to feel the burn on this one, or the feel the heat. Uh, quite literally, it seems that he's about to explode on me here. And he even has like some poison. Oh, you know what? No, I know what it. This one, I know what it is. It's Pyranado. I built this guy with Pyranado in mind. So that's one of the witchcraft powers. Pyranado. When I apply a hex and an aura, I pull monsters towards me. So of course I have monsters like all over me. So yeah, you see that they all get like grasped like that by Pyranado. That's well, yeah, that's Pyranado. Yeah, this one is Pyranado. I thought you were referring to Steel Grasp. And yeah, no, I can't. Like, with DR from Challenging Shout, I can tank it, but not having resistances is very painful. Yeah, I suspect I will be able to clear this, especially, like, if I get, like, a Blast Wave Shrine or something, but, um, with no Blast Wave Shrine, I'm really cutting it close. Okay, I'm gonna have to get to the next pack. So, I need a Challenging Shout, I need to pull them in here, I'm gonna Stomp. And you see, I have to keep raking them in. That's the way I'm supposed to play the character. I'd forgotten about this because I've been like dog walking the other tiers up until now, or uh, the previous pit tiers. But the way the strategy is supposed to work when you're actually playing it like properly now is you. Okay, well, or I can just Pyranado them, but I have two ways to pull them in. I have my Steel Grasp and I have Pyranado. If Pyranado is not active, then yeah, it has to just be Steel Grasp. Also, yeah, I do have Exploiter specifically for if they do go unstoppable like this. I'm gonna skip to the next area. because it's a waste of time. It's yeah, it is a witch power. That's correct. So you see, I have to run through all these monsters, lure them all to me. I'm gonna activate barrier, challenging shout. I'm gonna stomp them, steal grasp, maybe. Why not? Challenging shout again, and yeah, that's how it works. At this point, like I could improve my run speed a bit better if I rely on some strategy, but uh,
To be tested.
yeah, I could try Torment. I could try Pit 50 for fun, maybe after this, but I think with the amount of life and resistances I have, particularly resistances, I don't think I stand a chance. Staying alive, that's the main one. Part of how this build operates is it does rely on being able to tank everything while pulling monsters my way. Yeah, it's a witch spell. Okay, I can skip this one. I need to get better at knowing when to fight and when to just leave it be. Right. There. I even managed to pull him accidentally into this pack, so this is perfect. Yeah, good old Thorns. Doing me a solid here. Okay, so I'll challenging shout. I pulled them out of Pyrenedo. That's like the one complaint I have with Pyrenedo. Like sometimes it does overlap with Seal Grasp. It's not like they it's not like one disables the other or anything like that. Like I'm happy to have either effect at any time. But the problem becomes that sometimes I kind of waste one. Like in that case I would have wanted one of the effects to be up. And I like let's say if Pyrenedo goes, then I can move on to the next pack and then grasp them. Rather than wasting Steel Grasp to pull them to me like right away. Okay. Yeah, I think I could attempt... Ooh, ouch. I could attempt Pit 50 for fun, but yeah, I don't think it's gonna go super well. Just because... Yeah, here it's not even a survivability issue, it really is just the point. I'm at the point where I need more damage. And there's a couple ways I can really do that, but I think the very easiest way for me is I have like so much random ancestral equipment from the bosses. That's another thing that they changed too this season, by the way. Like last season, it was actually very difficult to find ancestral items, but this season, in comparison, they drop. I want to say like at a reasonable rate. However you want to look at it, it's objectively easier than last season, but I would say by far. Other people might disagree, but I would say by far it's not even like it's kind of crazy just how much easier it is to find any ancestral item. And I'm not even talking about like, oh yeah, headhunts are crazy, or yeah, well they have ancestral collection of items now. I think that the ancestral collection is fair, but like the headhunts are kind of crazy. But even if we were to ignore all of those, the fact that like I'm running Pit and I can actually find like 4 pieces of ancestral equipment just trying to push to Pit 50. I'm not even in Torment 3 or Torment 4. I'm in like a little over Torment 2. It is kind of crazy, right? Okay. Yeah. So this is it. Oh, ouch. Almost died because of the bot in my Twitch chat. I'm gonna have to ban them in a second. But I'm busy taking this fight. Ooh, ouch. Oh, no. Yeah, this is the other problem too. Because like I think damage stacks exponentially from the bosses that I fight in the pit, and also like tormented bosses. Like there's this debuff. It takes Ow. Yeah, I think this might actually be my limit after all. I could try again. I'll try one more time, but Unlike with the Dance of Knives Rogue, Dance of Knives Rogue, I had less survivability, but I actually had range. But here, I can't. It's like impossible for me to have range because of this exponentially increasing damage that he does. So yeah, what I can do though, I can like this will be a much longer fight, but I can like run circles around him. Hmm. Yeah, I can run circles around him and wait for these opportunities where I should try to do damage to him. Okay, Alright, stay away. Whenever I get hit by his stuff, I think that's when. Oh man, he hit me with like another thing. Yeah, when this debuff reaches like 4 stacks, that's usual or 3 stacks. That's usually when things become very troublesome. Last season was fun until everyone was just boss farming with a Spiritborn carry. No, I completely agree with you. That's why this season I'm having a lot more fun. Last season was kind of annoying seeing like, oh, everywhere you go it's just somebody with a Spiritborn, and I'm gonna be honest, like, yeah, I really do think that. At first, I thought that they were just trying to like get like short-term sales, short-term sales of. Oh, hold on. I thought that their goal with Spiritborn was, oh, hey, it's like a broken new class because of the expansion, right? But no, this season, they clearly have no issue with any of the other classes being equally as busted, like being able to clear a Pit 150 even, right? Like, in the first couple days. So, I've come to the conclusion that, yeah, I think that really it's not that. Obviously, they want to do sales, and they wanted Spiritborn to be strong. Like, even, like, slightly stronger than what they anticipated was fine. But I think that all these bugs that they didn't fix is more like a lack of being able to do math more than it was them having like the goal of, oh yeah, the game is going to be dominated by Spiritborn, because in the long run it actually hurts the game a lot. If people had like a really good experience with Vessel of Hatred, I genuinely believe that a lot more people would have stuck around for like season 7, right? um but yeah, like last season Spiritborn not only dominated the season, but everyone, um yeah, like any sort of challenge that was brought into the game as a result of their like adjustments to all of the existing systems were sort of pointless. At least that's how I felt. I imagine that's how other people felt. Like, what's the point of playing any other class than Spiritborn? Like, you're playing at that point 2 different games. Because if I play Spiritborn, then I can get to Torment 4 in like 1 hour, like less than 1 hour even. But then if I play any other class, there's actually a challenge associated with the game. If the challenge associated with the game was what everyone had to deal with, I genuinely think that a lot of people would have really liked that grind. I think that part of the grind is a lot of fun, but they kind of botched it. The best parts of the game, they kind of worked against themselves on. They spent all this time, all this effort, all this trouble to make the game in a state where it was actually really fun. And then, yeah, like Spiritborn was kind of the problem child that ruined everything, I think. But yeah, like you said, like I think even for me, bottom line, I quit probably like after. Ooh, ouch. I think after I made my Spiritborn is when I actually got quite bored of the game. I'm like, okay, yeah, no, I've experienced everything there is, and honestly, the fact that everything I can do right now, with character X can also be done with character Y, is like with like Spiritborn, but like 100 or even a million times easier. It was sort of dumb. Anyway, yeah, we cleared pit 45 with 3 minutes remaining. This is like 41 minutes, right? Yeah, we're 41 minutes in, and I think that is so same setup as when I reached Torment 1. Now, like I said, I could attempt pit 50 for fun, but I don't really want to waste my time. It's very apparent, I think, now that I can't clear pit 50. Like even if I clear the monster packs, I suspect I can. I'm actually gonna try it really quickly. And even if I can survive by some miracle, I still have the problem of like, yeah, even if I can survive, I still don't do enough damage to the boss. Like this boss fight took like what 4 minutes by itself, so that was silly. Killing the same boss over and over for hours is boring. No, it really is. Yeah, no, it really is. I don't mind pit pushing personally as the end game, but there should certainly be way more. Like, I don't. I actually kind of enjoy trying to like push my character up to higher and higher pit tiers. You know, like improve this, improve that. I have benchmarks to go for, but I think that it's unhealthy game design to try and make people just keep regrinding the same the 3 items over and over as their way of rounding out their character. Like, oh, I'm gonna run more Duriels to get like a mythic item, like let's say Harlequin Crest or like Resplendent Sparks to, you know, craft Air of Perdition or Shroud of False Death, whatever. Like, I don't think that that's exciting. The game should be exciting. That's, or maybe not even exciting, but people should have a reason to want to come back to the game. And I think you did hit the nail on the head there, Aaron, that yeah, same boss over and over for hours is not what people want to do. Like, okay, I mean, for Diablo 2 Resurrected, the method kind of worked in some ways, but the reason why it worked for Diablo 2 Resurrected is that there wasn't like you actually don't know what you can get from like whatever boss you wanted to fight, right? Like let's say Andariel, like yeah, you could get some pretty nice well actually no, let's say Mephisto. Mephisto's the best example. You could get some pretty good items for your whatever character you're playing. Maybe you get like a Harlequin crest, or maybe you get like I don't know, like a Mara's, right? Uh but you could also get, let's say, like Rainbow Facet. Oh, you could get, let's say, like a rainbow facet um, for whatever character somebody else is playing, and then you can like trade something like that. That was interesting to people. Never mind like the rune system that runes essentially became a currency for Diablo 2 Resurrected. Ow. See, it's a survivability issue. Even though I do enough damage to clear the packs, like I don't have anywhere near enough damage to survive. Yeah, if I just stay alive, I'm barely on pace, and that's not even factoring in the boss. So yeah, we've hit our limit. That was fun. But yeah, the reason why it works in Diablo 2 Resurrected is yeah, there's like multiple items that you can get that would make you happy. But if you're farming Duriel, you're only really looking for one item with one specific set of stats, and and that item is just going to boost everything across the board. Of course, you're probably getting it for damage, but it'll probably give you more survivability and other stuff too. Whereas, yeah, sometimes when you actually get like, you know, let's say, let's go back to that earlier example. Let's say you do get a rainbow facet and you do need it for your character, then that directly improves damage. But maybe you need like that, like a jaw rune or like a burr rune or whatever, so that you can make like Enigma. Um, like one of the two is like half the components you need to make something that allows you to gain teleport, which is a huge boost to whatever character you're going to play, right? Those power spikes, you could feel them and they made a lot more sense. Whereas here, yeah, you're really just spamming. Like when it comes to loot, that's probably the weakest part of the game in the end stages. Like I really don't think that they've worked out loot enough. Um, yeah, it really does feel like every season they're focusing on improving like one aspect of the game. Like season of Loot Reborn was a good starting point, but they really got to change it from there. In fact, I would even argue that season of Loot Reborn, the loot in that season, the way they had reworked it was actually better than what we have in the game right now. Is kind of how I feel, if I'm being completely honest. So yeah. More on that a little later. I think that right now I'd like to focus on trying to upgrade my character. Now, with regards to how I can upgrade my character, there is a couple ways I can do this. Okay. Now, the very first like intuitive option is I could just dump in all my Paragon points, but I usually like to sink in my Paragon points incrementally so that I know, because like if you're a fresh level 1 or Paragon level 1 character, Like you just made it to level 60, you just hit Paragon 1. You're not going to have the 200 Paragon points available. So I like to do like one board at a time while steadily upgrading my equipment. I think that's how I like to play it. And then that way I can gain some kind of insight as to what you need to go from one thing to the next, right? So even just with the haul that we had, all the loot that we've picked up from just the pit runs alone, we have multiple different ways to upgrade our equipment. I think this alone will be enough to get us into pit 50. Just this by itself. So yeah, let's do this actually. Uh, we're gonna replace the following items, these four. I'm gonna add sockets. Like I'm pretty much guaranteed to be using this, so yeah. I could also use Rahir again just to up my resistances. It's another option too, but I think if I upgrade my rings, that would also give me a similar sort of effect. What do we have, or what did we have on pans? So I had Thorns while fortified. Oh yeah, that's actually pretty important. Um, Ideally I want Thorns while fortified. And I'm supposed to have challenging shout cooldown reduction. That helps. That helps a lot, but yeah, we'll worry about that a little later. Thorns while fortified. Right, this is rare. Um yeah, I need the tempering recipes. I could probably take it on right now, actually. With my current level of equipment, if I made some adjustments here and there, I could probably go back into the pit, try it again, and maybe I could clear pit 45 more quickly. Maybe I could even clear pit 50, maybe. But I don't want to go in without actually adjusting, like using the correct tempering recipes. Yeah, usually I don't want to. It feels like such a waste to go in and then, I'm using like a rare thorn body rather than a legendary thorn body. Because, okay, reiterating this again because we're gonna start farming. I have to get the tempering recipes first, an ancestral weapon second, uniques third, masterworking fourth, English last. That's usually how I do it, in that order. But yeah, at an absolute bare minimum, tempering recipes like to sort that out first. Ancestral weapons, even though usually that's the second thing I go for, it's not actually mandatory for this build because Barb, like, Thorns isn't dependent on your weapon damage, it's dependent on your Thorns value, so I can kind of get away with not using an Ancestral, but it would be nice to have anyway if I could get one. In fact, I actually did get one already, so let's put that one on. Oh, I already put it on. Uh, so now I just need to switch out damage over time for strength, and then we're kind of set here, right? 107 strength. Okay, so this is also perfect. And then I think most people usually put like vulnerable damage or something. I don't know why I didn't bother to temper this, but yeah, I tempered everything else, it looks like. But I didn't temper my two one-handers. Maybe I didn't have enough materials, I'm not sure. But I also don't think it really matters too much. Let's get Inner Calm. Inner Calm on this. And do I have any sapphires available? Yeah, I guess not, but sapphire. That's done. And then my ring will be next. I have Fury on kill. I think I would prefer to get rid of Fury on kill. I think that would be okay. It's either that or cold resistance, and I think I need my cold resistance, and it's a GA roll. There we go. The strength, max life, and cold resistance. Can't really go wrong with that. I think that's like a 5% increase. I went from 7.3 to 12.5 to all resistances, at least. So, again, really nice upgrade there. Uh, Casting an ultimate skill increases your damage by 28% for 8 seconds. Gain 2 additional ultimate skill ranks. No, I don't need that. I need Bold Chieftains. And the other problem with Bold Chieftains is I don't actually think that that since I started playing this season that I've found an actual upgrade. Yeah, it's still the same Bold Chieftains aspect. The reason it's the same one is because I've been playing all the other classes that straight up don't, like, Bold Chieftain is an aspect that is specific for the Druid and for the Barbarian. And, well, I haven't played either one, so naturally it makes sense that I don't get access to them right away. Strength, max life, cold res. Again, yeah, I could upgrade my helm. I could upgrade, like, so much of my other equipment, but I... Yeah, I guess I could just... I guess I could. I'll just do it. Yeah. So, my ring is pretty good right now. My ring is not so good. Or my other ring, I mean. I have an amulet here. This thing has max life, resource cost reduction. No, I don't really need that one. Maybe I'll try to gamble for an amulet. Be kind of nice.
Too bad, friend.
Wow. None of them turned out to be...
That's the spirit. Well, hello, shiny.
There we go. Ancestral. Nice. It's ancestral, but it rolled
Mostly.
a trash, GA here. Well, is it trash, though? Maybe not. I can spend more resource with this thing. That actually might help me. Movement speed is nice, too, but I don't think that's, necessary, in this case. That's the one that I would get rid of in this case. Definitely not max life. That's the only one that I'm happy with. So replace movement speed. Ideally, I want strength. There it is. Okay, there's strength. All right. Yeah, so now we have an upgrade on my amulet, too. Damage to close and thorns while fortified. Damage to close. Oh, yeah. I'm going to need to throw on, I think vulnerable damage is the one. The reason why vulnerable damage is so important is I think there is something that damage increased by a percentage of vulnerable. No. Okay, there's damage to berserking. That one's pretty important. To a maximum of 45%. Well, yeah. Toss these out. Chest armor. I mean, I'm gonna upgrade these as I get other... Okay, this one's a no-go. Yeah, as I get other pieces of equipment, but... Yeah. I think, these will have to do for now. Cold resistance, I will sub this out for sure. I already have a ring that gives me an insane amount of cold resistance. Okay, movement speed, not bad. I don't know if I can really complain right now because I'm going to be farming with this guy for a little bit. Warcry I don't even use, so, I mean, who cares about that? 1 second here. Yeah, movement speed. And what did I have elsewhere? Thorns Wall Fortified. Mobility cooldown reduction. Mobility cooldown reduction. Leap. I think I was trying to reduce cooldown on leap and just have like some sort of temper available. Leap cooldown reduction. Okay. Well, I mean, these are ancestral, so I actually want to make sure that I get the right rolls on them before I consider like masterworking and all that. So let's do that. Although I could probably even get away with the rare versions of the recipes. Yeah. Yeah, I think I'll just do it. That way I don't have to think about it. The sooner I can get this done with, the better. Do I want dodge chance? No. We'll roll off dodge chance. Originally, I was gonna go grab the recipes, like all of them, but I think I'd rather just do this. I think I'd rather just get these out of the way now. I just realized too, if it's armor I'm missing, I could replace Disobedience with a Juggernaut, because I don't really need evade that much anyway. Utility, Thorn Body, sure. We'll aim for Thorns while fortified. Leap cooldown reduction. Movement speed also, sure. I can take that for now. I don't really think I need more mobility. Yeah, but this absolutely should be Thorns while fortified. Don't want to lose out on damage there, and I mean, I might get unlucky with my rolls. Tough as nails. I don't know why Thorn's body specifically... Thorns while fortified, good. I had like 7 rolls and I got 6 on the same one. Strength, max life, movement speed, Thorns while fortified, and move speed. So now I can run pretty fast here, and you know, I had my amulet too, but I didn't put the right aspect on it. Or I didn't put movement speed on it, I rolled that off. Otherwise I could go super fast. Or actually, what is my movement speed at now? I think it's like 40%, right? Yeah, or 140% rather. Okay, so Pulls enemies to me. Um, Luckbringer, exploiters. Yeah, definitely exploiters aspect on this. There we are. Our boots are pretty good. Yeah, instead of
Magic
movement speed,
towards
fury
your
per
return.
second could also be another good choice. Let me actually take a look at what the best thing to get here would be. Resistance to all elements would be kind of a no-brainer. Brawling skills, that would help challenging shout, but I only really need
Right
one
or
rank
wrong,
challenging shout anyway. What's
right
the
is
benefit from
right.
having more ranks challenging shout? Is it gain 40% damage reduction for 7.4 seconds? Oh, right. It just increases the damage reduction, but it doesn't really increase the duration or anything like that. Also worth pointing out that, yeah, I had 6,900 life, now I'm almost up to 10k. Just off of adjusting my gear. Oh, and I haven't tempered defensive one onto this. What did I have before? Thorns all fortified, challenging, shout, cooldown reduction. I could go get like max life if I want, but here, we'll stick with Thorn body for now. Again, like I'm losing out like maybe like 1% on Thorns Wall Fortified, but yeah, I would rather just get it over with so I don't have to look at this piece of equipment again in the future. Challenging shout, cooldown reduction. Because I have bold chieftains, I feel like I can be very like this isn't really like this isn't a must-have anymore, at least not like right this second, right? What are some of the runes that I have anyway? What can I use here that could help? Crit Strike Chance, Aberrant Iron Maiden. Oh yeah, I already used runes on these. Right, I was doing rubies in my gear, and then on
There
my
is
weapons.
power in these
I guess on
stones.
my weapons I could use like vulnerable damage or something, but yeah, I'd rather have like more strength. Unsocket these,
You lose a little master
and we'll
dust.
put 2 in here. Thornswell Fortified, Thornswell Fortified on 2 ancestral items. We have good rolls on my ring. I still haven't put a diamond in here, so yeah, let's put that in there. Um, and then I also had gotten my weapon, but I'll sort out my weapon last because that one I actually don't know which tempering recipe I would use for it. The rest of my equipment, what else can we sort out here? I think I'll just salvage all these. I'm never going to be using or looking at these again, except I realize I should probably get the right tempers on them. So this one is deals increased damage. Yep, I replaced it with increased damage. I did Bold Chieftains. I do remember that one. Um, Iron Blood and Exploiters. I did Exploiters. I can do Iron Blood, I guess. Iron Blood should be fine. Iron Blood.
The wonders of sanctuary at your fingertips. How
Iron
may I help you?
Warrior. I could also do oh wait, no, I already have Iron Warrior. Yeah. And again, Juggernaut's aspect too. Yeah, I could just do Juggernaut's aspect. That'd be fine, I think. Iron Blood. Yeah, Disobedience. I don't know why I didn't use Juggernauts before. Maybe I didn't need it before. Actually, no. I should be putting Juggernaut on this because it's my only ancestral defensive item. That'll give me the most amount of armor. And then for this one, I would put on Iron Blood. I'd probably get rid of all these. Never going to be looking at those again. Helm. Um. Whoa. Super choppy. Uh. 12 armor. This thing actually seems like a pretty good helmet, except I'm getting a lot of sources of armor to the point where I don't even know if I really need that much. This one I'll salvage because I'm waiting for an ancestral, so I don't think it's worth it to spend the time to sort that out. Okay, max life, strength, and crit strike chance. Um, let's hold on to this one for now. If I don't find something soon, maybe I'll switch to one of these. Ring, I'm not gonna sort out. I can do, like, I think I'm gonna wait on. Yeah, here's like good one. No, I have ancestral boots, so. All weapons also get salvaged. I have 750s already. So. Chest armor. Is this my only chest armor? I think this is actually. Well, these two. I could replace my current chest armor with this one. Probably even get another life roll, but you know, I think we'll just salvage everything first. And yeah,
Use it well.
we're gonna go from there. Iron Blood. Where's Iron Blood? And what's my resistances at anyway? Ooh, my resistances are actually pretty atrocious. Hmm. Is there anything that gives resistances here? Well, whatever. Sure.
Impeccable.
I can just switch over to Rahir to get some extra resistances for free. Why are my resistances so low? Is it because everything is centered around cold resistance on this character now? Well, whatever. Yeah, let's switch. I'm gonna switch over to Rahir. I'm just gonna see if well, I should be able to take on Pit 50 at this point if I make these adjustments.
You fight well, Rahir. I fought even better with two arms.
I'm sorry. I did not mean.
I'm joking, Subo. I thank you for the kind words.
Yeah. I do enjoy the banter between these guys, though, personally. As ridiculous as that might be. Okay, there we go. We got Rahir, so free 15% resistances. My cold res is way too high, though. Like, way too high. Like, I think every piece of equipment I have is tailored towards cold resistance. Even this ring is cold resistance. Yeah, I'd ideally like to find a ring that has, like, resistance to all elements, but yeah, I'll sort that out a little later. Let's attempt again to do this run. And okay, so I'm sitting at 9,700 life. Again, I could have boosted it a little higher if I had wanted to, but let's try Pit 45 again. I think the other problem I just realized is I didn't really gain any extra damage. Oh wait, no, I did. My challenging shout should have more thorns now because of the adjustments I made. My life is a lot higher. Where are my resistances at? Okay, my fire and lightning resistances are a little lower, but again, we can. It's not a big problem. Okay. Pit 45. There we are. And move on to the next pack. Oh, unfortunately, because I no longer have Subo, I don't know where all the monsters are, so I don't know if I can just rake them into the next pack. I'm just gonna have to make some assumptions, I guess, but yeah, Subo was really good for that, though. That's the one thing I do have to say, like, Subo strategically is a good option, even if Rahir gives more damage and gives resistances, right? If I can get better resistances later on, I'd rather use Subo, I think, just because of its passive, so I can plan out which route I need to take whenever I'm fighting other like packs and all that. Yeah, so this is Pit 45. I think the last time I did this, I had like 9.5 minutes remaining, something like that. So now, trying to. Yeah, I need them to. I'm glad that they added this key passive, though. It's pretty helpful because if you don't have. Otherwise, if they don't hit you quickly enough, you have no way to easily do damage. There we are. If I could just... Yeah, I need Shard of Varathiel. Yeah, was something I forgot to mention. So when it comes to getting like tempering recipes first, ancestral weapon second, all this, and then uniques third, one of the uniques probably, well, there's actually two uniques I need, and I just remembered I have a thorn. No wait, what's it called? Razor plate. I was gonna call it a thorn mail. I'm thinking League of Legends, but yeah, I have a razor plate lying around in my stash. That was another thing I totally forgot that I could upgrade to. When I made it into Torment 1, I was trying to do it without the use of any uniques. Like, I lucked into a razor plate, but I was just trying to, you know, pretend like, okay, well, you know, what if I'm like a fresh character? I don't have any uniques. But yeah, I can actually throw on razor plate, and then I wouldn't say that the game becomes easy mode suddenly, but it'll certainly help with the runs. Yeah. What's my challenging shout out now? Like, if I use this, my thorns goes up. Okay, it used to go up to 4K, like a little under 4K. Now it's up to like 5,700. So yeah, that's a pretty massive difference. And never mind the fact that my strength skyrocketed. I used to have like 6% on my amulet for strength. Now it's up to 14.8%. And then additionally, I was using... Oh wait, no, I didn't even bother to temper anything onto my amulet either. I'm supposed to put thorns while fortified. Yeah, and then I have like plus strength on all of my equipment up to like... Oh, and life. Well, and life, but I think the strength value is like slightly higher on the ancestral pieces of gear as compared to their regular counterparts. So yeah, definitely some adjustments that were made. And I am running... Ooh, yes. See, this is what I was talking about. It's nice to be able to Purinado them first and then rake them in with Steel Grasp after. Although sometimes they do become unstoppable, and that causes me some problems. Not too many, though. There. There we are. I can just pull them in. Need to do damage to these DR monsters first anyway. I do kind of wish that there was a way to get more charges of Steel Grasp without too much effort. I think that there's an item that allows you to get that changes Steel Grasp so that it requires... Isn't there an item that makes it a core skill or something? I don't remember, but there's like something that improves it, but not by too much if I remember right. It's actually pretty sad. I'm running Pit 45 right now. I haven't found a single Blast Wave shrine, or any other shrine for that matter, but yet here we are, and we cleared it pretty quickly. Oh, this might take a bit. Why am I doing like no damage to him? Ooh, that is kind of scary. Oh, I don't have challenging shout. Maybe that's why. Like it's not active at the moment. Maybe I have to just sit there and tank one of his casts of something. Yeah. Any sort of Arathiel to actually eat up my Fury so that I can keep getting my Thorns back up to like max stacks. Well, not my Thorns, but the key passive. Okay, here in this case I actually want to get hit by his attacks so that I can increase the amount of damage he's taking. And I have enough damage reduction and other modifiers that I can tank a lot of his casts. So, and he should be going into this state pretty soon. Yeah, I mean there's like a certain order I could be using my skills in to make this a lot easier, but kind of on autopilot right now. Using barrier, pulling all the monsters in, trying to get him to do as much damage to me as he can manage. He will go down soon. but I still don't feel comfortable taking on hit 50 until I know I have a little bit more damage. And there's a couple ways I could get more damage. I'd probably just add like another Paragon board, and I think I should be okay. I think there's one which is like adds damage, given a percentage of your damage to Berserking bonus or something like that. That's probably the first board I'd work with. And like glyphs too. I don't know. There we are. Done. How much time do we have left on that? 7:30. Okay, so this time I had 112.09, pit 50, or no, 45, and with 7:30 remaining, upgraded equipment for Ancestrals and 750 item power from previous pit runs. I think that's all I did, really. Oh yeah, I also swapped out Rahir. Subo for Rahir. But I think that's mainly for the resistances side of things. And I got a oh wow. This looks really juicy. Wait, I just realized I never bothered to imprint anything onto my amulet. Oops. Wait a second. Is that why I'm missing so much damage? Well, that's pretty awkward. Let me get Dominate here. Some random glyph. What does Dominate do? Next attack will overpower. Oh, that's cool, except doesn't really help me specifically. Alright, let's just upgrade this. I mean, we're already pretty close to 45 on it. We're gonna get to 45 on this just by doing runs of the pit here and there. What did I have on my amulet? I actually don't remember what, like, I salvaged my amulet. I don't remember what aspect I had on it initially. Was it Inner Calm? That wouldn't make much sense. I would normally put Inner Calm on my amulet if nothing else, just for free damage. Maybe it was Conceited. No, I have Conceited on my one-handers. Deathwish Aspect? No, same situation. Anger Management? That also doesn't make very much sense at all. I should have do not remember which aspect I have, or I'm supposed to have on my amulet. Retribution? No, I have Retribution on my gloves. It's actually kind of driving me nuts now. What did I originally have on my amulet? Well, like normally I'd run Edge Masters, but it doesn't help my Thorns because my Thorns isn't really a skill. Right. I'm gonna actually take a moment to check something out real quick then, if this is the case. I'm gonna see maybe like 20 minutes ago, 30 minutes ago, when I was making upgrades to my equipment. What did... Yeah, what did I originally have on that? Just rewatching the stream here, and I've replaced my amulet. Oh, yep, I had to salvage it here. Ah, yeah, I had Aspect of Elements on it. But I have this kind of backwards. I should have Aspect of Inner Calm on my amulet, and then I should have Aspect of Elements on my weapon. That would make a lot more sense. Okay, Aspect. I figured it was Elements because that's the one that's missing, but I don't know why I'd put it in my amulet. Aspect of Elements. Where's Elements? Sure. Hey, we have an ancestral legendary mace here. Strength, max life. Yeah, his strength max life is the GA roll. So again, additional 500 life. Boom. Just out of nowhere. The only problem is that it also rolled overpower damage, which is actually pretty useless for us. So we need to replace it for vulnerable damage, or I'll take just plain damage for now. Yeah, plain damage is okay. Live with that. And then I'm supposed to put conceited on it too. All right, now we have two weapons that are ancestral.
May your road be filled with wonders.
Where the stars around
And I'm gonna get a sapphire in here. All right. Well, yeah. Now I need to go temper it with whatever makes sense to put onto it. And I didn't even bother tempering my old one for some reason. Max life, attack speed, lightning resistance. Again, I don't need that. I don't need this. This. Pretty dubious, but why not? Okay, this one is strength roll GA. I could put this on. Yeah, but the problem that's going on in my head is I'd lose out on 24 maximum resource, which works with kick, but I think that overall I just get a lot more strength from if I switched over to this amulet that I just picked up. So I think I'm going to do that. I'm going to grab this. I'm going to throw in a socket in here, and yesterday I was at like 40 scatter prisms, so I've gone up in this amount of time somehow. Not gonna really question it too much.
finest jewels in Sanctuary.
Add sockets. I already added a socket. I'm trying to unsocket. Yeah. Put a diamond in here. Put this up in here.
Really envious, my
And I'm gonna also do this. I'm gonna try to temper. I realize that the absolute most important thing for me to temper is Thorn Body. Yeah. Didn't really bother to upgrade that. Okay. And then I think probably offensive for the other one, but why does it keep rolling everything except for thorns while fortified? It rolled outburst 6 times. Is there like a scroll of retempering somewhere that I can pick up? That would be really cool. Last season I was picking it up from the Infernal Hordes, but yeah, I don't know. Thorns while fortified on the first try, of course. Yeah, that would be the case. Now the only question is whether or not I should be using the I should keep my current amulet, or if I should use the other amulet. 204, 190. Sorry, yeah, 190%, 204% on 1 damage bucket. Plus thorns while fortified. I'm like, I think I'll just stick with my current one for now. I'll eventually switch over to... not sure, actually. Whatever. I think I'm just going to leave it. This will be a nice temp later. Where's my... Wait, why is this completely full, though? Oh, yeah, and I was supposed to... Forget this plate. I'm supposed to use a razor plate out here, right? Where's my razor plate? I had razor plate. Here it is. Here's my razor plate. The one razor plate that I picked up. Yeah, I'd completely forgotten about that. Yeah, this is my only available razor plate right now, but suddenly I'm gonna get, like, substantial amount more damage. And then we'll unsocket this.
Fashion this into something exquisite.
There we are.
Stars guide you.
Okay, well, I mean, this one's kind of a no-brainer. I think I'll be salvaging this, like, now. Oh, this is the amulet that I was using before. Okay. It's about time. We salvage it all. And that leaves us with just these 2 amulets. Let me put Inner Calm on this before I forget. I know that it's got a max roll on some aspect, but I don't think I'm ever using walking arsenals, so what do I care? Okay. Oh, maybe... Yeah, why do I have a bunch of other people's stuff in this stash? That's very weird. Well, whatever. We can start salvaging all these random items that ended up here that shouldn't be here. Yeah, really don't even know why these are here. I never want to look at anything below 600 item power again, so it's gonna take me a second. I think that I might have misclicked a bunch of times on other runs, and that's probably why now I'm sitting on a stash page where a bunch of useless stuff just lying around. Okay, we're at 10,300 life now, so I'm gonna also take a moment to resocket a diamond into my amulet. I think we'll try again. Okay, so just to kind of recap, I got a razor plate. This alone boosts my thorns by like 1,000. Never mind the unique effect on it. Then we have... It's not even 750 item power, by the way, let alone ancestral, so there's still room for me to get better razor plates. This is looking pretty sick. Same thing with amulet. Amulet's okay for now. I need some equipment upgrades to ancestral, yada yada. Helm also, and gloves could also use upgrades, but yeah, I don't think that those are critical. So we're gonna try again for Pit 45 and see how well this works. Yeah, razor plate change. Okay. What's my resistances at now? And armor. Okay, my armor stat hasn't changed. What are my resistances? My resistances change? Yeah, my resistances did change a little bit. That's the one thing I gotta look out for. Cold res in particular, I think, went down. And I lost out a little bit of life and... Oh. Actually gained life overall. I think that my previous chest armor didn't really have that much life on it. It was like 100, so pretty minimal impact, I would say. There we are. Yep. Ow. Still need ways to keep my thorns going, so I'm going to be looking for a Shard of Varathiel at some point. Where do I get Shard of Varathiel from again, though? I think it's probably Zero. Same place I would be looking for a Razor Plate, hilariously enough. But then I need to go start farming boss mats. Well, we'll see how far we get. I don't even know if I'll need all of those things. Yeah. I mean, I still have like Paragon boards and glyphs I need to sort out too. It's gonna be a weird one. I don't need to do this the same order that I did all of my other runs of like 1 to 60 or Torment 1 to 4. Hey, Grizzly? How's it going, Grizzly? Grizzly Rage Abuser. It's going well. How are you? We're just in the middle of doing a Thorns Barb 1 to 60 right now. Having some fun with this. Yeah. How are you doing? I've been trying to do all of the 1 to 60s. Well, sorry, not 1 to 60. Torment 1 to Torment 4. So at this point, I've finished 4 of the 6 classes. The only other class I have left now is Barb and Spiritborn. I'm doing Barb right now, so yeah. Okay. going. And this is I've been kind of sloppy about this run too, but yeah, I have actually been quite sloppy. Not only have I been sloppy, but I realize I haven't really gotten any like last wave shrines or anything of that sort. Yeah, I should have challenging shout like permanently up too. It's something that I've been sloppy about. Nice, Barb is quite fun lately. Yeah, yeah. So what are you playing this season, Grizzly? You said, I mean, based off your name, Grizzly Rage Abuser, it feels like you would be a druid main, but I could be completely wrong about that, of course. Yeah, Barb is pretty insane, I would say, this season. Like, I'm not even talking about my build specifically. I think Leapquake, right? Like, a lot of people are running, like, Leapquake or whatever, and that thing... I don't know which build is taking, like, the... Like, I think Barb has cleared, like, pit 147 or something like that. So, probably only a matter of time until we make it to... Like, they're able to clear, like, 150. But I think that I see a lot of people running, like, Leapquake. I don't know...
Impressive. Unfortunately.
Or is it Hodaquake? I don't know. There's just that new item, that new Ancestral that's out, or the new Unique, so I think that has something to do with it. Yeah, I haven't missed time with all my skills, though. Still, we're going to change the nickname. I see, I see. You're also playing a Barb. I see, okay. So what build have you got going for you this season, then? For me, there's only really 2 builds that I find interesting when it comes to Barbarian, generally speaking. So every season, if I'm playing Barb, then I am either playing Thorns or Whirlwind. Thorns is, like, just really weird. Like, I don't know if you've seen other people play Thorns, but I think Thorns is one of the less popular builds that exist that it's actually pretty cool. Can it, like, push pit 150? Probably not. Especially because it definitely has its weaknesses when it comes to bosses unless you splash something else, but in terms of how strong it is for clearing like big packs, it does really well, and the damage numbers on it scale really nicely. When you go from like level 1 to 60, and then even like just now, I made it all the way to pit 45 without adjusting a single thing on the build. Yeah, so I was like testing that. Spinning Earthquake kind of followed meta to BH. Yeah, hey man, I respect it. I fully understand, like, you know, I'm much more of an off meta player myself. Like, I usually use like bizarre, like off meta kind of characters. Like Companion Druid, let's say, is my favorite build in the game. Right, I make a Companion Druid pretty much every season. But I also know and respect that there are people who like want to get through the game with the maximum amount of efficiency as possible. They don't want to, like, you know, take forever to clear one thing or the other thing. So, yeah, no, I totally get you, and I think it's cool that you're. You know, I think it's fine. You're following meta, and you know, I don't think any less of you for it. That's what most people are doing in your situation, I guess. Just gonna kick him. I think I have my challenging shout up. But yeah, so how's your Barb going? Do you have like all of your mythics yet? Do you have like, are you like Torment 4? I don't know. I've met like so many people who are in all sorts of like different parts of the game. Some people just finish like level 60, other people, you know, are like progressing their way to Torment 4, and then other people finish like Torment 4 on the first day. I cleared, like, I made it to Torment 4 on the first day with my Companion Druid, but rather than, you know, push pit or do anything like that, I feel like I have more fun diversifying and trying all of the character classes this season. So in a way, I'm sort of a generalist in that regard. Like, I'm much more knowledgeable about Companion Druid than any other like build, I guess, in the game. And there's like some classes I know a lot more about than others. Like, I'm much more familiar and comfortable playing, let's say, Sorcerer than I would be like a Spiritborn, right? But I also still like to be able to know what each of the classes are capable of, how their skills work, that kind of stuff. So, sort of what we have cooking up at the moment, at least. Okay. Just waiting for this guy to go down. 7 minutes left on the clock. Not bad. I think what was the last time I did this? 7:30. Yeah, so I still have roughly the same amount of clear speed, but that might have been because I was being very sloppy with this run. I got an Ancestral Ring. I got Ancestral Boots. Very nice. I already have Ancestral Boots, so probably not gonna do anything with this. Ring of the Ravenous. I don't really use Rend. At least not on this build. Gloves and ring. Okay, I definitely... Oh, this is GA on strength. But only problem is, two of the other modifiers are kind of pointless. Ah, this also has a cooldown reduction on leap. Well, be kind of nice, but that's a good ring. You also need crit chance for a Thorns Barb. I mean, Thorns itself can't crit, so unfortunately, no, that doesn't help me. If anything, if you're asking me, I would actually, I was about to roll off crit strike chance for life. Of course I need life as one of the modifiers. The only question is just, do I sub out attack speed or do I sub out crit strike chance? And yeah, I know I crit with like leap and kick and all that, but most of my damage is coming solely from Thorns. Yeah, I'm playing Thorns, so crit strike chance doesn't help me. At least with attack speed, I can boost the speed at which I can activate like kick and leap and ground stomp and steel grasp. So it's marginally more useful, but not by very much. All the same. Yeah. So let me, I guess, run that. I'm also gonna boost Challenger 4 ranks. Yeah, and previous pit runs. Put on Razor Plate. Okay, cool. It'll be a huge upgrade anyway from Legendary to... Yeah, no, that much is true. Of course, that's a given. It's a given that, yeah, like, it is an objectively much larger upgrade. Never mind the fact that, never mind the fact that I get, like, almost triple the strength on my Ancestral Ring, but I'm about to roll off attack speed or crit strike chance for life, and yet, like, at least double the life, I think. But it really is just, yeah, I mean, I kind of wish that one of the other modifiers was, like, max life or something. Right? If, let's say, attack speed had rolled max life, I would have rolled crit strike chance off for like resistance to all elements, and that would make things a lot easier for me. Okay, well, first try, 431 max life. Of course, this is a no-brainer. I'm switching out my, yeah, I'm definitely switching out Vocalized Empowerment Ring for it. And then I'm gonna replace this with Vocalized Empowerment. And I think that puts us in a good... Wait a second, no, it's the other one. Vocalized Empowerment, yeah. And what's this one? I had like just raw damage on it, but yeah, that's fine. You have GA strength and GA max life, two of them. Oh no. I appreciate it very, very much. But yeah, I'm trying to do these runs entirely solo self-found. So yeah, pretty much every piece of equipment I have, yeah, is stuff that I managed to collect either mostly during the run of this character, but you know, things like materials that are shared across all my characters. I think it's fair that I use them on this guy. Same with aspects and some of the tempering recipes too, because it's like, it's not like I can just ignore the fact that I've already unlocked tempers on other characters. But yeah, like base items, I really do appreciate it. Like, yeah, I mean, I can get like I keep calling it Thorn Mail, Razor Plate and all that, but yeah, I'm really trying to get this character from the ground up and running. So that's kind of it's kind of the routine on this channel, at least for me anyway. Yeah. Trying to see what else I can really adjust. I can try to adjust this one real quick. Replace my helm for it, I guess. But I don't know if it's really worth the trouble right now. But thank you though, like Grizzly. I do very, very much appreciate it. Yeah, it's just gloves and helm at this point that are kind of troublesome. And ideally, I'd like to roll like resistance to all elements on something. I think that's the last thing that's missing, really. Here, in fact, I'm gonna try for this right now. Overpower damage, shadow resistance, not very useful. I'm gonna try, let's say 7 times. 3 more times. 3 additional more times. 2, 1, and no such luck on that. And the next one would be my other gloves. Yeah. Build itself is quite fun as well. It took exactly 1 day to max it out, I see. Druid is a good place right now. It's nice that every class is viable. I'm with you on that. I do, however, admit that there was a point that was brought up. Like, I was watching a video earlier today, right? And people are talking about how, yeah, this season, the game, like, the game's in a pretty good state, I would say. It's not in a perfect state. Of course, there's still more that they can do, but yeah, I think that they put out like a video, or not a video, but a poll. They were like, "Hey, how do you guys feel about the new season? Is the progression too fast, too slow?" And the thing is, like, people were voting on it, but one of the top comments on that poll was, uh, how, like, because the game is, I mean, yeah, like, it's true that every class has some sort of viability, but obviously, if you start off as a Necro, particularly Bloodwave Necro, your experience is going to vastly differ from somebody who, oh, I don't know, let's say started off with, let's say Charged Bolt Sorcerer, right? Now, obviously, balance is an ongoing problem, but yeah, that's still something that I think that they need to really try and sort out at this point in the game. And I think that's the thing. That's another thing that's really holding the game back from achieving its, I guess you could say, maximum potential. Yeah, that's my 2 cents about it. Yeah, it is a nice thing. You want to push it yourself. If you need gold, at least let me know. Oh yeah, no, I appreciate you very much, man. Similar situation there. It's like a shared resource across everybody on the account. So I'm gonna be using. I should have enough. Like usually, I limit myself to about 5 rerolls. I feel like that's, well, I mean, I do it on a whim. I don't have any like strict guidelines, but yeah, okay. If like the gold value is pushing like over 1 million, then yeah, I don't want to bankrupt myself. But all the same, yeah, no, it does mean a lot to me though that you're willing to go out of your way to help me out on this. So thank you very much for that.
Some steel you need.
All right. Again, I'm hoping for Thorns Wall Fortified. I seem to have a knack for, even though it's a 1 in 3 chance. Okay, there we go. Wow, I actually got it right this time. Got the right roll, rather. Yeah. Yeah, what I could even do at this point, I can just do.
Here you
This is kind of like a band-aid fix, so I don't like it, but I'm gonna put this. I'm gonna put a ruby. I'll put a ruby in one of my rings, and then I'm gonna put I don't know, an amethyst. There we are. Aha. So, yeah, and then I can also resocket my helm. The 2 rubies go into my new helm, and yeah, this is what we have to work with. Got you. Trading is nice in Diablo. Traded 1 amulet today. Got 60 billion gold. Wow. So really don't know what to do with that gold. I mean, yeah, same here. I wouldn't know what to do with 60 billion gold either. Wonder if there is something that they could add in to kind of funnel that gold into, kind of like gambling in Diablo 2 Resurrected or something. But yeah, so far, yeah, it doesn't sound like they have any plans there yet. Anyway, we're gonna try again. I'm gonna do another run. Yeah, I could actually progress through this like a lot quicker. Like I do have like an extra 206. I still haven't put in any Paragon points, I realized. But yeah, I want to see how far I can go with just upgrading my equipment alone. Just that. And nothing else. Yeah. Gold dupe. Oh, is there like a gold dupe exploit still? I didn't know. I thought that they had fixed that since they had like enabled like trading and all that, but yeah. Is that how people are able to get 60 million gold? I thought that people, like, silly me, but I thought that people were actually working for they're 60 million gold, but I guess maybe my expectations were a little too high in that regard. I haven't paid enough attention, I guess, to the state of the game to really know that that's how people are operating. Okay, this guy keeps walking away from me, so I don't like that. I'm gonna probably just keep going. Just gonna ignore the one shaman. It's shaman. It takes like 1 month on top gameplay to sum up that much gold. Yeah, that's why I was wondering. I was like thinking, okay, well, I guess people are doing like kind of crazy amounts of like trading, but I didn't know that, yeah, that there were. I didn't think about the possibility that, yeah, maybe people are just duping their bums off. But I mean, even in the first place, like, what do people even do with all that gold? I mean, you said yourself, right? Or you really said it yourself that, yeah, like, you don't know what to do with all that gold because there's no, and that makes sense because there's no system in the game that requires that much gold. Like, yeah, you could argue that, yeah, I want to enchant my item and get the perfect roll, but most of the endgame equipment is going to devolve down into like mythics, well, or just like regular uniques that can't be enchanted, and the ones that can be enchanted, or that, yeah, if you have some that aren't mythic uniques, then greater affixes exist now. Because greater affixes exist, you're probably going to be looking for like a 3GA sort of weapon anyway, right? Or 3GA like gear or whatever thing you're missing. So that kind of leaves me wondering, like, what is even the point of having gold? Like, it doesn't really do anything at all for you or anyone else in that sense. There we go, 190 million. I just realized that at this point I'm sitting at like 11,000 gold. That's, or 11,000 life. That's like more than any of the other characters I've played this season. Even at the point where they're about to push Pit, like Pit 65 or whatever. Actually, it's impossible. Hold on a second. Sorry, I need to. Did my blast wave shrine wear off? It actually just wore off. Okay, well this is perfect. Oh yeah, and my challenging shout is like right off cooldown too. Because of this. Just gonna challenging shout. Challenging shout. And challenging shout, iron skin. Okay, well that was kind of nice. Actually, it's impossible to spend in game. I would need to buy something else from other guy for a high price as well, I guess. I mean, yeah, I mean, at least, right? Here's the thing. At the very least, you... I know that in the past, gold was actually capped. Like, you can only have, like in Diablo 2 Resurrected, I think you can only have like 2.5 million gold in your stash, and then you can only have like 1 million gold on the trade screen. So at least there is no cap in this game as to how much gold you can put on the screen. But the fact that gold dupes exist kind of means that like it's kind of like worthless, right? Like if I look at a game like RuneScape, I know that in RuneScape, I don't know if you've ever played RuneScape, so maybe this analogy might be lost on you, but in RuneScape, like the gold limit that you can have on one stack is like 2.1 billion, but people actually do have to work for that. Now, granted, yeah, there's like botters and all that, but gold still has sort of a value in that regard, because I don't know if there's any like easy, like straightforward dupes for gold. And in fact, if people do dupe gold, then sometimes like they might do some sort of like rollback, but in this game, no such mechanic exists, so I don't know. 3GA perfect meta build items are selling for 2 to 300 billion. So basically, they have them on different accounts. Wow. All right. Yeah. Capped on 99 billion. Oh, okay. Well, I mean, the thing though is that 99 billion is an actually like practical limit. Whereas, like, yeah, you played Diablo 2 Resurrected, and like under the right circumstances, yeah, maybe you could like get to 1 million gold in like 30 seconds or something, right? Here, in theory, 100 billion gold should be something that takes like many, many hours of time. But yeah, of course, people are just trivializing it because, I guess from what you're saying, that there are indeed people who are just abusing and exploiting the game. Well, yeah, that's kind of unfortunate and silly, but more so unfortunate. I had like 10 minutes on this, right? How long did this run take? And enough attention here. Um, I think 9.5 minutes left on the timer. Yeah, okay. It was just under 10 minutes. Okay, so I think I'm ready to take on Pit 50 here. 10 minutes remaining. And again, like there's so many easier ways to clear this quickly. But yeah, this is how I'm doing it. So this is more ancestral equipment. Put on razor plate, and what else did I do here? I actually got a blast wave shrine. I think that was another thing that really helped my run out too. But did I adjust anything? Oh yeah, item power, items. Paragon would make it much easier. Oh yeah, for sure, for sure. I mean, I don't know if you you seem pretty chill. I like really enjoyed talking to you. So I don't know if you'll come back in the future, but if you do, then there's a lot of madness that goes into my, I guess, the way I do things. Like so in this particular case, give me a second here. I just gotta write something down, and then I can focus on our conversation. Replace 750 item power items, and then put on. Like I think I made one more adjustment, right? I'm making notes for myself, and I'll explain why. Uh, yeah, I think this is okay. All right, sure, fine. I'm just gonna work with this. Okay. Oh yeah, it was jewelry. Switched jewelry to hit resistance cap. Okay, there we are. That was the other thing I did. Well, maybe not resistance cap, but close enough. All right. I'm gonna try now Pit 50, and we're gonna go from there. But I need to focus on Pit 50, so I'm just gonna finish my thought here. It's really cool how much attention you pay to it. You make it a journey and funny to take note of that. Hey, man, fun is however you want to look at it, right? Like, hey, I have mad respect for you too, in that, you decided, hey, I feel like playing the meta build and feeling super overpowered. There's nothing wrong with that at all. I myself, like I said, I myself am more of an off meta sort of person. I really enjoy uh, doing these sorts of like weird builds and trying out like different things. Like that's why I have one of each character class. And even on the sorcerer that I made, I have like 3 classes cooking that I'm trying to hit Pit 65 with. But that's not really a crazy noteworthy achievement. I get that, but I want to actually show that content to people. That's like my big goal. Um, I'm gonna link like my YouTube channel again. Like I'm not hope I'm not trying to. Well, this is essentially shameless self-advertising here, but hopefully it'll make a bit more sense if you see like my YouTube channel. I'm putting out like all these videos about like Torment 1 to Torment 4, like level 1 to level 60, clearing Torment 4 Pit T65, right? I'm not commentating over them or anything. Well, okay. For the pit clears, I don't commentate on them, but for the other ones, yeah, I kind of like show the journey on my way in, and I think that's you're a professional Warzone player. Ooh. Ooh, that's so funny. I have okay, so maybe you shouldn't go to my channel because I have Warzone content on there too, but I'm like probably a trash heap in comparison to you. I imagine you're like super sweaty, like the kinds of player that I dread going up against. I'm like, sitting there complaining and whining about how there's people who are just vastly better than I am. It's hilarious actually because I'm in sort of the same boat. Call of Duty is one of my escapes too. I haven't streamed it. I haven't made content for it. I just don't think there's just not interested in that personally. But yeah, I don't do practice matches. I don't do scrims, but I do play quite a bit of Warzone myself. But yeah, Diablo is my my escape from chilling. No, I completely understand you on that. Except for I guess the difference here is that a lot of the fun for me comes from making my own builds and not really following what everybody else is doing. Um, yeah, that's just my 2 cents. We'll check Warzone vid right away. Oh, no, 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 no. There's no... I didn't do a Warzone video recently. This was when Warzone 3 was fresh, and I was, like, kind of excited to sort of, like, put out some content. I was trying to do, like, a win with every gun, but I gave up that, series very quickly once I realized that, yeah, no one was watching. And I'm like, yeah, at this point, I'd rather make content for, Diablo 4, because I think that, there's more value in me making content here than there is for Call of Duty, which already has like so many content creators there. You understand what I'm saying? So yeah, that was kind of the thought process behind all that. But with regards to everything else, what I was trying to say is just that, yeah, you're gonna need to get used to, like, if you're hanging out here in the future, right? I'd love to chat more with you. I mean, very cool conversation we had so far. You seem like a very respectful individual. I think the problem, like, that you might have is that, yeah, like, as I play my characters, right, I like to test different things out with them. If the sole goal was to get through Torment 1 to 4 as quickly as I can, I would just sink in every single Paragon point I have. Heck, I could probably even ask some people to just, you know, bring my character directly up to Torment 4. I would just take whatever items you have to give me and, you know, I'd be done with it, right? But in this case, like, in the future, somebody might ask me, hey, Inventor, what is, you know, what's it like leveling a Thorns Barb? And I can say, oh, yeah, dude, Thorns Barb is completely busted. And, you know, this is why, right? And that's because I've kind of had the time to test it. But also, more than that, I need to know, perhaps more importantly, what the breakpoints are. Well, I don't know if breakpoint's the right word in this case, but I want to know, I guess, the minimum level of power to handle specific things within the game. That's super important information to me, right? I want to know, like, okay, if you have, like, this level of equipment, what can you handle? So going back to this whole, like, Paragon, me being Paragon 200, I haven't put a single Paragon point because I'm pretending like this is a fresh into Torment 1 kind of character, right? Just for now. I, like, probably as soon as I make it to pit 50, I'm gonna, you know, give that up, but like, I was just using random junk that I got when I reached level 60. I was using, like, not even 750 item power, not even 700 item power in some of my equipment, I think. And I was still able to hit pit 45 with this, right? That's something that most people wouldn't know. That's the kind of content that I want to put out, so that I can kind of show people, like, hey guys, like, this is kind of how the build, I guess, works, that kind of thing. Okay, gotta use and abuse this Blast Wave Shrine. Although, I think I may have made a bit of an error here. I probably should have saved the Blast Wave Shrine for when I go up against the boss. Yeah, that might have been a wiser call than what I'm doing here. Because, yeah, Blast Wave Shrine, if I used it to pulse the boss, like, 5 or so times, like, I think it'd be dead, but here, I don't really need it. Like, I can very clearly kill everything at this point in the run. Oh, there's another DR monster. Well, that's okay. Well, yeah, Pyranado, and we can just everything here. Watch your Ram 7 #1. Look at End Cycle to see how people handle it. You have good positioning and decision-making. Good job. Oh, wow. Yeah, that was a very quick watch. I haven't even been in this pit run for 5 minutes. Yeah, and I appreciate that it's like a positive note because, yeah, like, I'm gonna be honest, like, I know I'm a content creator, but for Warzone, I would be very self-conscious if somebody was picking apart my content. Again, you're like a professional level player, so I'm like, oh man. It's kind of like having, I don't know, what's a good example? Like Huskers or something look at my, you'd be like, ah, this guy's not good, right? But no, I mean, got a positive vibe, so I appreciate that very much. But of course, yeah, there's clearly gonna be, there's gonna be plenty of room for improvement. I'm definitely not like the best of players, and I'm also KBM, so I can't really abuse aim assist as well as some people can. And my aim's not like, even among KBM, it's not like top tier by any means, right? So yeah, I put that content out purely for fun, I guess. I thought it'd be a really cool series. You know, get a win with every gun. Ram 7 was like supposed to be the start of the AR category, and I was gonna do like, what are the other ARs in MW3? You know, I guess if I engage coppers, need to pick quick last cycle says it all. Yeah. I mean, of course you do. You can watch however much or however little you want of it. Oh, I just realized. Oh no, I'm about to be fighting the boss. Okay. Well, this might take a while. I'm actually a little scared for the boss fight because all this stuff that I've done up until now is actually pretty trivial. But when I fight the boss, he can actually kill me pretty easily. Okay, we have 10 minutes left on the clock, so it's gonna be a long fight, I think. Oh, Slither? Yeah. Yeah, part of me is torn between taking hits from him, and another part of me is kind of deciding whether or not I want to just let him. KBM, yeah, for me it's like an ego challenge. Oh, that's so funny. Okay, well, I'm glad that we're on the same page then, because if I was under the impression when you said that you are a pro and all that, that you are controller, because who the heck plays competitive and they're playing on KVM, but I also didn't want to I don't want you to get the wrong idea if you actually were a controller player, right? Like a lot of people get very defensive when if I were to say something, well, I've been on like Reddit and other places, and people are like, oh yeah, no, controller versus KVM, you have your whole arm to aim, that kind of thing. So then it devolves into a pretty mean-spirited discussion right away. But if you and I are both on KVM, it makes this discussion significantly easier for me. Yeah, no, I mean, like, I gotta give you a mad respect. I thought you were just a competitive player, but you're a competitive player on Warzone and you're running KVM, dude. Like, can I get your autograph? Like, dude, you're a beast for that. Like, that's crazy. I wouldn't do that. If I were to play, like, if I were to play like competitive on Warzone, I would absolutely switch over to like controller. First thing I do. I know, right? Everyone says it. Yeah, the 5 of us in tournaments. Yeah, out of like 100. Yeah, that's exactly what I would have expected. That's exactly what I would have thought. Like, who the heck plays Warzone competitive on KVM, right? There's a reason for that. Like, a lot of people, like, I think it's just because there's a majority of people who play controller that the ongoing sentiment is that controller is weaker, right? But a lot of people don't really realize that the vast majority of people who play the game right now are doing it on controller, and there's a reason for that, right? Even Iron, I don't know if you know, I'm sure you know who Iron is if you play competitive. Even Iron, who used to be, like, him and Huskers used to be 2 of the KVM players I used to watch. Even Iron switched over to controller. So, yeah, from Europe, so it's not as critical as in NA public games. Europe loves KVM. That's very surprising. NA, it's like 99% controller, I swear. Like, I go into a lobby, I swear I'm like the only controller player. And the thing is, it's not even like there's no evidence of that claim either. Like, when you're loading into the game, you can actually see the console and input of the people in the lobby. And the vast majority of people that I play with are on console, and they're playing on controller. Now, the funniest thing, though, I admit, is that in Modern Warfare 3 Warzone, okay, and you can correct me if I'm wrong about this, okay? I haven't really had a chance to discuss this with people at length, so I like, especially a fellow KVM player. Like, you have no idea how excited I actually am to talk to a fellow KVM player. I never thought I'd live long enough to see the day, like, for real. I thought that Diablo 4 would be balanced and hell would freeze over before I ever came across a fellow KVM Warzoner. But anyway, excitement aside, is it just me? Or is aim assist weaker ever since the new like Black Ops 6 integration took place than it was in Modern Warfare 3 Warzone? Because one of the reasons why I have been having a lot more fun recently with the game is because, yeah, I feel like I can actually win a lot more of my gunfights as compared to before. Like, yeah, I did the Ram 7 video, but I'm going to be honest, right? Like, there's definitely a lot of luck associated with getting like a win or a gameplay or getting really far or getting a lot of kills for me personally. But now if I play like the new Warzone, the game just magically got a lot easier overnight. And I'm like rewatching a lot of like the kill cams and the gunfights I get into, and I'm like, Okay, well, it's now no longer the case where their tracking is flawless. You know what I'm saying? Like, it used to be completely flawless. Like, I could move and dash and dodge as quickly and slide cancel as quickly as I possibly could, and it would be completely pointless. That's one of the reasons why I stopped playing for like a really long while until Cold War integration came out, because yeah, it's pointless. There's no amount of skill that, at least in my eyes, can top like somebody just abusing RAA to like get like a full-on advantage. Promise I get what you mean, dude. Thank you. Yes. Like, yeah, no, legit. Today I'm gonna like hop off. Not like right now, but like later when I'm done this stream. I'm legit gonna hop off, and the very first thing I'm gonna say to my buddy, who I play like Warzone with, right? I'm gonna tell him, dude, I came across a KBM competitive player, and he'll be like, what? No way. This guy must be trolling you. Like, legit? This is how our conversation's gonna go. I'm gonna be like, yeah, a guy showed up to my stream. I mean, already that's kind of crazy as it is, but okay, fine. Yeah, that's by itself like acceptable. But on top of that, he was KBM. And my guy will be like lol with the cabbage BBQ waffles, right? Like that's wild. Anyway, so that's the end of Torment 2 to Torment 3. Again, could have gone much quicker, but this is with 0 extra Paragon points. This is a fresh into Torment 2 character with like, okay, wait, I say fresh in Torment 2, like, yeah, I have ancestral equipment, but I think every single piece of gear that I have on this guy is from just running pits. I didn't go into Torment 1 or Torment 2 and start spamming like headhunts to get like better equipment. No, this is just a fresh level, like fresh into Torment 2. Now Torment 3 character with like a couple of ancestrals and no extra Paragon points. So yeah, I'll see you all in Torment 3. Give me a second here.
Will he return? That depends. If you continue indulging in sin, or stay true to the light.
Okay, so actually, sorry about this. Rage. Give me a sec. I just gotta. I think that this is a good time for me to use the bathroom. One sec. I'll be back. Okay, I'm back. Oh, you're going for smoke break? Okay, sure. I will hold my thoughts until you return. I wanted to talk to you also about shadow bans. I've been shadow banned twice, and I wanted to discuss that too. But go for your smoke break. We'll continue chatting when you get back, because yeah, man, you have no idea how hyped I am. I haven't been able to have a Warzone conversation on stream like ever. This is, oh man, you've actually made my evening. This is so great, dude. Okay, dark. Yeah, okay, let me copy that and write that in. Here, G, logged on phone. Oh yeah. Okay, this is gonna be great. So, just one more thing before I do that. I wanna take a moment to attempt pit 50 again, but with my Paragon points. Let me actually sort out my Paragon board before I have this discussion. Yeah, not to bait you here, but okay. So anybody who's watching this as like a video, right? My apologies for getting sidetracked with all this Warzone talk, but it is a big part of what I enjoy gaming on the side. I shouldn't even say the side. Like, I probably play almost as much Warzone as I would do Diablo. I just don't make content for it. But anyway, so I think the very first board I'm going to go for is Blood Rage here. Killing a bleeding enemy has a chance to grant berserking. Okay, that's one thing. That's separate from the second half of this, though. Your damage is increased by 10% of your damage while berserking bonus up to a maximum of 45%. Now, the reason I didn't bother to temper any of my equipment is because this Blood Rage thing is kind of important. And I don't know how much damage to berserking I'll have here. So, I mean, I am also, like, always berserk because I'm activating... Like, each of my skills gives me berserking. That's just the nature of this build, so, yeah. You had 17 shadow bans on last season. Dude, that's crazy. 17. And I thought I had it, like, pretty bad. So, like, I play with my guys, right? And, give me a second here. Okay. I can get another glyph here. Dealing thorns damage. Oh, yeah, yeah. Dealing thorns damage to an enemy increases all damage it takes you by 1%. That seems pretty important while wielding a pole arm. What do I usually have out? Killing a bleeding enemy. Yeah, this is actually pretty sad, but I still don't really... I have Executioner as one possible glyph, but I think I'll use this one for now. I'll start leveling that up. This is damage to bleeding. I don't know if I care about that one, though. Damage while berserking is the one that I need to focus on. So I need willpower. Let's get that willpower. I think that's kind of crucial here. Do I have enough willpower on this board? I should have enough willpower. That's 20, and I just need one more. I might actually be short one here. One willpower. Pretty sad, but... Well, actually, maybe there is a way to make this work. Unfortunately, hardware shadow ban is the thing. If a couple people spam report you, you get 2 weeks shadow. That's... I mean, I know other people who have been shadow banned too, and let me tell you, I just don't think that... Like, I don't even know where to get started on that whole shadow ban thing. I just don't know how else to put it. I think that even me getting shadow banned twice was kind of crazy. And the thing is, me getting shadow banned is not even because I was playing super well. When I think shadow bans, I think, okay, I get it now. I need to level this glyph so that I can reach this glyph and then I can activate it. All right. 5% bonus on berserking. Let me get some extra damage to berserking, and then I think we're kind of in a good state here. Yeah. Okay, are there any other things that allow me to get more damage to berserking? If not, then I have to, like, start tempering everything for damage to berserking. And what other boards can I get? I think I'm just gonna get one extra board by itself, and we'll see what else we can do. We also have this Warbringer. Get more fortify, but I'm always like max fortify, so I don't know. Oh, you deal 30% increased damage to injured and healthy enemies? Yeah, sure, why not? Free damage. Yeah, okay. Well, let's get that on too. Rotate, 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 and... Yeah, so this is now me with 2 Paragon boards. I think this is like, what? Quake damage. Wait, this is not the board I selected. How did this even happen? Hemorrhage. Force of Nature. Okay, here we go. Weapons Master. Resistance to all elements too? Yeah, sure. So, yeah, this is me trying to set myself up in such a way that I'm not really using too many Paragon points. Let's see. What's the refund cost? 103. So this is roughly the equivalent of not even Paragon 100. It's like between 50 and 100 Paragon points. And if I really wanted to, I could take out some points like here and there to really, like all these nodes. I don't actually need these. I could actually throw damage to berserking on every piece of equipment I have, and then I would have the same result, right? But this is like the quickest way to do it. And I just want to like get a few extra free damage modifiers with my Paragon points, just to show how the build will operate in Pit now, given everything that I've just put in.
Yeah, I could go and temper my equipment too with the relevant tempering stuff, but I don't even have the max roll on damage to berserking. Now that one I absolutely would want the recipe for, so I probably will end up farming, but I want to do it on Torment 3, so yeah. Actually, a question. What scales thorn damage? Okay, yeah, this is an excellent question, by the way. Yeah, I would say that thorns damage scales the most with health. The reason for that is because there's you're getting like challenging shout gives you thorns equal to 30% of your max life, right? So right now my thorns value is like 3,000. But then if I pop challenging shout, I get an additional like 30%. That's like almost double the thorns just from life alone. And in fact, the only reason I have this much thorns is because of razor plate. Otherwise, yeah, and of course, yeah, you're gonna scale your health up way, way, way higher than what I have here. Like, I don't even have an ancestral legendary, let alone ancestral legendary GA on max life. So, with master working, so we're looking at like, yeah, no, that's yeah, I'm pretty sure thorns damage scales the most with health. Although you do also have to look out for here it says plus thorns while fortified. I think this is the only like additive damage bucket for, or this is the only way to really like have additive thorns, as far as I know. Let me just take a look at something real quick. Okay, there's also tough as nails, but I mean, if it's a choice between one extra rank of tough as nails, which gives you like 3% versus like plus thorns while fortified, you probably will want thorns while fortified. Also, outburst. You gain thorns for each 40 bonus max life you have. I'd forgotten about that, but yeah, like if you have like huge chunks of max life, then well, that's where outburst comes in too. So yeah, thorns damage I believe scales the most with health. Other people who might have run the math. I'm not very good with math. I'm very good at like actually trying this stuff out, but I don't have like good concrete numbers to back up my numbers or to back up my guesses here in this case, at least. But that's a good question. I think thorns damage scales health the most. That's why I prioritize that. Followed by like plus percent thorns, then then base thorns and then strength, something like that. Oh, and then there's like plus damage. Yeah. So yeah, I mean all of the damage buckets, of course, go hand in hand. But yeah, definitely if I could prioritize one thing, it would be life, just because you get so much, from so much thorns from having more max life from challenging shout and outburst. Okay, gonna attempt pit 50 again. I'm gonna see just how much quicker this run is. Actually, maybe I'm gonna tone it down a bit. I'm gonna go to like do pit 45. I'll do pit 50. Yeah, I'll just do pit 50. I'm like strong enough to take it. And even my resistances now should be like close to capped. I've been burning these elixirs like candy, but wait, what? Why? Oh yeah, I'm in Torment 3. Oh, okay, that explains why. I'm like, why are my resistances so low? But I'm comparing to when I checked it in Torment 2. Anyway, okay, so while I kind of try to dog walk this run, I wanted to kind of go back to our discussion about shadow bans. Sorry to keep you waiting on this. So I actually did this whole shadow ban thing. I actually experienced a shadow ban. I think it was my very first one, actually. Yeah, I experienced my very first shadow ban in like Modern Warfare 3's Warzone, like the new one. And the way it happened was actually pretty like sad. It was abusing smokes. So, because I kind of got sick of dealing with RAA last season, I just decided, why don't I just fight people with smokes, right? Like smokes disable like aim assist and railings too. Yeah, like railings in a building. So when I realized this, yeah, what I started to do is I'd lure people into a building just to fight them, like basically on the staircase, but then I'd try to shoot them through the railings, so that they wouldn't have their aim assist on me, like, and I'd usually win the fight in that regard. But obviously, like, it's really situational. You don't always get access to just some free railings. So the other way I would fight people is if I'm about to initiate a CQC fight against people, I would actually open up by throwing a smoke right in front of them. And then I would just run at them in the smoke. And for just for added like guarantee that I win the fight, I would also run like a good hip fire gun. Like, oh, I don't know. Well, actually, any gun really worked, but I think Saperi was one of my favorites for this. Yeah, so Saperi, smoke, hip fire is kind of the routine I followed, and yeah, that got me by like pretty far. But I think one day, like, I dropped like what, 15 kills. It wasn't even that many. I've never even crossed 20 kills. Like, I think my record is 18. I think the highest number of kills I've ever had in a match of like Warzone for Warzone 3 is 18 kills, right? So I'm not even all that like I don't think I'm like a bad player per se. At least you know, in comparison to most people, I'd say I'm above average if we just go off like raw statistics. But I'm also definitely not in like the like in your case, like what you're probably, if you're 5KD, like top probably 0.1%. And I can understand in your case, like, okay, yeah, people will all report you because, yeah, I mean, you're nasty, right? But in my case, I'm not even that good at the game, and they just straight up shadow banned me. I mean, I was flattered. I'm not gonna lie, I was flattered. I was done for the day because I could no longer play. But yeah, it's kind of sad that I dropped 15. I dropped 15 kills. I didn't even, like, I was like last few circles too. I was like maybe 10 to 15 people remaining. 15 kills. I was like ready to go on a heater and maybe drop 20 or something, like for the first time ever. And then I got kicked out of the lobby. And I was like wondering, like, wait, what the heck happened? And I tried to get another match. And then they didn't let me. And I was like, okay. Well, this is interesting. I didn't expect that at all. That happens a lot. What happened, most likely, Angry Kids spam reporting for smoke kills? Maybe. I don't know if it was sus or because I was just throwing smokes at them, but, I mean, yeah, maybe that was it, actually, but still, it was kind of sad. I don't even think I used thermal, that's the funny thing. It's not even like I smoked and then thermaled through the smoke, like, I played with other people who do that, right? No, I smoke, and then I run and I CQC, and for me, then it's an even fight. Like, I mean, I say even very loosely, but yeah. But whatever the case, that was one of my 2 shadow bans. And I think the other shadow ban I had was, I don't remember. I think it was when I was using thermal. I don't even think it was thermal to smoke. I think it was just thermal. And other people would throw smokes, and then yeah, I popped off that game, and then I got reported, I guess, because thermal through smoke. I don't even remember actually the second one, but the first one I remember very vividly. I was like, yeah, and I basically stopped playing for the week. I was like, all right, time to go do something else. It's not even like I love Warzone 3 all that much, to be honest. I just play it like, for me, I kind of play it as, to be honest, I actually take Diablo 4 more seriously than Call of Duty for a number of reasons. Like, Call of Duty, I feel like, I mean, Warzone 1, I took more seriously than almost any other game I think I've ever played. But Warzone, like, 2 onward is, like, a complete joke to me. And I don't really have it in me to, like, take the game seriously anymore. There's just, like, too many glaring issues with the game. I'm sure you've heard all of the negative sentiment regarding, like, even this new season that came out. Just last night, after I ended my stream, I was, like, watching, I think, J-God reacting to, like, reacting to Jack Frag's video about, oh yeah, like, what is it about the new Warzone that people don't like? Yeah, blah blah blah. Warzone 1 is the best gaming creation of all time? You know, now that is something I can, yeah, man, yeah, no, that is one thing I can get behind, brother. That is a W take. The best MNK players, Metaphor uses all the time. He engages in every fight with smokes. Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, yeah, I mean, it makes perfect sense. Like, that's how else are you gonna compete with, like, the thing is, Metaphor could win the fights one-on-one even against somebody if he didn't have smokes, you know? In my case, very likely I'd lose even against like a average, maybe even a mediocre player. If we go head-on, they have aim assist and I don't. Just because I just don't have that skill level, and I don't have that level of tracking. I'm not even talking about positioning either, because I'm a very, like, full send, like, I consider myself somewhat aggressive as a player. Maybe not, like, mindlessly aggressive, but still, like, I'm not really one to, like, hide and, like, sit in a corner or whatever. And so, yeah, in my case, I'm not Metaphor. I don't know the map inside out. I'm not, like, mechanically skilled. I'm not excellent with my positioning. I don't have great map knowledge or just situational awareness. Any of those skills, macro or micro, he's infinitely better at me than all those skills. But yeah, so for me, using smokes was like me just trying to get an edge or making the fight even, where it's really just boils down to my tracking skills through the smoke versus their tracking skills without aim assist, right? That was my goal for it. But for Metaphor, I feel like even if he had 0 smokes, you give him a pistol, he'd still probably manage to clear most fights against like controller players. Oh, I get it. I'm jumping in squad like madman. I just have very good understanding of the game mechanics and good aim. Yeah, no, I believe that. Yeah. That's like a mad respect. You're 5 KD on KBM. Ow. Yeah, I gotta be a little careful here. This guy's you know, mopping the floor with me. Yeah, and you're playing like you're a competitive player too. So, yeah, again, I think that's truly, I think that's quite impressive. Um, oh, ouch. But indeed, Diablo 4 for me is, I don't know if I would call it like a more serious game. There's like no PvP components. How can you really take it all that seriously, right? But I definitely keep more up to date with Diablo 4 nowadays than I ever did with like Warzone 2, 3, or 4, possibly even combined. Like usually, if there's, you know, news for Warzone, then I let other people inform me. Even this season, Season 2, I was like, oh, okay, there's a new season? I didn't even know. I was too busy playing, like, Diablo. It was on Tuesday, right? They just released the patch. Wait, it was just yesterday, yeah. They released the patch just yesterday. I mean, you said you're EU. I'm an NA, so for me it was literally yesterday, but in your case, maybe it was the day after. Anyway, but however you want to spin it, I didn't really know what they were changing for the game until the patch had already come out, and I was like, oh, okay, I should now probably actually take a look at the patch notes and see what they've adjusted. Oh, what? This guy's still alive? Yo, that's not good. Error. Done. Okay. Cool. That was a close one. That was actually a close one. That could have gone really messy. 4:45 a.m. I'm gonna swap to Marvel Rivals probably 28 hours. I got hooked up for Zero Shooter has some spark. Yo, that's great. Yeah, I mean, I think that a lot of people are in that boat right now. A lot of people are running. Give me a second here. 650. I'm just time stamping when I get the clear on this. 2:23, I guess. 50 end on 7 minutes and 30 minutes remaining. With 2 ancestral or 2 legendary nodes. 50 Paragon point. I think this was like what, 90 Paragon points spent in total. 103 Paragon points spent. 2 legendary nodes and 1 rank 15 glyph. Okay. Hit 50 end. So I think I had like less than 4 minutes remaining. Okay. Ooh. Yeah. Okay. So no, that's good. That's good. Like, I'm glad that Marvel Rivals is out for people to enjoy that. You're definitely not the only person I've seen who is in that boat of playing these like other games and just enjoying themselves. Like, I play with a guy, one of the people who regularly shows up to my stream, who I played with, who I play League of Legends with actually every now and then. The guy's name is Cam Cameo, and he's been playing like a good amount of Marvel Rivals recently. So yeah, I mean, I'm glad that people are kind of migrating over and enjoying themselves on that. I think that's amazing. Because yeah, like it's people shouldn't be forced to play Warzone just because it's the only available game out there. I'm gonna get Challenger Glyph here. There we go. Rank 46. Let's just get that out of the way. Ooh, this one's got Strength and Shadow Resistance. This one has Resistance to all elements, but I'm never gonna downgrade. I already have 2 really good one-handers, so I didn't really need these ones, but I mean, who knows? Maybe I will keep them as spares in case I
Off we go again.
brick my existing swords. You played LOL for 7 years in teenage years. Ah, you're a funny one. 7 years, huh? Yeah, I definitely played League for longer than that. But I'm still playing it now. The game's definitely has its ups and downs, but I gotta be honest, nowadays it's probably the most fun I've ever had with the game. Um, I think that like what 8 years ago, 9 years ago, I was enjoying Dota a lot more. And I think 4 years ago, I don't know if you're familiar with the not mythics, what do they call it? Uh, not capstone items. Maybe it was mythics. I think it was actually called mythics in that game. I'm not like in Diablo 4. There's mythics. That's why I'm wondering if I'm mixing it up. But yeah, I think they actually also called it mythics in that game. Kind of funny how that works, but yeah, the mythics, like mythic items in League of Legends is what ruined that game for me originally. But then they kind of reverted it, thankfully. Like, I'm glad they finally decided that, oh yeah, maybe we should kind of like retract on this. And then after that, I had a lot more fun with the game. Yeah, for sure. So yeah, I've been playing it on and off over the last year or so. No, 2 years. Not like I still have like significantly more hours in Diablo 4 over League of Legends, but I do get a game in a League every now and then. And in fact, now I play with Cam every now and then, but I kind of stopped recently just because the new season of D4 came out. And then of course Warzone. I play a lot of Warzone too. Not Warzone like the number 2, but the new. You can even call it that, the new Warzone. Yeah. So that's it for me. Well, also, I kind of missed this message earlier because I was doing the pit run. As you remember, Thorns builds was also intercepting earthquakes. Actually, I'm gonna take this moment to kind of chill. Oh, wait, no. I'm gonna do one more run. I just remembered. I should activate the additional bonus. Yeah, I need to activate the additional bonus on my glyph, and then I'll be ready to go and take on... I mean, I'm already able to do these headhunts. Like, right now, if I started running headhunts, I could probably blitz it, but I want to level my Paragon glyph since it's already almost rank 15, and then I'll get like a free 15% damage boost. So I might as well. And also, the monsters in this Torment tier are roughly the same level of difficulty as the ones in Pit 50, so I mean, this I guess just makes sense in general. Anyway. As I remember, Thorns build was also intercepting earthquakes. With season buff to earthquakes, yeah, it would be really cool to intercept it. I guess what you mean is like to actually like get in on that. One of the reasons why I didn't bother to throw in like Dust Devils and Earthquakes, even though that, and same thing with like, if I could probably throw in like Upheaval. I could really go and get more sources of like multiplying my damage. The sole reason I don't do that is because I'm really trying to see how far I can get with primarily Thorns damage. Like, yeah, I have Kick, I have Ground Stomp, I have Steel Grasp. These all do damage, but the vast majority of my damage, I think we can both agree, and what most people will agree on, is that it's mainly coming from the Thorns itself. I didn't want to take away from Thorns and kind of like switch and have like an Earthquake Dust Devils build, personally. And similar situation with Whirlwind. I have ranted about this for ages. I'm like a nobody in Diablo 4, so it's not like anyone will listen to me on this, but I'm sure I'm not the only person who feels this way. I really do wish that they would really scale back the power of Earthquakes and Dust Devils and increase the power of Whirlwinds. Like, people are like, hey, yeah, this is a Whirlwind Barb that's actually kind of insane, but in reality, it's like a Whirlwind Dust Devils or Whirlwind or Earthquakes or Whirlwind Dust Devils and Earthquake build, which is, I think, perhaps the most offensive example. And that kind of gets me thinking. I'm like, well, at that point, it's not really like a proper Thorns build or proper Whirlwind build, like the way I'd want. I want just classic Whirlwind. You spin to win, and then you go. Kind of like Dance of Knives Rogue that I was playing this season, but yeah, like Dance of Knives Rogue felt really, really good, even when I'm fighting like single monsters, like bosses, even if I'm fighting multiple monsters, like packs with elites in them, you name it. Dance of Knives felt great throughout. Like, why can't the Whirlwind be something like that? Why does it feel so weak at all stages of the game? I just don't get it. The balancing in that regard just does not make sense to me. Also, Grizzly. Oh, I missed this comment earlier too. You're actually dropping COD in a day or two. Hey, I completely respect that, man. And I think that they have also made it so that now consoles have their own, like, they can choose to turn on or off cross-platform. I mean, like, good for them. Like, a lot of people will be a lot happier with that. Yeah, I guess remains to be seen how that'll impact us, but actually, possible to play the one cheating is insane. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I was watching some gameplay footage, I think, today of people who were just cheating with, like, well, I mean, they got kicked out of the game. It was Teep, or TP. I don't know which of, like, I don't know if it prefers Teep or TP, but he did have, like, a match where he was, like, just spectating a guy that killed his teammate, and, yeah, just doing this, like, lock-on kind of into the sky sort of vibes, and, well, after looking at the ground, of course, and it's like, okay, yeah, well, this guy is clearly doing the thing, you know? So, yeah, I mean, it's too bad, really. The state of the game is not one that people want to be a part of at the moment. So, yeah. So, that's what she had said earlier. I haven't played it 4 to 5 years. Oh, wow. I see. Yeah, no, there was definitely... I don't know if... No, I don't think you were playing when they had Mythics. Or maybe they had just introduced it before, like, a little before or a little after you quit. But anyway, yeah. WW and Dust Devil does no damage, to be honest, on this meta build. The whole build comes from Earthquakes. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I'm saying. Like, it matters how the build plays, right? Like, the power fantasy I have is not, oh, I want to be able to have, like, Earthquakes do barbillions of damage. No, I want the power fantasy, if I'm playing Barbarian, to be that, oh, well, I'm actually doing... hold on a second. Something's wrong here. Do I not have an axe? Oh, I don't have an axe. That's why. Okay, yeah. I need to use more skills that require me to have an axe because my mastery right now is not that high on it. Well, anyway, yeah. Again, I don't want Barb to feel weak, okay? I want all the classes to feel good, but I think my biggest complaint is that they really keep doubling down on Whirlwind being not a very good skill. And it was a similar situation in the past with summons. I don't know if you ever cared for Minion Necro or Companion Druid at all. Now I feel like Companion Druid is actually, like, it feels pretty strong. It doesn't feel miserable to play. Like, previously it used to struggle to even clear Nightmare Dungeon, like, 100, right? Like, it could clear it eventually, but it felt like it would take you, like, what, 30 minutes to clear just one NMD 100? But now with the changes they made, like, yeah, Companion Druid is, like, low-key on the upper echelons of damage of, like, is consistently, like, maybe, like, an A-tier build. It's, like, just under what the top pushers would use. Okay, maybe this season would be closer to a B-tier, but however you want to look at it, they actually gave this really nice glow-up to Minion Necro and to Companion Druid, right? I really wish that they would have done the same with the Whirlwind Barb, because, yeah, I'm really getting sick of, like, having to use some other extra, like, additional mechanic just to make Whirlwind relevant. And Whirlwind's, like, honestly, probably, like, the one skill that people want to play. People want to do this, like, fun, like, spin to win. Not like what Dance of Knives Rogue is right now, but, you know, on a Barbarian, right? So, yeah. It's, that's all working. Like, look at this. This is, like, taking a while. Tim the Tatman, Metaphor Sim, Nick, basically every Warzone content creator playing Marvel Rivals right now. Yeah, and I think that's good. I think it's good for two reasons. It means that, like, Activision, like, somebody in Activision will be unhappy about it and have to do something about it, you know? About the current state of the game. And Like, because they can't just have it be the case where all their like obviously, if content creators are leaving, it's not like, you know, maybe they're like casual fans don't really care. Like, there's gonna be a lot of casuals who don't watch content from these content, like these big names, right? But it should be kind of a sign that, yeah, there's gonna be a lot of people who are dissatisfied with the state of the game and they kind of can't keep the game the way it is. Even this new season that released, I was playing like last night, right? This new season that released, a lot of the problems that that existed in the game still exist right now. It's been like 60 days since the game's launch, and nothing really got fixed. All we've gotten, and JGod said this in his video, is the promise that they're actually going to try and do something about it, but no one believes them. It's kind of like the boy that cried wolf, or the boy who cried wolf, right? Like, if you're gonna just keep harping, or if you're gonna keep like gassing up the game, but then nothing actually happens in the game, then yeah, eventually it would be like, oh yeah, sure, you're gonna actually do something this time. And yeah, that's exactly what's happening right now. Like I hopped on yesterday, and what did it, like, what was the problem yesterday? Oh yeah, this audio issue, right? Yeah, I went on, and I think one of my first deaths last night was the parachute audio was kind of messed up. Like, I hear parachute next to me, and then it just disappears. Or like, yeah, it's always parachute audio for some reason that they can't get right. Or like the direction of footsteps is still the wrong direction from what I can tell. Like, it's just not. There's just like a lot of stuff. Like, I don't know, man. You gotta like, yeah, it's just dog water. It was leaked that their interns are selling cheat codes. Oh wait, no, game codes to cheaters for 30 to 40k USD. Oh wow. That's why they will never be able to fix it. Oh, that's. I didn't even know that that was an issue. That's kind of crazy. I don't know if I should even be surprised that that's what's happening, but kind of disappointing to hear that that's the case, because I feel like the game could be really good, you know? Like, I do miss the Warzone 1 days, and the thing is, like, there are people who are under the impression that it is purely nostalgia, but that is, like, they couldn't be farther off from the truth. Like, yeah, it's true that, quarantine, lockdowns, like certain other factors around that time directly helped contribute to the rise of a Warzone, right? But even right now, you still have the same player base for, say, other like battle royales, PUBG, for example, or Fortnite as another example. And they even, like, Fortnite actually finally caved in. They were like, you know what, we're gonna release Fortnite OG, which again, I think that's a right call, right? Just for people who want to play on Fortnite OG. Originally, they didn't want to do that, but then they kind of rescinded, and they finally, like, they actually came to their wits, and they decided, hey, yeah, let's roll something out that would make people really happy. And what did they lose for that, right? Like what did they lose from doing that? Like, nothing, really. So, I don't know. Kind of disappointing to see how they're handling certain things about Warzone right now. And I wanted to do a video about it. Whoa, this is 2GA Tybalt Will. I gotta be honest though, if it's a choice, wait a second. This also has max life. The only thing I would have lost out on is Thorns Fortified, but yeah, 15% more damage would have actually been a really nice thing to get. My D4 crashed. Well, it's certainly a good thing that I leveled my glyph first this time, but yeah, Challenging Shout doesn't give me Unstoppable either, so it's really just, I only really get Unstoppable from one thing, that's Iron Skin, and that's only in conjunction with that Iron Skin aspect, so I think Juggernauts is still the way to go here. Yes, thank you! Yes, dude! Sound is like whole new conversation wars. The biggest issue is that you can't hear footsteps when there is shooting sound around you. Yeah. Yeah, like, I don't even know where to get started on Warzone audio. Like, Warzone audio is like whack. By the way, before I go on and address this next thing about Verdansk, because that's gonna set me off, I know it is. I see that there's a number of people watching on YouTube. If there's anyone who has questions about the build, please let me know. In case you don't know who I am, I imagine most of you wouldn't. My name is Inventor. I'm a Diablo 4 content creator here, and I am making a Thorns Barbarian. I usually play more off-meta related, or off-meta oriented kind of builds. Right now, I think this season, probably the strongest builds for Barbarian are variations of Earthquake. I'm not really all that interested in playing these like builds that pretty much everyone else is running right now. I actually prefer like the builds that don't get a lot of love. So in this case, Thorns Barb is something that I'm trying to grind out to Torment 4 Pit 60 or Pit tier 65. So that's kind of the thing I'm trying to do today. Trying to go and do it all in one stream. I'm predicting it'll probably take me another 3 to 4 hours to complete this run. Already the build is pretty strong. There's just some things that I'm missing that I need to farm. And I already did like a bunch of pit runs to level some of my glyphs, and I kind of have a really like a good idea as to what I need to adjust from here on out. So yeah, let me know if you have questions about the build. I'd be more than happy to try and get you up to speed if you yourself want to make a Thorns Barb, and maybe even give you some of the equipment that you could use on your guys. Like I'm trying to do solo self-found here, but that's not to say that I can't give stuff to other people who might need it. So yeah, I'm just having fun with the I'm just having fun with this. Hey, collection of materials, I need that. Ideally, maybe I can get some more angel breath here. Oh yeah, 66 angel breath, nice. And I think I got like some recipes here too. Barbarian control, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I mean, again, I'm just gonna do a couple more. Like, it's time for me to start running headhunts, and I can just mindlessly run these headhunts while I chat here. But I just wanted to set my Barb up in such a way where I can mindlessly run these and not have to worry. So, yeah, that's where we can go now. So, yeah, we're pushing for Torment 4. And yeah, our build is looking pretty legit right now. Let me know if you need like a build recap or if you have any questions surrounding the build, and I'd be more than willing and ready to answer. Now, going back to this conversation about Verdansk, yes, even though people are begging for it, yes, people are begging for Verdansk. And I don't know, man. Like, I got like so many different thoughts regarding the whole Verdansk thing. Like, the funny thing is, I would even be okay if they brought back like Caldera. I actually would rather play Caldera than the current iteration of Warzone. If I could go back to Caldera, I would like legit. If you told me that they announced that they had just put the Caldera servers back up, I would actually shut down this stream and I would go play Caldera right now. That's how bad it is. And I hated Caldera, by the way. I actually think that Caldera was also a piece of trash, but the funny thing is, the gameplay itself, the movement mechanics and everything were so far, like, beyond how bad, or just everything, feels so much worse in the current iteration of the game that I would gladly switch back to what I used to consider, well, something that I used to consider vastly inferior to Verdansk's zone, right? Just because Warzone 3, despite the fact that I'm playing, like, I can play Warzone 3 or Warzone 4, whatever you want to call it, and still criticize certain aspects of the game and say that I don't like it. I enjoy the game, don't get me wrong, but it's kind of like a fraction of my level of enjoyment compared to what it used to be. Like, at this point, I'm really only playing the game for other people. That's really it. And that shouldn't be the case. Like, I should be playing the game because it's something that I enjoy, right? Caldera shooting and mechanic was dog water compared to... Oh, whoops. Oops. That's kind of awkward. I was, like, looking at chat there. Hold on. Why am I dying here? What are my resistances? Why am I, like, taking so much damage here? Resistance to all elements. Yeah, it's a resistances issue. I figured. But I already have, like, all ancestral jewelry, so I'm gonna need to find some other way to boost my resistance. And I have her here, too. Well, this is kind of sad. I was hoping to like AFK this, but I guess I'll have to pay a little bit more attention, or I'll probably just have to die a whole bunch of times. It's gonna be a bad look, but I'd rather just, you know, mindlessly do this while I chat about Verdansk. Yeah. Caldera's shooting and mechanic was dog water compared to Warzone 1, but the thing is, it was the same game engine, right? This is my point. Like, yeah, like the guns that came out, the shooting, they definitely did get worse. Planes were bad, but the fundamentals of the game, like movement-wise and all that, were largely the same as far as I know. And you know, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but yeah, those part of it are the same. But from Warzone 2 to Warzone 3, like all of the movement mechanics vastly like changed, right? And then Warzone 3 to Warzone 4, again, they added Omni movement, and they're still trying to readjust movement. And worth noting that in all this time, they still haven't settled on anything either. I like how they went from Warzone 1 to Warzone 2, and they were trying to double down on them trying to slow down the pace of the game. And finally, when enough people were crying about it, they decided that, okay, you know what, maybe we did make a mistake, and it's time to switch back to Warzone 1's mechanics, or try to replicate those. And they still... And then they're kind of like, I wouldn't say overshooting the mark, but they're kind of trying to take it now even one step further. So they really can't decide what they're trying to do or what they want to do with all these mechanics in the game. Like it's quite interesting, really, watching them flip-flop back and forth, like someone who can't decide what they want to eat for dinner or something. I promise you show some random guy who never played Warzone 1 to ask him how does it think? What is chronological update from like old and new? You would say Warzone 4 is old, Warzone 1 is updated and progressed version, if you know what I mean. Oh yeah, of course, I absolutely do know what you mean. I actually would even take it one step further. I think that they would say that Warzone 2 was probably like the, not even beta version. Well, we can say beta if we want to like diss it even harder. Okay, I can't deal with the Headless Husk. Unless there's like a shrine here that I could use. Artillery? Okay, maybe I'll try Artillery Shrine. Hold on. Oh man, I do no damage. Like, it needs to be Blast Wave. With Blast Wave, I'm okay. With Artillery, I'm not. So I actually can't deal with Headless Husk, hilariously enough. I'm gonna have to look somewhere else for my Whispers. Probably do Scour or something. Yeah. No, I'm in full agreement. I think that they would say that Warzone 1 would be like something that they upgrade to later. Like, true, you could say that there's more stuff that you can do in like Warzone 4 with Omni movement, but in terms of how it feels overall, and just there's just so much stuff that just doesn't make sense, like in the new one, for sure. Oh, ow, ow, ow. Challenging shout, please. Why am I struggling so much here? This shouldn't be as difficult as this is shaping out to be. Is one of them like DR or something? Like, I was just able to handle Pit 50, but for some reason I'm struggling to kill just these regular... Ow. I think I have to tone down the difficulty, actually. This is taking way too long. I thought this would be a lot easier, but I guess I'm not quite at the level where I can take these monsters on comfortably yet. I might do the thing also where I set it to Torment 2, and then I just do my Whispers there, and then I switch it to Torment 3, and then I turn them in for better rewards. I think that's how it works, because that's how they've designed the Torments for some reason. I actually think it matters. From normal to or normal to Penitent, it doesn't matter where you turn in your rewards, but Torment 1 to Torment 4, I think you do Torment on... Or maybe the Whispers might be, or the Favors might not actually be shared. I have to double check that. I'm gonna finish this one, and then we'll see. It's shared. Wait, this guy is here, but just finish this really quickly. And why is this guy still here? Oh, it's because of the patrol is here, so they're basically locked in Mortal Kombat. Anyway, yeah, no, I get you. I get you 100% what you're saying with regards to, like, yeah, the game definitely does feel like like a downgraded version. But I don't know. Originally, all I was trying to say with regards to Warzone 1 and Caldera is that, yeah, I think that
Who can stand against
Caldera was bad. I mean, I don't know how else to put it, but at least the core mechanics of the game were still the way it was since before, which, like, okay, fine, right? But now with Warzone 2, or with like ever since they rolled out like Warzone 2 and onward, it's been a completely different story. I'm gonna get chaos, I guess. I'm gonna try to leave the game here. All right, I'll switch. I just hope you see some. Oh, you hope to see some new revolutionary battle royale action shooter like Warzone, but a little different, where everything will be on point. Quick question for you: have you ever tried Combat Master? That was one of the games that I wanted to actually try streaming on this channel, but it never really took off. I think that when Warzone 2 was like, I think Warzone 2 was when anti-Warzone sentiment was like at its highest point, at least from my understanding. And so when that happened, I think that Combat Master came out, and also X Defiant. Really sad to see X Defiant shutting down. It's not a battle royale, but I love classic objective team-based shooters like 6-on-6, that kind of gameplay or whatever. But there was also one other thing. They rolled out like, oh, okay, well, this is much easier. Yeah, there was also Combat Master, and I think they had like Combat Zone. I know it's basically like it's basically like the Temu version of Warzone. I'm not kidding you. They changed it. Oh, okay, the progress is different for the difficulties, it looks like. But yeah, I'm gonna go to a different headhunt. This is taking way too much time. Yeah, it's kind of like the Temu version of Warzone. They literally call it Combat Zone, where you're going around, and it's actually a battle royale with the exact same layout, like similar plane as what you had when you were back in Verdansk, etc. Definitely worth checking that out. You played it, couldn't take it seriously. Yeah, neither could I. Definitely that one was like a graphics issue, and it's like they really took stuff in Warzone and put it on. Like, it just doesn't feel the same. Like, it's cool for what it is, and I think that it was also built for like mobile players, but overall, yeah, no, I couldn't I couldn't really stomach it down, try as I might. Right? Earthquake steal more damage. Okay. Don't need that, but I did get another recipe. That's what I was looking for. Resistance to all elements, yeah. Yeah, I'm with you on that, though. It definitely was not something that could be taken super seriously, but it was still interesting to see. It was just like everything about it just felt so weird. Just felt off. Like, and I'm not even gonna really go and entertain that with like a full discussion, but anyway, yeah. I mean, you've probably heard the news. You're probably more well acquainted with it than I am about the COD community. That they're bringing back Verdansk, like the map itself. None of the mechanics. Mechanics are whatever, I guess, for them. Like, I don't know. I wish that they would just like bring back Verdansk, Warzone 1, and give us the option of playing on Warzone 1 servers or the new servers. I wonder just how quickly this game would die overnight. Like they really insist on doubling down on the new engine. They even shut that. Like, it's crazy to me. They double down so hard that they shut down the old servers, so you can't even play on Caldera if you want to. Like, never mind the fact that you couldn't play in Verdansk at all ever since like end of 2021, I think, right? Like, the fact that they just completely got rid of any semblance of like the old Warzone, it's like, well, why? Like, why do that? Like, why not just give people the choice? Like, is it really was Warzone? I mean, I guess people are gonna say, of course, that yeah, probably something to do with sales. Like, they want everyone in the community to play the old Warzone, but or like the new Warzone. But I mean, in that case, if that's really the problem, why not just why not just like keep releasing like new skins and bundles in the old Warzone if not being able to make money is what you're concerned about? Like, I guess, yeah, maybe they're trying to like tease making money by getting people to buy the new gun and bundle because they don't have anything unlocked or the most overpowered guns unlocked. But man, dude, like, I just, I just don't get it. Like, how much more do player numbers have to decline before they finally say, okay, well, we messed up, we made a mistake. Let's bring back things to the way they were. And for the record, I'm not normally so negative about like gaming related stuff. Like I usually have. I mean, I know it's like largely the same company, but I try to have a more positive outlook, generally speaking, for Diablo 4. But like Call of Duty is like I'm very bitter about because you know I was with them for ages, you know. So, like I've been playing ever since like back in like the I guess the golden age with like World at War and Black Ops and the original Modern Warfare and all that. And then yeah, when Warzone came out, yeah, that was truly an exciting time for me to have that like resurgence back into like Call of Duty, and it was looking great. And you know, it got me through some times during that, during like the lockdowns and all. But then they decided, you know what, let's just shoot ourselves in the foot. And you know, I don't know who it even benefits. Does it benefit them? I guess it would benefit them, but like, wouldn't it just be better to like you know, give people the choice to play whatever, like whichever one they want, and then charge people accordingly. I don't know. What do I know about sales? They probably have numbers to back it up, but man, it's. And then now they're at the point where they want to like roll out Verdansk, and okay, sure, Verdansk is only like a part of the problem though, right? Or not being on Verdansk, like basically not being on Verdansk is mostly tied to not having a map that people are actually satisfied with. But I think that like more of the problem not only stems from not being able to not having a map that people are satisfied with, but also that the game is in a state that people aren't happy with. I think that's the bigger issue that they should be addressing. Like there's so many problems with the game, audio, like balancing, like gameplay objectives and the flow of the game and mobility and all this stuff. Like it really Jack Frags really hit the nail on the head. I would have said the exact same thing on when it came to mobility. He was talking about how yeah, like what is even the point of vehicles anymore? Yeah, vehicles actually used to be pretty fun, but now all people are going to do is just balloon on you, right? Like what is what were yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of stuff there that they need to change with the pacing of the game. I would imagine. Yeah, I really do think that the game in its current state, they really messed up the pacing a lot. So, and I think, I guess I missed it. There was a boss here, but I guess they already cleared it. Hey, Ire Rune. Or Ire Glyph. What other ones can I defeat the Rasping Shades? Oh, did I turn in something that... Oh, man, I think I hit a cauldron, and now there's like... It's like bugged again. Anyway. I also played Warzone Mobile professionally. Okay. Was in finals. Oh, wow. I didn't realize that all this competitive stuff exists. But anyway, yeah. Was in finals okay. Europe Cup and even that game is in better state than Warzone. That's hilarious. Reminds me of League of Legends. Just like Wild Rift. And I think Wild Rift is apparently in a better state than like League of Legends. But I don't even mind League of Legends' state too much in comparison to Call of Duty. People it's hilarious to me that people complain so much about like League of Legends. Like I think my biggest complaint about League is the launcher. But aside from the launcher, like everything else about League feels so much better polished than Warzone. And you could even say that, oh well, like yeah, okay, like keep in mind there are indeed bugs in both games, but the bugs that you come across in Call of Duty are far more frequent and far more impactful to the overall how the game operates, right? Like, for example, like yeah, like okay, blasting cones like sometimes don't show up in League of Legends. Okay, that's pretty bad, but have you ever had like your loadout fall under the map? Or for, oh, I don't know, items to get like, or contracts to get stuck inside objects on the map, things like that, right? Like that really messes up the flow of the game for you. Anyway, not Warzone, my bad. COD Mobile. Yeah, COD Mobile. I've seen that. It does look like a very... I can't believe I'm saying this, but COD Mobile actually looks pretty well polished. I'm sure I'd find some complainers here and there, but still infinitely better than what we have available right now. Activision is so money hungry. You get this, it gets insane. They're actually insane. Why would it be so hard to give a community do what they ask for? Generate more success. Like, what happened to customers always right? Yeah, I don't know if I'd say customers are always right. Like, don't get me wrong. I have my disagreements with people who play Diablo 4, and you know, you can't please everybody in the community, right? But I think Warzone is a very egregious case because the issues that people complain about in Diablo 4 are like, oh, is the pacing of the game too fast or too slow? And of course, you're gonna have one camp of people who are support like the game being tougher, and another camp of people who support the game being easier. And then there's a bunch of us that are somewhere in between, myself included. But on the other hand, maybe I'll go and salvage everything real quick. Yeah, but also, like, Ancestral Helm. That's useful. On the other hand, like, in Call of Duty, I think universally, every single person will agree on two things. The game needs a better the game needs to be, like, has a lot, like, there's a lot of bugs in the game that should be fixed, first of all. And the game needs a better anti-cheat. On those two things, I think every single person who's playing the game right now, except for the cheaters themselves, obviously, would agree on that. And yeah, I mean, I don't know how else to put it, but yeah. They should listen. They should just straight up, like, whatever it is they need to do, all hands on deck, like, solve the cheating problem. You know, like, again, Jack Frag said it himself, like, there's been, like, so many lawsuits, and oh, they switched over to Ricochet anti-cheat, and then they did this and they did that, and for what? What did they accomplish in all this time? Like, the game is still, like you said yourself, like, you played and it's unplayable because there's cheaters. Like, well, what the heck, man? It's kind of funny too. We started this conversation off on Diablo 4, and then we end up kind of ranting about Diablo or Call of Duty. I think it's pretty hilarious. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. I just hope that they eventually
It is done.
like, I don't even know where to get started. Oh, great collection of helms. Let me see what I roll. Oh, that's good. It could be better, but that's pretty good. Did I? Oh, okay, collection of two-handers. I actually think collection of two-handers is the best option here because I already have a set of pants that are pretty good. I have a helm that's good, but I need ancestral, like, two-hander right now. That's kind of what I'm missing. Malignant Heart. Okay, sure. So no, I'm with you. I'm completely with you on this. I should open these one at a time. I always forget that I might double up on recipes if I don't. Furious augments. Okay. Hold on a second. Let me salvage everything first. Grab the rest of this. Okay.
I can break that down.
If they resolve 1, cheaters, 2, audio, shadow ban, and 4, balance out, aim assist, and MK, they will already be on top of their game. I would actually take out number 4. The reason why I take out number 4 is because you and I are mouse and keyboard players. They don't care about us. Actually, I think, yeah, no, they really straight up don't care about us. They'd rather cater to the 95% of people that are playing, or like 90+% of people who are playing a controller than the however many percent are just playing keyboard and mouse, right? So, yeah, I personally, of course, would benefit more from them balancing out aim assist and mouse and keyboard, but I think a lot of other people are happy to feel like, you know, they're actually like amazing shots when AA is doing all the work for them in some cases. But sure. The other ones though, yeah, audio is a huge problem. It's probably one of my biggest gripes actually. It kind of weighs on me after a while, and at some point I'm like, yeah, I don't really want to deal with this audio stuff because it really ruins it for me. And other people too it feels like, have really good, like, their audio is just somehow way better than mine, and I just, for the life of me, I just don't get it. Cheaters and Shadowban. So Yeah, shadow ban is a huge problem, yeah. But of course, number one, cheaters, yes. Cheaters number one priority. Uh I'm gonna be honest with you though, in the entirety of Modern Warfare 3, I will admit I did come across just one, maybe like a handful of cheaters, like blatant cheaters at most. Other people are kind of like suspicious, but you know, it was actually like not as bad as the Verdansk days, right? That's the one thing I'll give them, that Verdansk did have quite the cheater epidemic, and it was way worse than anything we have now. Hands down, no debate, honestly. But on the other hand, Verdansk was also just a much better game. Like, or just a like, I actually wanted to play the game, and it had nothing to do with, oh, I'm sick of, or oh, the game's fresh and it's like, it's like all new for me. No, it was just that the game was way better polished in so many different regards. Even looting system. I think my favorite example, because it's so easy for me to point out, is the looting system. I think the looting system in that game was significantly better than what we have now. Yeah, okay, still it's true. Sometimes items will get stuck inside other items, but I would still prefer, I prefer that I could run over a dead body, and then I can pick up whichever things I need, because they got kind of like spread out. So I can pick out exactly which loot I want. I don't have to like face the ground, like anything like that. Like, oh, hey, look, there's like a little tiny tablet on the ground. Like, which item is it, right? It's like, oh, this one's a UAV. Well, that's not the one I want. I want a precision, right? It wasn't worth it for me to come out of cover for this. But meanwhile, in Warzone 1, it's like, all right, yeah, that's yeah, I'm gonna grab this and grab this kill streak here, because I know it's a UAV, and I actually kind of need that right now. Or like, I think one of my other favorite examples is contracts. If you haven't noticed, because no one's talking about this, right? No one is talking about this for some reason, but it is a huge, I would argue, a huge, bigger part of the game than people think. Contracts. The beautiful thing about the old maps, even Caldera, but like, I remember Caldera had this issue when it first came out, but then they actually kind of fixed it a little bit. There were, like, contracts were what helped dictate the pace of the game. Not balloons, but contracts. You use a contract, let's say like a scavenger or a recon, and you can kind of use that to kind of like, well, not just like get money or have an objective to work towards, but you also had some downtime to like chill and chat with your mates, right? Like, that was fun for like more casual-ish players. But now there's none of that. Like, okay, yeah, it's true, there are contracts indeed, but yeah, if I go into a game of Warzone right now, like the way the contracts are laid out are just really bad. And whenever I run a bounty, it sends me halfway across the map every time. There's people in the area half the time. They're like, you know what? No, we need to give you like a bounty that's. I'm not even talking big game, by the way. I'm talking a regular bounty. Actually, what I meant is I don't mind if they leave. Funny enough, I actually don't mind aim assist right now either. Every death in the previous season, I would whine about aim assist. Not on my videos. Not that anyone ever really watched them aside from you, apparently. But yeah, I would whine about aim assist in the previous game. But recently, I rarely whine about aim assist. My complaint about the game right now is just that it's pretty freaking boring. It really is. Like, I don't. I don't even know where to get started. It's pretty boring to play. Like I still play it, yeah, but again, I mainly play it just because, others ask me to join, and to be honest, if not for that, I would not touch it. I straight up wouldn't. Like, I'm playing Diablo 4 right now. I'm having a lot of fun with it. Like, look at me right now. Like, yay, I'm blasting things with Thorns Barb. This is it's so chill and it's so enjoyable, and I enjoy it so much in comparison to hopping on to the queue. I have to wait like 5-10 minutes for a game. They finally throw me into a game. Never mind the fact that right now it's riddled with people who are basically like really, really good at the game because it's a new patch, right? But yeah, like, there's also the issue of like, maybe somebody will crash out of the game, or oh, here's one of my personal favorites. They still keep taking out like At the end of Modern Warfare 3's life cycle, I think one of my biggest gripes was that they kept taking out duos and trios. First, it was, you know, all 4 game modes: solos, duos, trios, quads. Then it was just then they removed, I think it was duos. Then they removed trios. And now they're in a state where they brought back every game mode, right? All 4 squad types, and then they removed trios. I mean, they have it in for rank. Like, all right, sure, fair enough. But I'm getting real sick of them introducing these garbage game modes, and then like, you know, side game modes, and then like their core game modes. They're like, you know what? Nah, we need to remove one. You know, like this one or that one. I think that it's pretty stupid. I don't even know how else to explain it than that. Like, it just shouldn't be the case. Like, these core game modes should just always be there. It's kind of yeah, it's kind of insane to me that they're not just leaving it as it is in that regard. Okay, well, I'm just gonna sit here and let them do their thing while I go and free some of these guys from their like little cocoons. Yeah, what I meant, I don't mind if they leave aim assist how it is. Mouse input has big problems. Synchronization's doggerel, they need to fix it. Yeah, that one well, I mean, that part I wouldn't know. That one is a little outside of all the things we said. I mean, like, it's crazy because the thing is, I'm not even just trying to mindlessly agree, okay? Like I genuinely feel the same way about pretty much everything that you've listed. Sans the aim assist, but I mean, even you pointed out, it's like, yeah, okay, aim assist right now is actually not that bad. Actually, I would even argue that it's better than Warzone 1 aim assist, like, not as broken, but that's a completely separate discussion. Yeah, but yeah, I mean, if there's, like, issues with synchronization on keyboard and mouse, then, yeah, you might know about that better than I would. Me, personally, I'm okay. I'm happy with my input as it is. I just think that all the other problems have to go. Wait, please tell me it's a Sword of Varathiel. Ah, it's Ramaladnes. I don't need this. I need Shard of Varathiel, because that will allow me to maximize my bonus on Thorns. Like, I'll get a lot more Thorns with that, because it works with my key passive. Okay, brewed another cocoon. I enjoyed your stream a lot. It's 5:30. My brain's shutting down to see you stream better. You take care. Yeah, you too. Yeah, I mean, I'd be... Ooh, hold on. Ancestral Collection of Chaos. Oh, I've never seen that one before. Okay. Yeah, I'm just trying to see if there's anything else that I never got a chance to really, like, talk to you about just before you go. We'll do huge. Yeah, we never got to finish our gold dupe discussion. We were talking for like an hour and a half on this, man. That's crazy. But yeah, kudos to you. Really, appreciate you hanging out and talking all this time. I hope you have a good rest, though, and yeah, I really hope to see you again sometime. I'd love to commiserate more about the game and its, I mean, Warzone in its current state. But yeah, same thing with Diablo 4. Yeah, kind of crazy how there's people duping gold and yeah, I was talking. I remember the last thing I think I was discussing. Yes, it was the fact that, yeah, I'm like keeping track of how much progress I'm making, because in the future I'd love to make like leveling guides or like build overviews or season journey kind of type videos for these builds or these characters, so that other people who are trying to get into the game and want to play a specific build, I can help provide like a lower barrier of entry. So that was all I was trying to say. Thank you so much, dude. Have a good night, and for sure follow and we'll hop on when I see that red pop up for your stream. Yeah, more about it for sure. Looking forward to Progress Thorns. It'll be done by end of the day for sure. I'm doing this all in one stream. I thought that I would be doing it across multiple streams, but Thorns Barb is actually shaping up to be stronger than all of the other characters I've run up until this point, and that is not even... I haven't even used... I haven't even used my Paragon points. On all my other builds, I use Paragon points, and they're all still weaker than how strong the Thorns Barb has been. But anyway, you have a good night, man. I'm not going to keep you. Get some rest. Hit it hard tomorrow, and hopefully your grind goes well, and that, you know, you catch some dubs in Warzone. See you soon. Take care. It was a lovely chat. Okay. Yeah, no, that was a really good conversation though with Grizzly Rage Abuser. In fact. Yep, there we go. Yeah, that was a amazing conversation. So now, if we can kind of get back into talking or discussing about like, I mean, I didn't see anybody saying anything in chat either, so I'm gonna go on a limb and guess that you know, that people don't really have too many questions about the build. I'm just mindlessly farming anyway. I should say mindlessly, but it's not entirely mindless. I mean, there's like an objective here, right? Farming to try to get the things that I need to round out this build. That's really it, you know? Yeah, really trying to finish up this build. What am I missing? Oh yeah, right, I'm here for tempering recipes. Yeah, that was what I was trying to do. So, yeah, in case anyone thinks that I'm just, you know, la-di-da. I mean, I am, just kind of chilling, but I don't really have too much to... I'm not going to have too much to comment about for the next little while. It really does just boil down to... Silent chest. I was hoping for something a bit more useful there. Trying to find like a good spot that I can port. Okay. Tree of Whispers. Okay. I don't see anyone in this area. That's good. Very very convenient spot to be. All right. I would say full speed ahead, but yeah, I mean, we're really just trying to roll for the right tempers. Oh, in case you might be wondering which temper we're looking for where I find it here. It's offensive, berserking finesse. Yeah, it's legendary recipe for berserking finesse. You can see that right now my berserking finesse is 26 to 35. Now, with the utility one, is a difference between 8 to 10 versus like 9 to 11. That I don't really care too much about. This one is actually a pretty big deal. Because the Berserking Finesse legendary recipe is 52 to 70. It's actually double of this one. Right? This rare is double of magic, and then legendary is double rare. Yeah, I actually need the legendary recipe because this this Paragon board has or gives me that bonus Blood Rage, right? I need to cap out on my damage while berserking bonus. And, well, I mean, this is the main way to do it. Greater Collection of Chaos and Session. Ah, I did it again. I hope I don't get double duplicate recipes, but, I mean, I messed up, so that's kind of on me. Wasteland Innovation. Are there any recipes that dropped aside from that one? Doesn't look like there are. Oh, also I got a, I need to get that tribute. That tribute is pretty important. That's for mythics. Chakran, okay. That's for chance for mythic uniques. And I'm gonna be running that on my other character, my druid, so yeah. Okay, hold on. Let's start off by salvaging all the stuff that I know I don't need, and then I'm gonna pick up all the stuff from my stash that I didn't bother to pick up yet. Root Fist, what is this? Another ancestral legendary mace. I still have yet to come across a single ancestral legendary in all this time. Also, did I really not do the season stuff? Okay, wow. I just don't have access to the season journey reward stuff, looks like. So, again, a very slight or kind of a an oversight on my part, but whatever. Yeah, I wish there was a way to filter this by ancestrals, because at this point I don't really need any of these. Ooh, that's nice. That's very nice. It's got vulnerable damage too. Yeah, can't really argue with that. 3GA. This one is max roll on strength. Yeah, I'll replace my current ring with it. It even has fire resist. Yeah, I wouldn't be complaining about that. That's for sure. Got some really good goodies here. And also some recipes to boot, but I think the real problem for me is that I still don't have that the one recipe that I need. That's like the main reason I'm here. As soon as I get that recipe, I'll go and do something else. Maybe masterworking or something. I don't know. Okay, this is worth considering if I'm really desperate for resistances. I'll switch over to that other ring that I just fetched, but otherwise, whatever. Warcry, Fury per second. I don't. Oh yeah, I got an upgrade for Exploiters. It's a slight damage increase, not bad. Gonna make a huge difference, but still, whatever, no big deal. Brawling, this is not a brawling. Leap is a brawling skill, and so is Kick, but not a challenging shout. So I think Warcry might be a brawling skill, but I'm not running it on this build. I might switch over to it. Maybe. Fury per second.
Come back if you need the
Oh, what do I usually switch out for it? I think I switch out like Leap or something, don't I? Yeah. I think I may have to make some adjustments later, but whatever. Okay, so this one I don't really need. I'm never going to be using this legendary sword. I still don't know why they haven't given me a single two-hander. I'm just looking for one two-hander, dude. One two-handed weapon. Well, actually I need two. One for my two-handed mace and one for this, but again, that's besides the point here. Strength, max life, and vulnerable damage. I will do that. In place of, I don't know, this one, I guess. Wait a second. Wow. Had a pretty nice roll on that too. But yeah, I mean, this one's fine. This one's fine, and I need to put a sapphire in here. I already have a sapphire. And then I need to temper it with the right roll. This one used to have aspect of elements, so I can put aspect of elements on this now.
What a superior
Okay.
product.
I would, well, maybe I would actually consider using this on some other, like, whirlwind build, but does it even roll, like, strength as the modifier? So I'd probably never use this weapon again. Well, I mean, it's nice to have temps, so that on. Actually, I already have two temps. They also all rolled max life. Melodnes, this GA helm. Oh yeah, we have a, GA ring, and I'm probably never using this one though. So this one I can actually afford to salvage. Let me just check this real quick. Yes, I think all three of these can afford to go. As for this ring, oh, this is aspect of the Umbral with a roll of 7 on it. Restores 7 primary resource when I CC something. Yeah, I don't believe I have any builds that use primary resource, but yeah, that's fine. What's my fire res at? I think I'll throw this on, and then I might try to
all that work.
roll off fire resist for all resistances real quick, but otherwise this ring is about as good as it gets. I'm not going to roll for damage. I don't want, I mean, damage would be helpful, but it's not my main concern right now. Yeah, okay, fine. I'm just gonna leave it as is then. I rolled like 4 times. I think it's a good number. Yeah, I'd rather use this one. Max life, I think, would have been best, or better yet, strength and max life GA rolls, but not gonna hold my breath on either of those. Is this still the only bold chieftain that I have been able to find this whole time? I actually suspect very strongly that it might have been. Bold chieftains. Yep, still the only one, so I'll override it. Okay, and replace it.
It is always hot.
More strength. And we're ready to keep moving to the next objective. Oh yeah, right. Still trying to do these caches to get this one recipe. How many more recipes am I like do I need on this guy anyway? Okay, let's go all the way down here. This is pretty sad. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 15, 16, 17, 18. Okay, I got 18. So at most, I need to clear 18 caches, I think. At most, I should need 18 caches to get the recipe I'm looking for. But I do absolutely want to get Damage while Berserking at Legendary. I just don't... Especially because this is all Ancestral equipment, right? Like, this is a 3GA Ancestral. If I'm going to imprint something onto it, I gotta do it right. If I wanted, I guess another thing I could do, how the way I could play it out right now is, I have already the rare recipe. I could temper my existing, like I have multiple like one-handers. I could temper damage to berserking on all of them, but, or on my one-handers, because they're temps anyway. But and then start to farm Torment 3, but I'm not sure I want to go through the trouble of doing that. Kind of tempted to. Actually kind of tempted to. What's still missing? I still don't have ancestral gloves either. There's still so many ancestral pieces of equipment that I'm looking for at the moment. Yeah, as always, let me know if any of you have stuff you want to ask about the run or the build. I'm happy to answer. I think I have like an outdated build planner. I still have to update it for this season, but yeah, I wanted to finish the run first. And I also wanted to have fun with it because in the previous seasons, I spent a lot of time with like the busy work or the instead of just playing, I have to do videos like, oh, is it like the companion druid, is it viable? And because of that, I don't really get to play as much as I would have liked. Like I played a lot, like a ton of gameplay, but even then, like a lot of my focus was on making these really fun or silly but fun videos, rather than actually just playing Diablo 4 and enjoying it. And you know, I think this time around, I wanted to take some time to actually play my guy. Alright, purge the rot. Yeah, there's a lot of whispers here. You know, one other thing that I should be doing is I should be grabbing those reward caches. Hold on a second. Hold on, I'm doing this all wrong. Purge the rot. Yeah, wait a second. Yeah, I'm gonna wait for this one to spawn really quickly. Yeah, I need this boss to show up, and then I'm actually gonna wait. How much time is left? 15 minutes. Okay, I'm gonna finish the whispers here, and then I'm gonna go do the class or the seasonal quest line, like the first mission, real quick. I don't know why they lock reputation rewards behind that. I think that's kind of dumb, personally. Headless Husk. Okay. This is, what, Rain of Arrows and Dance of Knives? Yeah. Also, in case anyone's looking for any specific items, I do have some items that I've gathered in my previous runs, in case other people need them, so, yeah. Also, let me know if you have any requests for videos to make, because, yeah, I mean, I've been pumping out a lot of gameplays. Today, I'm wrapping up Torment 1 to 4. I have no doubt about that. And then after Torment 1 to 4, with the Barb, I think the very last one, and probably the one that's going to take me the longest, is going to be the Spiritborn Torment 1 to Torment 4. So that's going to be really interesting to sort out. Let's see where we get to from here. Wasteland Augments. I mean, I'm really here for recipes, so whatever helps with me getting recipes.
It is done.
One-handed weapons. Again, I don't need that. I need probably Collection of Chaos. My rings are set. Don't really see myself needing any better rings. I think I moved the other ring in my stash, right? Should have. Yeah, I don't need more rings. I need helms. I need two-handers, and I need gloves. Everything else. Oh, and maybe a better razor plate, but eh. Weapon augments and wasteland augments. I actually got 3 of these for some reason. Like 2 wasteland augments and 1 weapon augments from the same cache. I don't know why they do that. They're gonna select recipes. It should be like the. It should never be like the same ones twice. I imagine. Okay, well at least we got multiple tempering recipes though from this run. So what's left? 5, 10, 15, 17. I don't think I really feel like I lost out on too many, or I went down by very much. Headless Husk emerge. Oh, actually, I need to take this one out too, because Headless Husks also give a considerable amount of loot and recipes. Yeah, a better razor plate would also be really nice. So if I could have gotten like some boss summoning mitts. Yeah, that's actually kind of a huge mistake on my part. One really easy way to get boss summoning materials for, well, everything, is to actually just keep doing the reputation reward caches. Because once you start doing the reputation reward caches, I think on like tier 10 or something, you would unlock the boss summoning materials one. Yeah, that would help a lot. So I might have to go into this with no razor plate, because or without upgrading my razor plate, it seems. Ancestral amulets, 2 of them. I don't need either one. I'm probably salvaging both. Deal direct damage while berserking. Well, I use thorns, but I do hit with other stuff, so I don't even know. Increase damage barrier while active. Still no significant upgrades on my 2-hander. It's kind of crazy. Of all the characters that this one, I haven't gotten a single 2-hander I can use. I'll come back to this later. Let me finish up with the patrol. I also love how I can hook them directly to me. It's pretty convenient. I'm gonna harvest Venus motes anyway. Here we are. Yeah, I mean, I don't seem to be able to one-shot the cocoon boss husk thing anyway, so it's fine. I'm beginning to wonder whether or not I can actually get any heads, because I haven't actually done this quest, or the seasonal quest line, and I think that might be directly tied to why I haven't found a single one, or maybe I need to do more root holds. Maybe that's where I'd find those, because I need those to craft, I need those for crafting the occult sigils or whatever. I've also been opting not to use them this season just because I don't, well, I could probably figure out how to get them, but more the fact that I wanted to try to do the runs with as like little as possible. Like, if you don't need to go out of your way to get these occult gems, then why would I tell people to go and out of their way to get the occult gems? But you're kidding me. Okay. It spawned the Rasping Shade under the map. Alright, well that's a kind of a new glitch for me. I've never seen that one. Okay, so somebody else is hitting it. I'm hanging out, so... Okay, so somebody else, yeah, the rogue is doing huge amounts of damage to it, I think. Yeah, I was hoping for a better thorn mail. I'm gonna save my obols for that, I think. I think that's the only way I can really hope for a unique chest armor thorn mail. 2-handed ancestral. Finally. Not the best roll, I admit, but it'll have to do for now until I get something better. And in fact, one of the reasons I'm excited to get this is it's not just because I need to like plus life or plus strength to GA. It's because your wait, 2% chance. Okay, no, mine's better. It's because right now I have Death Wish at 840 thorns. If I put it on an ancestral two-hander, that value will go up by just a little bit at least. So I'm gonna do that. Seeker. Guide wildlife to safety. So I'm gonna do this one real quick. Okay. Two. Shepherd. 3 out of 4. And... Four out of 4. Okay. That brings us to our last one. Now, again, I would do Harvest Venus modes. I'm actually going to try one more time real quick, and if that doesn't... I mean, it's just that one monster that somehow fell under the map is the main issue here. If they somehow manage to make like a come up, then I can actually kill him. But otherwise, oh, okay, I can just try to reset it. Yeah, interesting. I didn't know that they would reset like this, but that's good. I can actually do it properly now. Yeah, okay. There, that's all of them, unless they bug out again. But no, we're good. And I'll hit this. Really hoping for some more loot. An ancestral two-hander would be quite appreciated. This also has vulnerable damage. Yeah, full arm is best for me. Need plus vulnerable damage if possible, but oh cool, they give me why can't they give me like a greater collection of two-handed weapons? Helms and boots. I could use better helm, but again, I need like a two-handed mace. Right. Yeah. Should be okay here. Nice. This will give me some time to salvage all. Salvage these two. Okay. And time. Looking for an ancestral, two-handed sword ancestral. I'm really hoping that, that one has like life. Didn't even get like a plus. Oh, Tribute of Ascent. Wait a second. I had a Tribute of Ascendance earlier too, but it. Did I not pick it up? I know I had a Tribute of Ascendance. Where'd it go? Might have to go back to the Tree of Whispers to pick it up. That's kind of awkward. Brawling damage, weapon mastery damage. Strength, max life damage over time. Yeah, not bad. Actually, this is closer to what I would have wanted. Yeah. Damage over time, I'd roll off for vulnerable damage. I don't have a GA on a relevant stat, but it's certainly better than this one. So I would probably aim to use this. I don't have any bleed builds. Okay. Well, we're gonna get rid of these. Strength, max life. Yeah, okay. Why not? I'll double socket this. And I mean, this gives me 2 chances at getting something that I'd want on the rolls. Like, for example, weapons. I don't need double damage. I don't need earthquake, duration, frenzy to hit twice, bash cleaves, cut to the bone. Warpath, belligerence, and heavy hitter. What are these anyway? Warpath. I'm just gonna look them up real quick. Which ones are these? Oh, actually, I don't need to look them up. I know where to find them. Heavy hitter should be down here. One of these. No, that's heavy handed. Well, which one's heavy hitter? Oh, belligerence. What is belligerence? Oh, damaging an enemy with a basic skill. Hmm. Actually, yeah, I would like belligerence. If I was forced to do something here, then yes, belligerence would be the best available option. Eventually, I'm gonna swap out Iron Skin for something else. So, yeah, when that happens, it would be kind of useful for me. What's this aspect? Death Wish? Okay. Let's get Death Wish on my two-hander. And there we go. Instead of 840 now, we'll get 1,174 thorns while berserking. That's a pretty
My magic
sizable
waits
jump,
my turn.
I would say. But again, it's not quite the jump that I want. Like if it rolls GA, strength, or max life, that's ideal for me. But yeah.
See some steel,
Might as well do this. Like I don't know if I'll nah. I'm just gonna leave it for now. I'm just gonna leave it. These two together. Oh yeah, I'm
Loyal
supposed to
friends
switch
you'll
this
not
over.
find.
Okay. Maybe I should set my guy up so that I can comfortably farm Torment 3. Didn't I have like some better amulets, or did I only get like one amulet that actually rolled like a good amount of strength? I think I only had only one amulet with strength, right? This one. Yeah. First. I'd roll off attack seed or critical strike chance for life. Pretty good on that one. And this one, yeah, would have liked the GA roll on max life for armor. That's why I'm holding off on it. This is rough. It's annoying that I have to keep switching everything out, but you know, there is actually one way to speed all this up and will save me a lot of time. I should actually just upgrade every piece of equipment I have to ancestral, and then from there on out I don't have to look at any 750s anymore. Like I would just completely ignore any item that drops that isn't an ancestral. So that's another way I can do it. It's actually pretty sad because I think that oops, I went right past the quest giver.
The people call me.
Okay.
Then come with me.
Oh, I've never done this one on Torment 2, but
hear
sure.
This way.
Yeah,
And the
very
key-
unlucky with the rolls. I don't really care too much if they roll strength or max life. Like, obviously max life would be better, but I'm okay with them rolling strength as the GA too. But same thing applies to masterworking. But for some reason, they're giving me GA rolls on the one stat on every item. I think that doesn't really matter. I wonder if I'll at least have some luck with Zir. It'd be amazing. Did. I also wonder if by completing this first quest, I can get credited for the Coven reputation rewards, like after the fact. Like, I've already done so many Grim Favors, so maybe they'll still track all of it and give it to me at once. I'm not sure how that works. And I also need to get Shard of Baratheon.
There it is. We must take the head.
I know I have a Shard of Baratheon in my stash, but I'm trying to see if I can actually get it myself. Fugitive Head. Cool. Tier 1 earned.
I apologize for not.
Okay. And then if I go back to the Coven, weird that I'm doing this all now, but better late than never. Yeah, I'm getting a lot of cash rewards here.
Good. You have fought quite a sight, yes?
Okay, that's all 3 of them. Then I check the Coven's favor, and I guess it doesn't give me any reputation stuff. That's too bad. Well, alright. And I also had like a tribute of like mythics, but I don't know where that went anymore. Well, at least I unlocked the thing. Also would have loved to level two-handed axe expertise up more, but no axes on hand, sadly. Okay, this one just started. This one ends in 20 minutes. I mean, it's not a bad place to go, but I'd rather do this one, I guess. I'm gonna do maybe like another zone's worth of whispers, and if I can't find an upgrade, then I'm just gonna use what I have and then turn everything ancestral. I don't really actually, I think recipes is #1 priority, right? I actually do need that damage while berserking thing. Ah, shoot. I guess I gotta keep doing this after all. Not happy about it, but let me take a look at how many more. I think I unlocked a bunch, right? But 5, 10. It feels like this number isn't actually going down for some reason. Okay, we got like 3 or tier 3 rewards now. That'll give us some herbs to work with and all that. Oh, and I managed to pull open a cocoon here. Convenient. Okay. That's tier 4. Nice. Right. Let's keep going. I'm predicting that it'll probably take me like another 3 hours or so to finish this run. Maybe a little more, actually, because I mean, it's hard for me to say. Like, right now I'm really just waiting on that one Paragon board, like the damage while berserking thing. Once I get that, like, as long as it's not the very last one that I find, then yeah, I don't have to keep doing this for the next however many hours. Yeah, this takes a while too, like killing the Headless Husk, but We're actually increasing damage as compared to before, I notice. It's not as difficult as it was before. I got some angel breath, but no recipes. It's kind of rough. Play monsters with the guard. I will have to do that next. That's two. Where's the third and fourth ones? There's a few more. Okay. Wow, this one's actually pretty far away. Okay. Let's bring him over to the tree. And yeah, so we're tier 8 on our rewards already. It's pretty good. Making a lot of progress because we were supposed to have some of those rewards done at like Torment, or no, at like before we reached level 60, but now I'm in Torment. So Torment, it's like accelerated pace. Greater collection of dungeon keys or collection of materials. Both of those are pretty good, but I'm actually very curious to see what kinds of keys they give me. I'm still looking for like a compass, like Infernal Horde's compass and all that. And beyond everything that they have here, I also do want my tempering recipe. So yeah, also I just remembered I have this oh, this, okay, no, this was the one that I got before. This one can give me ancestral legendaries too. Maybe I should actually just run that. And again, I'm not guaranteed to get recipes out of that, so I don't even know. What? That's all they gave me? I ran this, like... What? I feel so ripped off. They just gave me 1 Roothold and 3 Nightmare Sigils for a greater cash? Well, then I should have just done materials then. That was such a waste. Okay, fine. I'm not going to do any more of those. That was kind of pointless. I spent like, what, 2-3 minutes on that? And then they just gave me like nothing, really. If I had gotten materials, I could have upped the number of Angel Breath I had at a bare minimum. But then I also, well, I think almost guaranteed I'd get a recipe too. Or at least some other materials like gem fragments and all that. This was a whole nothing burger. Hey, an ancestral axe. But not very useful, I would say. Might as well turn this in. I'm probably gonna skip guard, since I've already done all the other ones in this area. It's probably not worth it. And I think I'm just gonna sort out my other gear at this point. Done. Whispers of the Dead.
It is done.
This again? The exact same... Alright, let's not make the same mistake twice. I'm gonna skip even the frogs. Let's do collection of materials and see. Berserking Innovation. There's also... something here that showed up. Okay. Berserking Innovation and Brawling Augments. So another 2 recipes learned. Again, I'm really hoping that it won't be the very last thing that I end up picking up. But I could be hoping for a little too much here. I really do wonder that it, like, I had already gotten, like, the legendary version of this recipe, how long the run would actually take. Because that's, like, the one thing holding me back, and I've been farming for, like, an hour for this. Same thing goes with my equipment, too. Yeah, that's taking a bit of time. And I also just realized, like, I don't even think that I'm getting that many recipes from these headless husks. Maybe I just skip them. When I was in Torment 3, they were giving me a lot of recipes. Maybe I need to be in Torment 3 for that. Okay. I'm actually getting pretty sick of this. I'm gonna head back to Tree of Whispers real quick. I'm gonna turn in all the rewards that I have first. Then I'm gonna try to sort out, like, getting all my equipment to 800 item power sans the razor blade.
They are.
Coven favor. Okay, we're gonna get these. Craft. Wow, that's a lot of caches I picked up. And then there's another one for this, but I'm just gonna grab all of it. I don't know which one gives what. Please give me a razor plate. Helm? Unique helm? Godslayer crown. Wow. Okay. Yikes. A whole lot of nothing, that's for sure.
That looks worn. I can fix it.
Yeah. And we can salvage all this too. And in the stash, similar thing here.
The forge is ready for whatever you need.
I think I'll just get rid of this, yeah. And this. Five. Wait. 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12, 13. Okay, cool. We're down to only 13 remaining. What can I adjust here? Do I still not have any ancestral gloves? I haven't found any pairs of ancestral gloves this whole time. This is also pretty nuts, but still I can get behind that. But my helm, I should probably just deal with it. Strength, max life, lucky hit. This one's got fire resistance like crazy. Okay. Here's what I want to try and do here. So this one has 2 rolls that I'm very happy with. Let's see if we can roll off lucky hit chance, which doesn't really help us much at all. For resistance to all elements, that would be... Ooh, cooldown reduction wouldn't be bad either, I would say. Already pretty overcapped on armor, especially because I'm running Juggernaut's aspect, but yeah. Cooldown reduction could help with challenging shout, it helps with kick, ground stomp, you name it. So yeah, I could throw that on, but I have to get the right tempers for it. Utility, Thorn Body, which is still not quite the right one, and well, like total armor. I think I have to just roll for resistances at this point because challenging shout too, man. Whatever. 155 armor, Thorns Wall fortified, Iron Skin. 4 light. Iron Warrior. I have to get rid of Iron Skin. I mean, Iron Skin's the only way I break out of CC though right now. So yeah, I don't know. Everything else I have, I think I just salvage it all.
How can I help?
Yeah, definitely feel a lot slower today than yesterday. I think I'm also still exhausted from the previous run, but yeah, I'm really committed to trying to get as much of this done as I can. Wait, no, that one just started. Yep. Going to Tremere. Tremere? I really just need Berserking Finesse. That's mainly it. Okay. Pole arm. Those are so much loot here. Malignant hearts too? Okay. Sure. Okay, and maybe we'll just clear this really quickly. Just run through everything. Fugitive had emerged. Okay. I'm gonna see if I can run just in time to make it for the grand finale. Yeah, I don't think I'm doing any of this, but... Oh yeah, no, definitely if there's a Bloodwave guy here, then... Hey, a Fugitive Head! Yeah, these... So these can drop, but they're exceedingly rare, or maybe I need to also do the questline thing for them. First quest. I don't know if it's a coincidence that just after I did that quest, like, one of these showed up, but... I mean, keep in mind that all my other characters, aside from this one, I actually have done the first quest, and they wasn't just getting Fugitive Heads, like, left and right. Like, these are actually genuinely rare for me. In all my time playing in Torment, I've only gotten, like, one or two, I believe. Definitely want to save this Fugitive Head for my companion druid, though, rather than on this character. Strength, cold resist. We can get a better... Wait, why do I still have this? Don't I have like another ring that I was using somewhere? Tree of Whispers. Oh. Hey, Nick Wetzler. You're asking what's the, how's Thorn... Oh, sorry, wait. I need Gauntlet. You're asking if it's endgame viable. And I believe that it is, but actually before I even try to answer that question, what do you define as endgame viable? Like, are you talking like Torment 4? If you're talking about Torment 4, then yeah, I'm absolutely sure it's viable. I'd already played it last season, where it was a much weaker version of what it is now. Because, like, they didn't really change Thorns itself, but it's, like, so much easier to get loot, like, ancestral loot, and, it's also, like, you also have, like, these witch powers that really amp up your, level of strength, right? So, last season I was already, having a pretty good time trying to get to Torment 4, and now it feels, so much stronger than what it used to. Oh, wow. 2 GA Ancestral Helm. But both modifiers are completely useless to me. Yeah, so, like, last season, I had, like, a lot tougher of a time trying to play the Thorns Bar, but now it feels like so much stronger than what it used to be, or at least way easier to progress. So, yeah, you can at least clear Torment 4 with this, or make it in Torment 4. And you could probably even make this build comfortably able to clear Torment 4. I just am not, like, I'm still looking for certain things, particularly tempering recipes. So that's why I'm here right now. Yeah. So yes, I absolutely think Thorns is endgame viable. Like, if we're talking about, like, Torment 4 as the endgame. If you're talking about, like, pushing Pit to, like, Pit 150, then yeah, Thorns is going to isn't going to push as high as Earthquake. Like, I think this season Earthquake is, like, the strongest. So, does that answer your question, though? Excited to hear. Thorns Barb was a slog last season. Oh, by the way, if you plan to talk to me in real time, you may want to watch me on Yeah, because like if you want real-time response, then you can listen to me on Twitch, because on YouTube like there's like a very big delay on when I respond. Like they have like a one half a minute to like a minute delay. So you might ask a question, I might respond right away, but in reality, I've already like responded earlier. Excited to hear Thorns Barb was a slog last season. Tried it too, not a lot of fun. Really, that's kind of surprising. If you don't mind me asking, so which thing about the Thorns Barb would you say was the biggest slog? Because I also made a Thorns Barb last season. I think Thorns Barb all the way to Torment 4 was like pretty much like the last thing that I did, and then I like stopped. Well, then I tried Spiritborn and I stopped for the season when I realized just how broken Spiritborn really was. That's like the long story short. And to tell you the truth, like I don't know if you're familiar with my channel and what I do here, because you know I'm basically a nobody. But in Diablo 4, I try to do like level 1 to 60 and then Torment 1 to Torment 4. That's usually how I do my, well, that's usually the kinds of content that I put out. So if you're looking for like information on like playing one of the classes and trying to get it to Torment 4, then yeah, I can tell you about that. And also when you're saying like it's a slog last season, I don't know if you were aiming for like just being able to clear Torment 4 or being able to clear Pit or what. If your goal is just Torment 4, I can absolutely tell you kind of what my build is and kind of like maybe give you some pointers as to like which things might be the problem on your build or something. I don't know, because for me I feel like I wouldn't say I'm having a breeze. I think for me the problem right now is I don't have enough resistances and I don't have the right recipes. Those are the only two things that are preventing me from going any further. Okay, there we go, there's another recipe. And I'm also everything I'm doing here, by the way, I have actually 144 available Paragon points. I'm actually trying to go work my way up, if that makes sense. I'm trying to go from like level 1 all the way, well, like I'm trying to pretend this character was like Paragon level 1 when I entered Torment 1, and then, you know, see what minimum level of power is necessary to get all the way up to like Torment 2, Torment 3, Torment 4. And you have only just shown up now that I've reached Torment. I actually am already in Torment 3, but I toned it down to Torment 2 because Torment 3 was taking a while to clear stuff, right? With the level of equipment I had going into Torment 1, I was able to push all the way to Pit 45, which is like just before Torment 3. So already, like, I can say that the base level of strength on the Thorns Barb is actually really, really strong. In fact, the only other character I had that had this level of strength was like the Dance of Knives rogue. But yeah, no, Thorns Barb is actually pretty crazy in my opinion. So it would be kind of a shame if you're like, you want to make a Thorns Barb, but you think it's too weak, because I dare say that I'm having a very different experience. I think that this build is actually pretty strong. The only thing that's really preventing me from demonstrating its full potential is that right now I'm just doing like the preliminary grind, which involves, you know, I have to like grab all these like tempering recipes. Like, how many do I have left? The one that I'm looking for specifically is, okay, they should really let me just favorite it, but it's this one. It's this one here, Berserking Finesse. I'm really stoked to try it again. Okay, yeah, that's good. Do you have a build planner? Do you have like a general gist of how your build works? And again, what's your goal here? Are you aiming for like Pit 100, Pit 150? Because the Thorns Barb can't push Pit 150. I think it can push Pit 100, but I don't think it can push Pit 150. But also, like, if we're just talking like, oh, I want to be able to make it a Torment 4. This build, I guarantee you can hit Torment 4. It might take a little bit of grinding, but it will reach Torment 4. And I don't know how long you plan to hang out here for, but I'm going to commit to finishing the grind to Torment 4 this very stream. And I'm planning to try to do this in like the next 2, maybe 3 hours. So if you want to like kind of see the progression of my build, like so far I have almost ancestral everything by this point. Like the only things that I'm really missing ancestrals on are gloves, which, oh, there was a, didn't I get like, oh yeah, I opened a cache, but the greater cache had like nothing of value for my gloves. I'm still looking for a replacement on gloves. I still need a better thorn mail. I keep calling it thorn mail. Sorry, League of Legends speak, but razor plate. and then my two-handed mace here should be ancestral as well. Those are the three things that I'm missing. Once I have those, yeah, once I have those three things sorted out, I'd be more than like happy to try hit 50 again. So just to kind of give you an idea as to how I measure the level of power on my build, I usually make it to, let's say, like 10 minutes remaining, or well, let's say right now, the last run of Pit 50 I had 7.5 minutes remaining on it. And once I get some more upgrades on my equipment, I'm going to go back into Pit 50, and then I'm going to try to see if I can get it down to 10 minutes. Then I know that I've, like, which level of power that I need to achieve, like, let's say, like, a 10-minute clear. You know what I'm saying? That way I can kind of incrementally see, like, okay, you need kind of roughly this level of equipment to get here or there. This level of equipment that I have right now, I can show you my gear. This level of equipment is enough to get me to, and hey, there's a manual. Is enough to get me into Torment 3. Like, right now I'm in Torment 2, but again, that's because I'm farming. I was able to break into Torment 3 with even just the level of equipment that I have right now, if that makes sense. Collection of Chaos and rings. I already have good rings. I need Collection of Chaos in hopes of getting gloves. Either gloves or a razor plate. They gave me more pants. I don't need more pants here. And unfortunately, I didn't get a recipe. Usually these give me a recipe, but yeah, recipes are number one right now. Number one most important thing. Okay, hold on a second. Let me collect this stuff, and then I'll read what you're saying here. And then I'll go hang next to the guard. If I hang next to the guard, I can just AFK and chat with you while I do the next whisper here. You had a minion, Thorns Necro. Wow, a couple seasons ago. Okay, that's a pretty off-meta one, and it was really strong. Thinking I'm doing that again. All right, nice. My ultimate goal is to make a Thorns build on par with most non-OP builds in the game. Okay. Your goal is to get a Thorns build on par with other non-OP builds, pretty much, as you're asking about. So that's your goal. Gotcha. Okay, well, thank you for clarifying. Yeah, okay. Well, let me put this into perspective for you then, because I think that there is some hope for you. Last season, okay, for Barbarian. Last season for Barbarian, the strongest build, I don't know if you're aware, the strongest build for Barbarian was a Mighty Throw build. I believe of the top 100 Barbarians on healthhides.gg, like basically the pit leaderboards, the unofficial pit leaderboards, the top, I think, of the 100 people who are playing Barb, or the 100 like top Barb players, there, like, everyone was playing Mighty Throw except one person named Do Not Hit Me. And Do Not Hit Me was playing a Thorns based build. So yeah, Mighty Throw was busted last season, and Thorns was the thing that actually came up pretty close to that. But the vast majority of people don't really pay much attention to Thorns. Most people don't really care much for Thorns, I think. In your case, you'll be pleased to know that, yeah, Earthquake this season is like the broken, like OP meta, whatever build. If you don't care about competing with Earthquake, well, you're in luck, because I think that Thorns for Barbarian would be actually quite strong. And it's also extremely easy to, like, set up, too. All you're really looking for is, like, GA, strength, GA max life on pretty much every piece of equipment, and then whatever other modifier you might need. Yeah, but, like, probably, like, vulnerable damage or something. That's really it. So, yeah, if your goal is to make a Thorns Barb, I can vouch for that. I'm like, oh yeah, sorry. When I said Do Not Hit Me was able to compete, he made it to like pit like 103 or something, maybe higher than that. Last I checked it was 103, but I'm sure he pushed it up to like pit 105 or 110 or something. Okay, so, and that was last season where there were no seasonal powers and before they had any sorts of like additional buffs to Barb. I mean, they did tone down Wrath of the Berserker. Not Wrath of the Berserker, sorry. There was, I think, this board right here. No, not Weapons Master. Blood Rage, yes. So there was a board called Blood Rage where you could get like 60% bonus damage, and everyone was running it because, well, yeah, it was just really, really strong. I'm still running it this season, but they did tone it down. But what you need to know is that Aside from that, everything else about Barb is either the same or got buffed, or there's also the, well, yeah, witchcraft powers, right? So, yeah, just keep that in mind. Okay, I'm just still patrolling. This is taking longer than it should, but the monster spawns are pretty slow right now. Wait, have I already finished my patrol? No, I haven't. Otherwise the circle shouldn't be here. Why? Okay, that's weird. The patrol, for some reason, I don't see patrol. Yeah, I don't see the patrol quest, even though the patrol circle is here. Okay, well, that's a new glitch. I haven't seen that one yet. Alright. I already cleared the head quest. The one where I had to kill the husk. Okay, well, I'll just do the shepherd one then. Yeah. And I hated Leapquake Thorns build. That was the slog I was talking about. Jumping around all over the place over and over, super boring to me. Ooh. I love do not hit me builds I base my necro idea on. Okay, well, that's good. So I don't need to explain who I do not hit me is. I don't need to explain that. We're already on the same page. That's good. That's very good. So, his builds. I love off meta builds and doing odd stuff. I'm glad I stumbled upon your challenge. Seems you like the same stuff. Absolutely, I do. Yeah. Yeah. That's like what I base my entire premise around. Aside from, let's see. Yeah, like, okay, so I want to give like a little, just brief like overview of my channel. So generally, right now, every season that comes out, I try to do like a 1 to 60. And this season, I'm trying to push it one step further now that I'm a lot more familiar with the game's mechanics, with like ever since Vessel of Hatred. I'm trying to do Torment 1 to 4, one for each of the classes. And once I finish that, then I'm gonna try to like continue I'm probably gonna aim to get some of my off-meta builds to pit at 100, particularly Companion Druid. And I also want to go and take it even one step further beyond that and try to get my, like right now, I'm doing my Thorns Barb, right? When I make it to pit 100, I'm probably going to, or not pit 100, sorry. When I make it to Torment 4, I want to put out a video saying, hey guys, this is my Thorns Barbarian, and it was able to clear Torment 4. If you want to make a build that is capable of this, then yeah, here's the information you need, right? So I want to be able to pitch that to people. Okay, I'd love to do a collection of two-handed weapons for my Ancestral Mace, but I actually do think that if I can get an upgraded Razor Plate, that's even higher priority than a better Mace, so I'm gonna start with that. So, yeah, that's kind of my goal right now, right? To kind of like help people kind of like progress into Torment 4. I'm trying to guide people to that in that way. But I also want to showcase like all these builds that get a lot less love. Like, yeah, Thorns is obviously one that I'm doing right now, right? And by the way, worth pointing... Oh, okay, good. Companion Druid, level 85, you're loving it so far. That's excellent. The Companion Druid is my favorite build in the game. In fact, I have, like, if I go back to the main menu, you'll see that my account is just... I have 5 Companion Druids. Companions with a Z. And then Companioner, I think, is the one that I have this season. So, you know, I love my Companion Druids, but I also kind of wanted to branch out and have knowledge of other builds in the game too. That's why that's one of the many reasons I'm playing all these different builds, right? I don't always want to be like, oh, hey guys, I know Companion Druid, but I don't know anything else. Thorns Barb, like imagine I try to have this conversation with you where you want to learn more, but like you probably wouldn't have even found my channel, actually, if I was not playing Barb right now, I would imagine. But like, imagine you found my channel by some other means, and then you and I are trying to have a conversation about how to do a Thorns Barb, and I'm like, well, sorry, mate, you're kind of out of luck. I have no idea any of the mechanics on how, you know, X, Y, and Z work, right? So that'd be kind of awkward. So the more I know about the game, the better is really, really it. This cool idea, like the idea of helping the community with odd builds. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm trying to revolve my channel around, right? I'm pretty new, and you know, I don't expect to ever become as big as like Rob or yeah, I'm sure you've heard like the big names like Rax and like all these people with like thousands or tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of subscribers. I'm really just here because I want to like help members of the community try and learn more about the game, try to make their leveling experience or like their gameplay experience smoother, and perhaps most of all to help them play the thing that they want to play. Like in your case, you want to play Thorns. Like okay, let's see what can be done about that. Obviously, there's got to be some realistic expectations. Like you're not going to be able to clear Pit 150 with Thorns, probably compared to Earthquake. But on the other hand, if your goal is to just make a build that's Torment 4 viable, then yeah, I want to be able to help cater to the casual player in that regard. And that leads me to my next point. That's why I'm playing Thorns Barb right now. Thorns Barb, I think low-key, is one of the strongest Barb builds that well, I mean, okay, I haven't played that many Barb builds, but it's actually low-key one of the strongest builds I've played yet. And that's not a joke. I'm not trying to gas up the build, despite it being really weak. The fact, like, the way that it scales is kind of crazy. When you're leveling through the game, between you and me, right? I think Thorns Barb is just about the only build that I can play. Thorns Barb is like the only build I can play right out the gate on Penitent. Okay, I can, like, because, you know, probably you're not going to play on Penitent with like a fresh level 1 character. I wouldn't do that with the Thorns Barb either, but by the time you make it to like level 20, you can actually dog walk Penitent the same way you can dog walk most of the other difficulties. And that's because of the way like Thorns damage kind of scales throughout the game. It's really weird, but yeah. Of course, not counting bosses. Bosses are going to be tough on Penitent, but everything else, if you're just clearing packs, yeah, Thorns Barb is amazing for that. And then now that leads me into now we're in Torment, right? It's like, okay, is it just for leveling that Thorns is really good? No, it turns out that if you're trying to get into Torment, like, again, I've played like 4 other characters: Minion Necro, Sorcerer, Chain Lightning Sorcerer, right? I played Companion Druid. I just finished last night. I was playing Dance of Knives Rogue. And of all the characters I've played, you know which character? Oh, hey, Slayer's Finesse, nice. You want to know which character or which build actually had the easiest time getting to Torment 3? Spoiler alert, it's the Thorns Barbarian. Thorns Barbarian is actually pretty crazy. So, yeah, that's one of the reasons anyway, I'm talking way too much. Berserking Finesse, finally. Okay, yeah, I'm done with the grind. Okay, now we can move on to the next phase, okay? This is good. Hopefully I haven't put you to sleep with all this yapping that I'm doing, but, yeah, no, this is pretty important. Hey, what is this? This has Thorns Roll as the GA modifier. Interesting. Max life, fury per second, fire resistance. I was hoping for something a little better, but at the end of the day, we got Berserking Finesse. Berserking Finesse is the #1 thing that we were here for. That's actually, I dare say, the only thing we were here for. So, yeah. I'm gonna salvage everything else, and I want to move on with my life and actually show you, Nick, you're still here, right, Nick? Because I want to show you, just how far we can take it now that we finally got this Berserking Finesse recipe. Right now, what you've witnessed me just farming Torment 2, mindlessly, that's all about to change in just a couple of moments. So the very first thing I'm going to do, I'm going to put on... Oh, actually, I just realized one other thing. Okay, I didn't actually ever end up finding an upgrade to Vehement Augments, but that's okay. If I can get Belligerence, I got Warpath, that's okay. I mean, I can deal with that one later. The one that I really want is this. Here we go, Berserking Finesse. Damage while berserking. This is a super important, recipe for this whole run. Damage while berserking, first try. So now we can kind of see the this scale up. It was previously 10%, now I'm up to 21%. Now tempering, we're going to get, again, Berserking Finesse. And I'm gonna throw it on here, of course. Definitely need my Berserking Finesse. I might even actually put it on here. Don't have a better Dust Devil. Ooh, no. Damage while berserking, good. It'll do for now. I still would prefer to have an Ancestral, but that's okay. Yeah, interested to see how you plan to scale Thorns damage? Okay, cool. Well, then let's begin then. You've come at the perfect time. So, You're gonna have to take my word for it. The last run of Pit 50 I did was with this level of equipment before I put on any like I'm tempering with damage while berserking now, right? But the previous run, it took me 7.5 minutes, and I have pretty much the same board, Paragon board that I have right now. And keep in mind, right, I have 145 Paragon points, but I'm trying to pretend like this is like a fresh, like right into Torment 2 kind of character. I think realistically we can expect that, yeah, you would have 100 Paragon points, and then I'll slowly add points as I kind of need them. But right now, I only have Weapons Master, which gives me increased damage to injured and healthy enemies. I have Blood Rage, which is giving me 35%. Hold on, let me up that just a little bit higher. If give me a moment. Where can we pick this up? Okay, so then this one, right? I'm gonna put on damage while berserk. Now it's damage while Warcry is active. Damage while berserking, please. Damage while berserking. Okay, so damage while berserking. I think that brings us to the cap, right? The cap is 45%. 42%. Okay, so I just need one more. We can do, I guess, the weapon. Berserking, please. Damage while berserking. Okay, good. Very good. Notice that's like a 3GA too. Pretty sick, I'd say. Dexterity, damage to bleeding enemies. Okay, so now we have the 45% damage boost from Blood Rage. Previously, this was like 10%. Now it's up to 45%. And I think I mentioned to you that in my previous run, I had 7.5 minutes remaining, right, on Pit 50. So now, just with, I think the one thing that I adjusted is now I have my my Blood Rage maxed out to like 45%. I'm just gonna quickly adjust my jewelry, and then we're gonna begin the story. Not jewelry, but sockets. So I need 2 rubies in my helm. You'll also notice that I'm using, like, I could use royal rubies. I'm just using flawless rubies because I think that that's all you really need. You don't even need to take it all the way. Okay. Oh, I can actually put on Zalrun. Zalrun could be really useful here. Yeah, I'm gonna do a Zalrun. What's the trigger for this? Cast Evade. No, I don't need that. I wish they had one for if you get hit. Drink a healing potion. Cast skills. Where can I get more life? Here we go. Gain more max life. Why not? Sure. Yeah, cast 5 skills and oh, Rune of Ritual. Rune of Ritual, cast 5 skills. How come I can't? Huh? Why can't I put this in? Oh, I already have a Kurun over here. Oh, I'm getting movement speed. I totally forgot that I had this. Okay, hold on. I need to rework this. This is just me kind of messing around from before. So this is Kurzal. So I cast 5 skills. I'm going to use 5 skills. And then I gain 20% max life for 6 seconds. So that's a good starting point. And then for my two-handed weapon, I guess I could do, ooh, a Watt rune. I'll do a Watt rune with, I don't know, drink a healing potion. I don't have mobility skills or macabre skills, so spend 5% of my maximum resource. I can drain out all of my resource with 1 kick, so I'll do Pock what? Yeah, okay, sure. Pock what? Yeah, I mean, I don't even really have like a specific set of runes that I need to have on these. It's like such a versatile character, I'm telling you. Like, you can mix and match in all sorts of ways, and that'll easily break you into Torment 4. But let's start with Torment 3. So, I mean, maybe not as quickly as like Earthquake or Leapquake or whatever, but you get the point. Yeah, and you can see that the vast majority of my equipment is 800 item power. The only exceptions would be the 750 item power mace, 715 item power gloves, and my razor plate, which is by itself more important in its current iteration than 800 item power. Although this is a pretty close, pretty good contender. If it had rolled strength and max life, I would have probably switched over to this one. But it didn't, so kind of out of luck on that. Anyway, yeah, we did a lot of whispers, which incidentally helps us craft some elixirs. We did whispers, which helps us with elixirs too. So and incense. So as you can see, if you're gonna do a pit pushing, always remember to pop some of these, right? And yeah, you ready? Let's get this run going, dude. So this is Pit 50. You can see my base stats here. Oh, wait, no, this is Torment 2, though, so you're going to have to subtract 25% in your head. You can see that I barely reached the cap on lightning resistance and shadow resistance. I could adjust my helm and add, like, defensive temper for fire resist or something if I really wanted to sort that out, but I don't think it's necessary. That's why I'm not bothering with it for now. Later I might when I push Pit 65. Like, I actually do need... I'd prefer to have capped out resistances for that. But, I mean, 13,000 life is a pretty good... Sorry, 16,000 life with Challenging Shout is a pretty good argument for not needing it, right? So, yeah, that pack just got completely demolished. Oh, yeah, and last season, they, like, this aspect right here, Bold Chieftains, the one that's used for resetting cooldowns, that didn't work last season. At least it would work in Infernal Hordes, but it didn't work in Pit for some reason. And they didn't fix it for the entire season. This season, they actually fixed it. So you'll see that my Challenging Shout, that's like the whole... That's like part of the backbone of the build, by the way. It actually has a 7-second cooldown. So last season, I didn't have that. There was like so much downtime on my Challenging Shout that it was actually very difficult to play, believe it or not. But now, I don't have to worry about that anymore. Oh, yeah, right. I totally forgot. I'm supposed to be kicking. So you see, sometimes I go up to like 19,000. Wait, what's the trigger for this? Oh, yeah, I need to cast 5 skills. All right. Here we are. So, have I casted my 5 skills yet? Ah, there you go. 20% life. And if I Challenging Shout, I go up to 20k so far, right? And this is like keeping in mind that, yeah, I have GA rolls on some of my equipment, but I don't have GA roll on my two-handed slashing. I don't have two-handed... Oh, I'm gonna skip Protection Shrine. If I have Protection Shrine, then they can't actually hit me with thorns, I believe. So, I'm gonna leap over. Yeah, right? Like, there's so many pieces of gear that I still need on this guy, and yeah, so far we're just dog walking Torment or Pit 50 right now. The boss is gonna be the hardest part here. It's really just the reality of all this. And there's also some uniques that I'm missing too, but I just don't have the I actually do have some Exquisite Blood, so maybe I can go farm it. I'm gonna go try to farm a Razor Plate after this, but yeah, I just wanted to kind of show you kind of where the build is at, right? I mentioned that I kind of incrementally run Pit here and there just so I can kind of see, like, what level of power the build can reach at any given time. So, yeah. So this is Pit 150. Last run was 7.5 minutes. I'm expecting that this run will probably be closer to 9 minutes. And then usually as my general rule of thumb, if I can... Oh, Blast Wave! Okay, well, this will help speed things up immensely. And I did make a mistake, though. I should actually have saved this Blast Wave for the boss. Because, yeah, you can kind of see this would have been... Yeah, usually the boss is the one that I have the most difficulty with. Like, these packs are like, kind of a joke, right? Yep. Blast Wave is by far, like, the best shrine. Just in general, but especially for this build, because it scales off your life. And your Paragon level, funny enough, so... There we are. And... done. And there's... I'm gonna kick these. I'm gonna pull these in. I'm gonna Challenging Shout again, and you can see we're at 19k life. Yeah, I'm just gonna spend resources. Basically, every time I have a full bar, and then I kick them. I can... Now I use Decrepify there. This is good, right? And keep in mind also, like, there's a lot of things that I'm saying out here, but just bear with me, hopefully. Or hopefully you can bear with me. Keep in mind that I have... Here, give me a second. I have no masterworking. I haven't masterworked a single piece of equipment. I usually save masterworking for last, and I try to, like, deal with everything else first, like... Maybe with the exception of glyphs. Usually glyphs, I, you know, level them up as I see, as I feel they're convenient. But Oh, okay, cool. And we're ready to fight the boss. We have 11 minutes left on the clock. Let's see how much damage we can actually pump out to Chief Marauder here. I can kick him. Yeah, definitely. Okay, so this is where the build will start to suffer a little bit, as you can see. The problem now... Okay. Yeah, the problem right now is that I don't have... Hold on, I just had like a stroke of inspiration. I might try something a little later with Tybalt's. Yeah, if I replace this for Tybalt's, that actually might amp my damage up by quite a bit. I'd have to replace... I might have to replace Razorplate though, but that might be okay too. I don't know if I need Razorplate to survive this. Anyway, yeah, but yeah, the last run that I did, I was like 7.5 minutes, and now we're down to probably it's looking like 9.5. So yeah, there's still plenty of room for growth too. I haven't masterworked anything. I like to do masterworking last because you never know like what kind of equipment you get. I don't want to like burn masterworking materials and then later find out, oh, I actually found something better, so that was a waste of my masterworking materials. But glyphs are always a pretty safe bet. You obviously can't go wrong. Like, the worst that you can do for a glyph is you realize that you leveled one that you actually don't intend to use in the end game. That's really about it. One-handed weapons, more damage, next attack will overpower, increased brawling skill damage. No, I don't need these. And you can see that, like, you deal increased damage while wielding two-handers. Yeah, no, this would be another glyph that I could throw on too, right? Increased damage for each active earthquake. That's probably best. You can't, but I mean, I'm trying to avoid using these cheesy like earthquake dust devil. So yeah, let me write this in. We've hit a new timestamp. So this is 4 hours 37 minutes in, pit 50 end with 9 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. I think that I still have the same number of Paragon points spent, right? Yeah, still with 100 and oops. With 103 Paragon with all the above. And also what did I adjust? Oh yeah. Tempered like damage while berserking. Damage while berserking tempers on all weapons for blood rage 45% damage increase. Okay, so yeah, this comfortably puts us to pit 55. I could run a pit 55 right now, or try to run a pit 55, and I would probably be able to clear it with like a few minutes left on the clock, but I'd rather focus my efforts on kind of like the here and now, like what else we can kind of upgrade for the time being. I could keep leveling my glyphs, or I can do this whole masterworking thing. Actually, no, there is one other thing I'm supposed to do. I'm supposed to get, I'm supposed to go kill Zir. I can't clear him on Torment 3, though, so I have to clear him on Torment 2. The reason I want to fight Zir is because I'm hoping to get an Ancestral Razorplate. If I get an Ancestral Razorplate with a higher roll, I would stick with that. If I don't get Ancestral Razorplate, I might settle for running Tybalt's. Like, here's a thought I had. Tybalt's with, like, instead of Razorplate. Actually, I might just skip Juggernauts. Huh. I might not even need Juggernaut's aspect if I play my cards right. Ooh, this is interesting. Okay, I had to think about that one. But yeah, I might use Tybalt's with Iron Skin. But let me try to get a Razorplate first. So that was our Pit 50 run as a starting point. You let me know if you're still here, Nick. You let me know if there's anything you want to know about the character in its current incarnation. But I'm going to tell you right now that if I wanted to clear Pit 65, there's 3 things I need now that I've got my tempering recipes. I would need to get well, I mean, I don't need all these things, but obviously this is probably these are the things that ideally I would have, right? So I would need to have an ancestral 2-handed mace. Well, ancestral everything, really, which is what I'm trying to do right now as we speak. So ancestral everything, first of all. I would need the uniques, the relevant uniques for this build. Wait, what? Did I just go the completely wrong direction? What the? I could do that? Alright, sure. Yep. Yeah, so ideally I want to have like razor plate at the maximum possible like rolls, uh, and like ancestral, but I mean that's not, it doesn't have to be, but it'd be great, like for pushing Torment 4. And then there's another item I'm looking for called Shard of Varathiel that I want too. So if I can get Shard of Varathiel, I'll be one very happy camper, because then I can permanently keep my bonus up. Like right now, my there's this key passive, right? Barbed Carapace. Every time if I spend Fury, I gain up to 120% damage. But right now, the only thing that allows me to really consume Fury is Kick, and I only get 2 charges of that. So if I use Shard of Varathiel, I don't have to worry about having to keep spamming Kick anymore, and I can kind of rework my build in such a way where I can keep that 120% bonus Thorns bonus in. So there's a lot of stuff, a lot of mechanics for sure. And I'm sitting here at like 13,000 life, but pants, okay.
Too easy for warriors like us.
Okay. Anyways, you die this effect also okay, this is for overkill. Resistance to all elements. Now this could help solve my resistance issues. Max life, resistance to all elements. I honestly, it's kind of tempting to switch over to this. And what's this one? Ramaladi's Magnum Opus. Yeah, I don't need this one. I'm gonna try one more time. I'm aiming for, again, I'm hoping for Thornmail, but if I don't get Thornmail, then what can you do? There is one other thing I'm looking for called Shard of Varathiel. I think this is also to be obtained from Zir, but I'll have to double check that. Drop Diablo 4. Where does this, where do I get this from? There, dead. Scorched Shackles, pants, boots. Well, very, not gonna lie, I am very upset. I did get Yen's Blessing, but the other ones don't really help me all that much. Resistance to all elements. Again, I don't really need 3 of these. This is the best available one. So, Shard of Varathiel. Where else can I get it? Shard of Varathiel. Oh, is it just Infernal Hordes? Oh, I can only get it from Infernal Hordes. And I still have yet to come across a single compass for Infernal Hordes. Yeah, that makes sense, actually. I get a lot of Shards of Varathiel from Infernal Hordes, so yeah, that would do it. Okay, alright. So, in terms of scaling Thorns damage, maybe we can kind of kick it up a notch. So far, I've only put in 145 Paragon points. I can comfortably clear Pit 50 now. I think that most people, by the time they reach or kind of progress through Torment 3, they wouldn't have like, they wouldn't be like Paragon like 75. They'd probably be closer to like Paragon 100. I'd say. I think that Paragon 100 would have like 125 to 150 points on their board. So I'm gonna get another board out here. Actually, come to think of it, oh yeah, no, I actually do have the bonus from Revenge Glyph. Okay, cool. Damage while berserking. This thing's got oh, damage to bleeding enemies. Yeah, I could use that. It's like free damage for me. And I could probably even head to the right a little bit, but willpower. Okay, fine. Let's get willpower here. That means that I can avoid getting willpower there, and that saves us a couple points. I can go this way using my points. So what else can we pick up? Each time you make an enemy vulnerable, your damage is increased by 20% for 5 seconds. Overpowering a vulnerable enemy grants an additional 20% bonus for 5 seconds. But yeah, no, I don't have that. But I do make people vulnerable. So we can pick this up. And this board is kind of interesting in that I can also pick up life and damage. So What is this? 4% life? Yeah, sign me up. Damage and life. And then if I go this way, I can grab the glyph and the paragon node here. Wow, that should be a lot of extra life. And what other glyph can I put in? I think I had one for if I'm using two-handers, right? Yeah, deal 8% increased damage while wielding two-handed weapons. This is for overpower damage, though, but, I mean, I'm too lazy to figure it out right now. While wielding a polearm. Okay, I have every glyph at this point, so that's not a problem anymore. For each active earthquake. So, yeah, let's do this one. Increase damage while wielding two-handers. And we can pick this up, we can pick this up, and I think we just go here, and we have our glyph. Wait, this is for two one-handed. Let me try and do... Where's a two-hander? While wielding a mace. That's an axe. This is one-handed. What? I'm so confused. You deal 8% increased damage while wielding two-handed weapons. Yeah, okay. Or maybe I'm going crazy, but... I can also get a legendary bonus increased damage to healthy enemies. Okay, this is kind of exciting. A lot of good bonuses to be picked up here for sure, but... okay, so now if I try to refund this, yeah, we're close to somewhere between, like, Paragon 100 to 125. I think this is fine. I think this is fair for me to put in this many points. So I'm going to try again. Pit 50... Yeah, I can try Pit 50 again, and then we have a couple extra Paragon boards. And then probably after this one, I'm gonna start, like, I don't have enough unique materials, so I'd probably just go masterworking. I might just go masterworking and then try to push. Like, no joke. I think I might even be able to take on... Yeah, if I masterwork, I might be able to hit, like, Pit 60... Well, at least 60. I don't know about 65 right now. But, we'll try. Berserking tempers and all, and then now we've made it so that I picked up another source of damage with Decimator, legendary node, Decimator node, and Might glyph. Let's just say rank 15 to make things easier for me. Okay. Cool. I'm gonna try to level that one up too. Tier 50, Torment 3. I still have my potions up. I'm still sitting at about 15,000 life. Base. Before activating Challenging Shout and all that. Really excited to start farming your dungeon. I would have preferred Infernal Hordes on this guy, I think, but we'll have to make do with what we have. Maybe I can't even leap over the other side, that's too bad. Yep. Yeah, now we're at the point where we can kind of dog walk everything. This is good. Yeah, I still need, like, more ways to use up my resource. Yeah, the build is so much easier to play. Well, it's a lot easier to play with Shard of Varathiel for sure. I remember just how big the difference. It's like more than double the damage, right? You can have this up all the time. Otherwise, you had to keep paying attention to how often kick was active and all that. I wonder if there's a way to keep resetting kick charges. Yeah, I don't like it. Oh yeah, I have exploiters. I don't know how much exploiters helps me though. 18,000 life so far. And I can just run through everything. 21k life here, not bad. Still plenty of room for growth. I think last season I was pushing like 30k, something like that. Yeah. That was 30k without any of the Vessel of Hatred stuff like runes though, so plenty of room for growth, for sure. Channeling Shrine, okay. Yeah, well this helps. Yeah, this leap is so useful. It's like almost as good as Sorcerer Teleport, it feels like. Channeling Shrine is still up. There. Another pack. Gonna do this. Pulling everything in. This run might be a little slower than the previous one though, just because on the last one I had a Blast Wave Shrine. This one I did not have that luxury, but I mean more or less it's still quite the cakewalk, but it also gives me a good excuse to level my glyphs while I'm testing the power of the build in its current incarnation. Okay. So we're starting at a little over 11 and a half on this, the timer. And wow. I have another kick charge, but I don't think I have anything that can, well, I can, there we go. Max out my oh, I missed the timing on my skill there. There we go. That was easy. How much time did that take? That went much faster than I thought it would. 11 minutes? Wow. Yeah, see? Again, our damage is already scaled up to the point where... hold on. 453... I think like 452... Let's say 30, pit 50 end, but this is 11 minutes remaining. Okay. Wow. So that was yet another successful run. I'm gonna take a moment to upgrade this. I'm gonna try to rank this up to max here. To rank 13, and then probably one more run will bring it to 16. That will... Well, actually, that just increases the radius. It doesn't really do much. Doesn't actually activate the bonus, but yeah. I gotta be honest, I might actually opt to spam pit 50s, because master working my material sounds great and all, but I think I'd rather just unlock the well, free damage on these two. I don't know. That's a tough one. I mean, I could just do both, I guess, but I don't know which I'd prefer to do first. Well, let's go Karagar, and then we're gonna break open pit 55 again with this level of power. I think pit 55 is more than achievable. What are we rocking here? Yeah, okay. Still kind of silly I don't have an easy route to get Shard of Arathiel, but what can you do? This is also quite exciting. The fact that I can kill monsters this quickly in pit 50 means that if I were to run a Nightmare Dungeon in pit 50, that it's going to be much, much quicker than, well, I guess the other classes even. Okay. Yeah, they do hurt the... Ooh, lag. Ah, it's too slow. Okay. Challenging Shout. There's too many skills that I have to keep track of too. That's the other problem with all this. Like, the correct order is that I'm supposed to use Leap and Ground Stomp into Kick. Something like that. But, I mean, I'm still doing a good amount of damage even without all that cheese. Yep. okay. All right. I'm gonna kick this one real quick. And yeah, I have an execute too with the Watt rune. Watt rune is probably one of the runes I'd say is like low-key, like crazy strong. I can challenging shout again. I can re-kick them. I don't even know which side I'm supposed to go to. I think it would be this one because it's farther out. This should get more monsters. But I... Oh. Oops. Mistiming everything out here. Wow, I had like a 2-second cooldown on that, but... Okay. Wow. This, pit... this pit 55 run is actually way easier than I expected. I mean, I had like 2 extra Paragon boards, but... Or not 2 extra Paragon boards, it was actually just 1 glyph, 1 node that I added. And I was able to, like... I'm at the point now where we're comfortably clearing pit 55. Wasn't expecting that. Yeah, maybe I will just do the whole masterworking to rank 4. I think that would be easier than trying to level every glyph. Yeah, okay, fine. I'll run 1 or 2 nightmare dungeons and I think be okay. Okay. Yeah, I'm really tempted to switch out. What's my pants right now? I kind of want to switch out my pants for Tibalt's. Yeah, because I can try to get Iron Skin. I could try to keep spamming Iron Skin. And if I have Iron Skin, it makes me unstoppable, which would give me not just the extra damage, I actually care more about getting more primary resource. That'd be kind of ridiculous, like getting a Tibalt, or with my one Tibalt that has 2 GA on it. I can just use that as like an extra source of resource on top of what I already have. I'm actually misplaying my build completely too, by the way. That's the funniest part about all this. I'm just spamming up all my cooldowns whenever I have them. But there's actually supposed to be a specific order that I use them. And how I use them determines whether or not I'm doing... like essentially how much damage I'm actually dishing out here. Yeah, I also could use a little bit more cooldown reduction for a leap. Wait, oh, I'm going the wrong way. I'm just gonna keep going. I don't want to waste my fury on these guys. I can kick them first. And I'll barrier. Wow, they hurt. Yeah. No, this is... It's pretty easy. Challenging shout. Get barrier up. Why can't I use my barrier? What? That was very strange. Oh. Okay. Well, so... Yeah. That was pit 50... Well, that's pit 55 so far. Now I have to fight the boss. This one might actually be troublesome for me. Might be troublesome because I don't even have my my ult yet, or my challenging shout rather. What? I used my... Oh, I don't have any fury right now. But I mean, I am actually doing a good amount of damage. Ouch. Doing a good amount of damage, but that's all I'm doing right now. Ow. Alright. Yeah. Just waiting for my stuff to come off cooldown. 1 second. Once I get my stuff off cooldown, I'll actually do my rotation the way it's supposed to be done. Okay. Then I'll probably have to kick. Kick again. I'm actually out of resource, but that's okay. I can use my back here. There we go. I can prolong it. And then now I have my barrier up again. I use that. There we are. Yeah, now this is me actually doing the rotation properly, and yeah, we can see that I'm able to hold my own. Oh, there we go. Ah, I can break out of it. This isn't too bad. This actually isn't too bad. The build is so much stronger than last season, man, because of the whole issue with that one aspect that wasn't working, Bold Chieftains. So now it's way easier. Okay, 8 minutes left on the clock. 8 minutes left on the clock. Wait a second. That was pit 55, right? So, yeah, now if I want, I can go push pit 50 for lulz, but I don't need to, technically. Anyway, sure. Ideally, I'd like to get this up to max. Well, actually, I should have done this one first. Maybe it doesn't matter at all. Actually, because increased damage to healthy enemies, I mean, they're only healthy until like 85% of their health. So it sounds like a lot, but actually just plain damage is better. Just, again, mathematically, I think. Okay, 100 available points. So, yeah, again, I could like level all my glyphs, or I can go and masterwork everything. I don't even think I need to do both. Yeah, I really don't think I need to do both, like ranking up my glyphs to 46 and masterworking. I think that's actually overkill. And even the like current level of equipment that I have, or well, the current equipment I have, I can make adjustments to like everything really. I could like temper some resistances if I wanted. I can replace this with Tybalt's. Now I'm a little bummed out because Tybalt's. My Tybalt's is not bad, but I really do wish that one of the GAs rolled on max life. If it had rolled on max life, I would have switched over to it like right away, I think. Yeah, because I don't need this much armor, I don't think.
See some steel. What's still got some good in it?
Yeah, why not? Let's try Tybalt's for fun. I got extra damage out of this too. Well, no. Before I switch over to Tybalt's, I'm going to do another run. This time of pit 60, and I'm going to see if I even remotely stand a chance on pit 60. Then I can make additional adjustments as I see fit, but yeah, this is kind of where we're at. So the previous run, I finished with 8 minutes remaining. So again, as a general guideline, usually about 6 minutes. If I jump like 5 pit tiers, the run will take 6 minutes less time, something like that. So we'll see. We'll see how well this goes. Oh wait, I haven't even activated Challenging Shout yet. Oh, that's so awkward. Oh, that's sloppy. It was abrupt, like bad start to the run then. But there we are. Gonna leap here, pick him again. Gonna activate my little barrier. There's like too many things to keep track of here. I'm gonna try to spend my resource real quick. So again, like this thing right here, Thorns increased. That's the thing I'm really trying to look out for. Ooh, yo, I get hit by that. Okay, activating Challenging Shout. I'm gonna pull these ones this way. Looking for more packs. Want to fight all of them at once, and especially my kick is still on cooldown. So the more monsters I can pull into the middle here, the better it is for me. Okay, so this is a pretty nice, juicy pack. I'm gonna just hit all of them. Nope, I'm gonna pull them over here. And the same again. Yeah, there's like too many things to realistically keep track of all the time, but kinda get there. There we are. Yeah, that was a pretty clean kick. I'm still waiting for the Blast Wave Shrine, or I just realized, yeah, last run there was no Blast Wave Shrine, otherwise that might have sped things up a little bit. And okay. There we are. Yep. Them all hit me at the same time. That was not bad. Hey, there's somebody selling Tybalt's Razor Blade and Yen's Blessing now. I could have used all three of those. Maybe minus the Yen's, but all the other ones, yes. Oh, look at this juicy pack. I'm just gonna rope him in real quick. Challenging shout again. Yeah, if I had Tybalt's here, then that would have given me an additional chunk of life. Looking for more packs. Actually, I have to use strategy for this. Sure, I'll rake them in. Pick them. I'm gonna leap on them. And what am I doing? I don't even have challenging shout up. Well, what am I? What are we doing here? What are we doing here, Gary? Ah. Ooh, do I have max resistances even? I actually don't. Well, I have pretty close to max resistances though. I'm really just relying on kind of relying on my raw like 21,000 life with fortify and some barrier to save me. I think I get barrier, don't I? There's like a thing that they added this season, one of the witchcraft hours where you can get barriers, so. And I'm just gonna keep heading to the northeast here. Come on, come on. What? How did they... I was trying to pull them all together, but apparently they split up somehow. Keeping my Thorns charges capped. Ooh, no, I used my challenging shout too soon. This might cost me a little bit of time here. I can just kick them. Maybe the base Thorns is enough to take these guys out. It'll take a little longer, but still my 11,000 Thorns is still pretty decent, I would say. Aha! I'm gonna just... 13k, alright. Apparently it's just 13k with challenging shout. Unless I didn't get the, I don't think I got the casts correct. I can... Okay, yeah. Pyranado, dude. Pyranado is also another thing this season that's completely nuts that I didn't have last time. Okay, there we are. Hey, keep in mind, like, earlier I was saying that, oh, Paragon, yeah, they take no damage. If I have this protection shrine up, there's one to confirm that. But, I can at least... That means that this is all the damage just from the key passive by itself. Yeah, so protection shrine is actually a trap. It will slow you down. Because otherwise these guys would be hitting themselves for so much more damage than what we're seeing here. Ooh, big pack. Whoa. Tornado, please. I kind of like that I basically have like permanent 40% DR with challenging shout always being up. But I don't like that the roll that I have on it is so low. The good news is I have exploiters, so even though these guys are like taunted, I can still kill them. Okay, and Wow. This is kind of a weird one. I've never seen it like this, where it's like the entire, I clear the entire wasteland before I find the one exit. I might be able to get it from just these last few monsters, maybe. No? Oh, man. That's not good. This is actually such a time waste, because I actually have to run all the way over. I'm like 1 pack short. That's how sad this is. 7.5 minute mark, too. So, we'll see how long it takes me to clear the boss. I guess just this pack would be enough, right? No? Okay, maybe I didn't make the right call coming here, then.
Impressive.
Blastwave Shrine? There's no way. This be the... Alright. Well, whoa! The Blastwave Shrine went away. They must have changed that. It wasn't like that before. Previously, the Blastwave Shrines, I think, used to stay. So maybe I should have hit it and then come here. I would have been okay, too. But, I mean, it's win-win, because all this means for me is that now I can test and see how much damage we can actually expect to do, and whether or not I even survive a fight against Slither in the first place. I might even run circles for a little bit until I figure out... okay, challenging shout is back up. I'm gonna kick him, and I can kind of run circles. I kind of messed that up. Got greedy with the things I was trying to cast in rotation. Yeah, if it were Seething Hive Master, I think Seething Hive Master has a thing where he hits me with a bunch of pellets, and each of those does like a lot of damage back to him because of the damage reflection from Thorns. Alright, I'm just gonna wait for my skills to come back real quick. I don't want to have this get amped up even higher. Probably would be okay even without it, though. At this one, I'm just tanking, because let's see how far we can kind of go with this. Oh, yeah. I can't afford to tank every single thing, it seems. And I think my game just crashed. Ugh. Of course, yeah. This is the other problem with what slows me down. I make it to like this point in the run, and then I just crash out. It's frustrating. I wonder when they'll fix it, because, yeah, again, it wasn't like that last season, so it's probably one of the changes they made this time. But I don't know when they'll ever roll out a fix for it, if they'll roll out a fix for it. So we're just gonna finish this, and then I guess Thorns, and then, well, I could try one more pit run. Hopefully it doesn't crash again. And then I'll do the whole masterworking thing, and then try to come back with masterworked equipment, and see if we can do like quicker runs here. Like this one, I'm down to like 5 minutes remaining, or like less than that. It's like 3 or 4 minutes remaining. So I feel like we can do a bit better. That's what I'm hoping for. That's frustrating, but what can you do? Wait, hold on. What? How come there's no sound? Okay. Hold on a second. Why? Now there's no sound in my game. Huh? Okay, yeah, so it's D4. Okay, I have to restart D4 again. It's almost certainly something to do with D4, man. Okay, well at least now we have the sound up. All right, Thorns again. Into pit 60. Yeah. Guess I could do another pit 60 run, but all right. There's the sound and music. Okay, we're gonna need another batch of these. Hopefully we won't need too many more. Something I also just remembered is that Iron Barbs also has 250 thorns. I can actually get thorns from that elixir, and I can also get it from this. Increases thorns by 400 for all nearby players, but yeah, I think I prefer my red amine buzz more. Like, yeah. It also, when I use challenging shout, boosts my thorns. Not as much base value thorns, but that's okay. And what's this? Spiral Morning? Sure. Okay.
I appreciate that.
42 minutes to go. Alright. Going in.
I appreciate that.
Hit 60. No, yeah, hit 60 is right.
Impressive.
Thank you.
Alright. This is us rerunning Pit 60 because of the crash from the previous run. Maybe you can do it
Anything could be
less sloppy than before. We're lucky, but otherwise, yeah, this is how the run's gonna work. I think the monsters here are a little tougher than the previous run. Okay, I'm really hoping to pull them down this way. And not exactly the best monsters to fight. I prefer snakes. Snakes and spiders are usually a lot. Ow! Ouch. That's like the first time where I actually can't take all those monsters at once. I have resistances too, don't I? I actually do have resistances. No, this is horrible. Also my mouse kind of had like a weird problem there. I was trying to mouse over stuff and it wouldn't let me. Okay. Oh, did it in the wrong order again. There we are. I just need my challenging shout to come back up. There. Pick 'em. I don't know, why does this run feel so much tougher than the previous one I did? That I was... Oh, okay. That was a weird animation, but sure. Okay, yeah, we are on pace now, and it is spiders, so again, it's easier than before. Also, I'm getting a lot better at keeping track of when I need to use my pounding shout and when I need to reactivate my kick. Keep the bonus from passive going. There we go. I think after this pack, though, that'll be it. Not gonna have another round of kick ready in time. Yeah, that's fine. I'm gonna let it charge for a little bit while I look for more targets here. Yeah, okay, here's a good juicy pack. Let's let them do whatever they feel like. Okay, next area. Holding shout, we'll rake them in. Gonna kick one, ground stomp. Activate this, and just waiting for this to run out. Okay. Need to make sure I have some fury for this. Ah! This, frozen orb thing, scares me. Blast Wave Shrine. Okay. Well, actually, maybe I'll come back for it a little later. Maybe I'll go around first. This might be a mistake, but I'll try to see if I can cheese it. Cheese the fight against the boss with that Blast Wave Shrine. I can manage it anyway. There we are. Pyranado, and that's like level or rank 1 Pyranado. It's not even like the full gig. We'll pick this one first. And I don't know if the Pyranado is doing all that damage or if it's actually that pack. Oh, that's not quite where I need them to be, but... Ow. Challenging shout. Leap again. Ah, that's a lot of poison out here. Gonna head up here, maybe. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. I maybe kill 1 or 2 more packs, and then I'm gonna head down for the Blast Wave Shrine. That's what I'm hoping for here. There's some monsters here. Ah. There. Maybe they didn't change it. I remember maybe I had to actually time it before too.
like actually use the Blast Wave Shrine like just before I go into the boss fight. It actually might have been how it was before too. Okay. Okay, and now the Blast Wave Shrine. And there. Okay, let's see if we can actually cheese the boss with this. I think this should work. There we are. And we're just gonna up our life even a little bit. Ah, yes. This was a good boss fight. 8.5 minutes. In fact, I think this run took even less time than the one we did before it on Pit 55, but that was basically cheating. It's obviously a very legit way of handling the run, but it's not quite what I was aiming to show off. Yeah, I might have to do another run just for that. 27:18. All right. Unique ancestral ring. Oh, this one's got max life. Well, isn't that something? May have to hop on over to that soon. Actually, I could try to run another pit 60. 42, 43, 44, 45. That would probably just get me to... I'd be able to max out my revenge glyph if I did that. Yes. How'd I go? To Karagar. That was funny. I didn't... Blast Wave Shrine. Well... I'm gonna try it again. I actually do want to have like a proper benchmark though. Rather than cheese the boss like this with a blast wave. If like if for some reason I can't get it right this time though, then I think I'm just gonna say forget it. Just work with what I have. We're already pretty close to the end too, but okay, this is taking too long. I'm just gonna go. Snakes. I'm okay with snakes. But they do have me CC'd pretty heavily, I admit. Yeah, I can keep going this way. I'm gonna use this opportunity to try to pull as many monsters to me. Okay, well, this also works. Or I can just kill him with one kick. That also works. Well, I was hoping that I could just... Why is this guy taking so long to go down, though? Actually. There we go. Oh. Ow. And there's another pack. Oh, yes. I can leap through this, right? Yep.
I'm actually starting to get the hang of this, but I actually do wonder if I even need to bother with all this masterworking. I could probably get away with just my current level of equipment, but just for good measure, I will try to push 1 or 2 nightmare dungeons, I guess. I'm also going to ignore any shrine that I get this run, because, yeah, I like to know I have to work with here. Also, this next run would get me to rank 45 on a glyph. Probably we'll just get it up to rank 46, but I mean, it's only like an additional like 5%. Shouldn't be like a huge difference. I think masterworking is going to be a much bigger slice of the pie here. Oh yeah, resistances are another part of the problem too. Still haven't found like any gloves or any piece of equipment which easily gives me like a chunk of resistances out of nowhere. Like resistance to all elements, I think, is the big one. So I don't know how I'm gonna make that happen. Hey, Grimlord. Yes, you're right. I know. I'm fully aware. That's the whole point. So at this point, I'm already like Paragon 221, but there's other people who might make a Thorns Barb, and they themselves wouldn't be at this level of power. So I kind of put it in like kind of like bit by bit, so I know roughly how much power you would need to get to like each stage of like progressing from Paragon 1, 2, 3, 4, so on. So, like, in my case, yeah, what I could have done right away from, as soon as I made it into, sorry, Paragon, not Paragon 1, 2, 3, 4, I mean, like, Torment 1, 2, 3, and 4. Right, like, so what I could have even done from the very beginning, when I first got into Torment 1, is, yeah, I could have just sank all my points in. But instead, I used the equipment I used just getting into Torment 1, and I pushed all the way up to Pit 40 with it, so I know that that's kind of, like, a nice baseline. I think I was even able to actually clear Pit 45 with it. It just took forever. But now I know that, like, yeah, okay, so Thorns by itself is strong enough to, like, handle all the way up to Torment 2 without any additional adjustments from when you clear, like, you know, level 60, right? And you set up your character to clear, like, Pit 20 or whatever. And then, now if someone asks, I have that kind of knowledge under my belt. And well, yeah, that's more valuable to me than, oh, yeah, I'm just gonna, like, speedrun my way all the way to Torment 4. I could have done that by now. I could already probably have been finished by now, yes. Especially with, as you said, all the Paragon points left on the table, true. But that would kind of defeat the purpose of what I'm trying to do here, and learn roughly how it would have been if I had, like, started as a Thorns Barb, or more specifically, if someone else had started off as a Thorns Barb, what they would expect. So hopefully that makes sense to you. Paragon's like the one thing I can like easily adjust. Same with masterworking, because I can choose to do masterworking last. Yeah, something like that. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, that's a pretty scary pack. I guess I can't just walk right into all of them. I don't even have my resistances maxed as part of the problem here, too. There we are. So, I'm gonna challenging shout that. I can. Oh yeah, I already have Pyranado. I threw my Steel Grasp as Pyranado came out, but we're in it. And this guy's also got DR, but that's okay. With this many monsters, it should be easy to just walk into all of them with Barbed Carapace. Okay. Weird animation, but whatever. There's more monsters here, sure. I wouldn't even have had to do any of this if I didn't crash out in the first place. Hey, how's it going, by the way? Grimorg, I'm guessing you yourself are a barbarian player too, if you're still here. Yep. 7.5, almost 7.5 minutes left on the clock. So we'll see how long all this takes. Actually, hold on a second. Let me give it a little bit. Okay, now all my stuff's off cooldown. I can kind of fight him in peace. That's a drowned sea hag. All right. Well, hopefully he doesn't kill me in one hit or anything like that. Why is this one like so much tougher to deal with than the other boss? This is actually way tougher than the previous boss I had to fight. Okay. He's taking a bit more damage now. Yeah, I think I can still take it. If he's... You know what? I figured it out. It's because I have to wait until he starts spawning stuff, then he starts doing a lot more damage. Ah, interrupted my kick there. So I'm just waiting. There we are. There we go. Oh, that's maybe a little scary. Ouch. Yeah, now there's really starting to hurt, though. I don't know if my kick will come back in time. No, it won't. So I need to charge it back up again. A little bit of time here. Actually, yeah, maybe I'll start it off. Oh, shoot, I was too slow. Yes, I'm still here. You switched to your Twitch. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, that's, yeah, on Twitch it's like, there's a much faster delay. You didn't say anything after the first message, otherwise I would have mentioned that, yeah, Twitch is, way faster, so you don't have to wait for me to respond or anything like that if you wanted to chat in real time. Anyway, yeah, what brings you here? Are you also a fellow Barb player? I'd like to think you are. I wouldn't expect most people to want to check out a Thorns Barb stream unless they themselves are Barb players. Ow. Ow, 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 ow. Okay, well. Kick this guy. And let me just... Alright, stay away from all this. Oh. Because I just found your stream on YouTube main page randomly. Well, I didn't expect that one. Yeah, that's awesome. Let me finish this fight and we can talk at length more, because I'd really rather not have to do this fight a third time. This is actually my third time on this stupid fight. Because the first time, well, I guess technically fourth. So the first time I tried this, I crashed, like midway through the fight. The second time, no, this is my third time. So, well, like the last time I did this, I found a blast wave shrine and I cheesed them with it. Yeah, but this time, I'm actually trying to see. Ah, dude. That's painful. That was kind of sad. I should have been able to clear this one. I could try to fake the fight again, but feels like such a waste of time in this case. Okay, you know what? In light of my previous crash, I'm just going to say roughly, and I mean how long this one is shaping up to take. Let's say 2 minutes left on the timer, I think, is a good estimate. Or 3 minutes, actually, because when I die, it's like, it takes off 30 seconds. I've been sitting here for 30 seconds. Let's say 3 minutes. So, pit 60 fail, but this was about 3 minutes remaining. Okay, so now I have like a sort of a benchmark. So now I can go do all like the masterworking stuff. I'm gonna go get like let's see which things I can get masterworking materials from. I think I have like tributes, right? I can just do the masterworking tributes and that should do the trick.
The inn has something to warm me up.
Where is it? This is boss summoning, legendary items. I don't need that. I just need... The only thing I really need is masterworking materials right now. But if they're not giving it, then I guess I'll just do it the old-fashioned way. I'll farm them from Nahantu. Nightmare Dungeons. This is Torment 2. Let's not waste our time. I'm going to switch to Torment 3, actually. Yeah, the other way I could do it is I could go pull up the masterworking material caches from my mercenaries, but I'd rather save that for later, since it's shared across the entire account. So yeah, Hierophant Pyre. We're gonna go there, and we're gonna go. Run Nightmare Dungeons for Obdicite. Yes, I am already on my way to Nightmare Dungeons. But the thing is, there's tributes that give masterworking materials too. So I would have tried to do that first. I think those can give more on average than a Nightmare Dungeon, but of course Nightmare Dungeons are in much higher abundance. I would actually also prefer Infernal Horde compasses, but I haven't found a single one the entire time I've played since I made my first character. Maybe I need to do like the quest for it, I'm not sure, but I have yet to find an Infernal Horde compass. I don't know. You get 400 to 600 per NMD run. Yeah, same here. What Torment difficulty are you running it on? Actually, scratch that. What's your progress this season? It's a pleasure to actually meet you, and you know, I was doing the Pit 60 run, so I couldn't really maintain like a full conversation with you, but now that I'm out of it and we're just mindlessly AFK farming, would be nice to kind of hear your progress for the season. So yeah, you said that you found my stream on YouTube main page randomly. Wow, okay, well that's cool. Not every day that happens. Glad that YouTube recommended me for some reason. I'm guessing probably has to do with you're looking up like Diablo 4 content, I imagine, and then I myself am streaming Diablo 4, so probably maybe Barbarian Diablo 2 content, and then it decided, hey, yeah, Thorns, Barb, this guy's doing Thorns, so probably threw me in as a recommendation, something like that. But yeah, let me know if you have any other questions. That was a very good one. The asking about like, oh, you know, you have 100 points, why aren't you using it? Like, you know, some people might assume that I'd forgotten or something, but no, that's indeed not the case. You're along pretty far. Ah, Leap Earthquake. Well, yeah, tale as old as time. I think a lot of people are running some variation of an Earthquake build this season, understandably so. Earthquake is just so ridiculously strong. I would say that my main build is the Companion Druid, but in actuality, I've only played the Companion Druid on the very first day. I got him to Torment 4, and I haven't touched him. Not because I hate him or anything like that, but solely because the objective that I have here right now, I mean, you're new to my channel, is that I am trying to get every class, like one character from every class, from level 1 to 60, and then from Torment 1 to Torment 4. So on the very first day of the season, I went Torment 1 to 4 on Companion Druid. On the second day, well, I mean, then fast forward now to like 2 weeks, like long story short, and we did the, we got to like Torment 4 on the Companion Druid, the Minion Necromancer, Chain Lightning Sorcerer, and I think just last night I did Dance of Knives Rogue. That was actually surprisingly the easiest one so far. I would probably even go as far as saying that, nah, I think that overall Dance of Knives is still easier than Thorns, just because Dance of Knives can actually deal with the boss pretty quickly. And by the way, when I say with the class, I mean with specific builds. Like, I know I could go Leapquake, or I can do like some, I don't know, I could have gone like Cataclysm. Which way am I heading? Okay, down here. I could have done Cataclysm Druid, and I could have probably cleared the game way, way quicker, even abusing the infinite damage bugs that they had to clear like Pit a 150 or something, but it's not what interests me. I wanted to actually try these lesser used builds. It's an interesting way to play the game. Well, I'm glad you feel that. I mean, I'm glad that you look at it that way, because not everyone is so. Wait, what? I was frozen, but I couldn't use Iron Skin. That was strange. Yeah, not everyone will look at it that way, right? A lot of people are very like, oh yeah, just play meta. Everything else is kind of a waste of time. And I really do think that. I mean, like, I respect that. I can understand where that line of thinking comes from. But I also know that there's a lot of people, such as myself, who would love to play something other than the same, like, build as everyone else, or the same, like, super strong builds season after season. So that's why, in my case, like, I have a vested interest in two particular builds for the Barbarian. The first one being the Thorns Barbarian that you're seeing here, right? Like, it's a very unique playstyle compared to all of the other builds you can do for not just Barbarian, but any class in the game, I would say. And then, similarly, there's the Whirlwind Barb. So, Whirlwind Barb is kind of an interesting one because you might think, well, actually, no, there's plenty of, like, viable builds for Whirlwind, or maybe not plenty of viable builds. But yeah, just run, like, Earthquake Dust Devils. I'm not exactly the biggest fan of, like, Earthquakes and Dust Devils. I really do feel like, rather than using that as a band-aid fix for making, like, core skills relevant, they should just inherently make the power of the core skills themselves relevant. I don't know, like, that just makes the most sense to me. I don't know why it has to be tied to, like, Dust Devils or Earthquakes specifically, you know? But that's just me. Anyway, the day, like, there will come a time when they might finally allow me to, they might actually make, like, a Whirlwind Barb, like, one for the books. But, yeah, until then, I don't know. It's one of those off-meta builds that I'm interested in, but I don't know if I'm going to spend too much time trying to sort that out. Instead of following cookie cutter builds, yeah, man. Again, kudos to you for acknowledging that, because yeah, I'm so accustomed to, like, a lot of people who come into, you know, into a channel and they're gonna say, like, oh yeah, no, like, it's meta way or the highway. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like I learned a lot about the game. It's kind of like last season, everyone played Spiritborn, and truthfully, I think that if you didn't play Spiritborn, it was like a completely different game. I think that the game was also in, like, a state where you could actually have a lot of fun with it, because it was genuinely challenging, like, really challenging. I think this season is still challenging too, but quite a lot less so. Just to put it in perspective, and this is going to sound ludicrous, but it took me 18 hours total to get my companion druid, first character, from Torment 1... No, wait, it was Torment 3 to Torment 4. Just Torment 3 to Torment 4 alone. And part of that is because, like, last season I had a lot more to worry about in terms of, like, you know, like, this season there's witch powers, first of all. Then there's ancestrals that drop a lot more frequently. And then I think materials too. Every material, like obdicite, herbs, iron chunks, like veiled crystals, right? Has kind of, like, they really increase it across the board. And so because of that, it's way, way easier now to get from Torment 3 to Torment 4. In fact, with the exception of my minion Necro, I've pretty much done every run in, like, I want to say, like, under 10 hours. Even my companion druid this season, and it was, like, much quicker. It was, like, my first character, just like last season, so I don't know. I played Spiritborn, it was completely broken, incredibly broken. Now they absolutely suck. Hey, have you tried Spiritborn? I want to ask you about that, because, okay, so I mentioned that I did 1 to 60 and Torment 1 to Torment 4 for, or I'm trying to do one for every build, right? Or every class, I mean. And I've done one for every class now, except for Barb, which I'm doing right now, and Spiritborn is the last one. Spiritborn is my least favorite class, not because of how it plays. I actually think it's a really cool concept. I just don't really, I just can't really relate to the archetype. That's a whole separate discussion. But I'd like to kind of know what I'm getting myself into. Because I'm kind of worried that I'm going to play Spiritborn, and then it's going to turn out that, oh yeah, the run's going to take like 30 hours, you know? That would be kind of a bummer. Not this season, but S6, yes. Okay. That's too bad. I'd love to get a bit more insight onto it, but that's okay. That's okay. Yeah, no, I heard definitely got shafted in comparison. I actually don't even think that they got shafted. I just feel like other builds that have come out are just like way stronger than they intended. Because they said, oh yeah, we're expecting the Spiritborn is still going to be very strong. This was its originally intended level of power. And then the next thing you know, there's Cataclysm Druid doing infinite damage. They still they nerfed that, so okay, fine, fair enough. But now Blood Wave and Earthquake, builds, which are new on the block, are doing like hundreds of trillions of damage. I don't think that they scaled it correctly. I actually really think that in this case, with the other classes being as strong as they are, is not a product of Blizzard's intentions, but I'm pretty sure that they just didn't do their damage numbers correctly. I don't know if it's a bug or if it's just more that they don't know how to do math. I actually am leaning towards the side of they don't know how to do math. Originally, I was under the impression that last season it was just because they intentionally wanted Spiritborn to be the most busted class. I mean, that's what most of us would expect, but no, I actually think that they're not. They really have no clue how to balance any of the, well, anything really. Shout skills generate 10 primary resource per second while active. You know what? No, I'm doing this all wrong. I'm gonna do Berserk Fury. I'm always Berserk, but I'm not always under shout effects. I'm just gonna salvage this, in fact. And how much Obdicite did I have? I started off with like 80, and now I'm up to 683. Okay, it's, yeah, like you said, right? I have roughly the same. I get like between 500 to like 1,000 a run, so yeah, 2 Nightmare Dungeons should be enough to kind of cap me out. Rank 4 Masterworking on every piece of equipment that I have. I still have yet to come across a two-handed mace that's ancestral, so I might actually just burn the rest of my materials on that at this rate. Like,
Well,
I'll do gloves
hello,
first.
shining
Maybe try to get a 750 item power that has,
all finished, are you?
actually, hold on. Do I have, just salvage all this. Do I have a better set of gloves? I think I do, don't I? Or do I not have a set of gloves after all this time? I might just do gloves first. No, I actually do have better gloves. I just never bothered to throw them on. Okay, fine. We'll do two-handed maces. I definitely haven't gotten a
Well,
two-handed on that one.
there's something
None of
special.
them are ancestrals. None of them are ancestral. That is so unfortunate.
Greetings. How shall I guide my hammer?
Hey, Probably Reaper. Yeah, sure. I'd be happy to explain in just a second. Just give me a moment here. I played everyone was a big. They do have a build that is good, but it's not like Barb Necro Druid. No, I believe that, but I think that I don't want to talk on behalf of Rashaka, but if I were to guess, I think Rashaka is referring to the fact that, yeah, I mean, Spiritborn has strong builds, like for pushing like Pit 100 plus, maybe like Pit 120 plus, but I think it's like far and away in comparison to Blood Wave, in comparison to Leapquake, and comparison to Cataclysm. I don't even know if like, yeah, I mean, that's kind of it. The regular content might be okay, but at least max power of the class is dead last in strength, which is kind of crazy. That's obviously not what they would intend. I mean, they just released Vessel of Hatred. They want to sell more copies, so I'm sure that they were intending for Spiritborn to at least be like rank 2 or rank 3, not like rank 6 out of all the classes. Oh, it was broken and Earthquakes hit for hundreds of billions, yes. Besides a Bloodwave Necro, yeah, they have like one, but there's like 5 brutal builds for a Barb. Yeah, I know. Are all of them tied to Earthquake, or is it just... Well, yeah, is like... I feel like all of the Earthquake builds, or all the builds, broken builds I've seen for Barb are tied to Earthquake. So correct me if I'm wrong, but that's kind of the impression that I'm getting. Earthquake, oh boy, they're all Earthquake, nice. Big boom. Yeah, I see Earthquake, but all Barb builds this season are tied to Earthquake. Okay, thanks guys. See, here's the thing, right? Like, just to fill you guys in, particularly probably Reaper. I don't know if I don't know how you were able to find my channel, but when I like the content that I'm putting out, I'm trying to put out a little bit of everything. I'm trying to show getting each of the character classes from Torment 1 to Torment 4, and also, well, level 1 to 60, of course, implicitly as a part of that. And with that in mind, I don't know, like for Barbarian, right? I don't know like a ton about Barbarian, But I do know how to like kind of hack together a Thorns Bar build to push, and I'm going to talk about that in a second. But I also know that this season the Earthquake is completely busted. So you can pretty much do whatever you want to spawn them. The strongest one is teleport, whirlwind, earthquake. Oh man, do I even want to know? Uh, wait, this is for aspect of the umbral. Oh yeah, right. I was supposed to re-imprint. Something. It was while berserking, I gain fury. That's wait, no, this is for defensive. Berserk fury. Increased cooldown reduction to your brawling skills. No, I don't need that. Berserk Fury. Yeah, this is way more useful. What am I doing? I'm always on Berserk, so. Okay, so probably Reaper, I'd love to explain how the build works to you. So, you're familiar with the Thorns mechanic, I imagine. So when a monster hits me, it will take damage equal to some calculation tied to my Thorns value and all my damage modifiers. And I also have a skill here called Barbed Carapace, where depending on my Thorns value, it will deal a percentage of my Thorns as physical damage to monsters who are close by. So that's the backbone of the build, right? With this in mind, this whole Thorns and Barbed Carapace key passive, I have a bunch of equipment that gives me Thorns. So like Razor Plate gives me Thorns, Death Wish gives me Thorns, and then I have a bunch of items that have aspects that are tied to damage modifiers. So in this case, like Aspect of Inner Calm gives me just straight damage. This one gives me damage with a barrier. This one gives me, Aspect of Elements. And then for my two-handed mace, I have AoE damage attached to all of my Thorns as well. So, wait, Mantle, you get an Ancestral Razor Plate. I don't know if you saw earlier. No, I don't think you saw, but I actually tried to do some Zir. Yeah, no, of course I'm begging, okay, for Ancestral Razor Plate. Okay, don't get me wrong. No one's more excited for an Ancestral Razor Plate than I am, but for a run like this, me trying to get Torment 1 to 4 and doing it as quickly as I can, I am trying to I'm gonna work with the lay of the land. This is what they give me, so I can't, I can't really magically generate an Ancestral Razor Plate out of thin air, or I would have already done that. With that said, take that. No, I'm sorry. We take a gift to help with the build. I have 2 GA Razor Plate. No, sorry. I can't do it. I can't do it. I'm trying to do this entirely solo self-found. When I get into, Torment 4, levels, clear pit 65, at that point, it doesn't really matter. But until I reach that point, I don't want to take gear or items or anything from other players. Simply on the grounds that, I want to show the progression of the build without getting, outside assistance and all. I'm just taking dust. This is for science. I know, I get it, but I don't want to, put out the video and it's like, hey guys, yeah, I got this Ancestral Razor Plate, and then now I was able to crush all the content all the way up to Torment 4. That doesn't line up with what other people have realistically, you know what I'm saying? So, I gotta, be mindful of that and, play accordingly with that in mind. Science. Oh, you guys are funny. 25k. I don't know if it's 25k Thorns, but it would be a lot of Thorns, true. Try it. I could try it and show it for... Ow. Whoa. I wasn't paying attention. That's my bad. And I think I also... Probably my potions ran out. There's probably another reason why I'm dying here. Okay. In the interest of not embarrassing myself while trying to kind of sell you on this Thorns Barb build, okay? So probably Reaper, going back to this, again, we'll talk about the 2GA Ancestral Razor Plate in a bit, okay? There's a lot of stuff going on at once, but, so the way the build works, right? The way it's supposed to work, and, yeah, okay, we'll pick up Greed Shrine. We see a pack of monsters. I'm going to activate my Challenging Shout, and then I'm going to use Steel Grass to pull them in. This isn't a really good example. I need, a bigger pack, so just bear with me here. Not really doing me a solid. This isn't really the best dungeon to show it, but still. So I Challenging Shout everything, then I use Ground Stomp, and then I use Leap to generate myself Fury, and then I use Kick to spend all that Fury, and then that triggers Barbed Carapace's bonus. Barbed Carapace has a bonus where if, that's weird. Barbed Carapace has a bonus where if I use up my Fury, then I gain an additional up to 120% more Thorns. So, yeah, that's kind of how it works. It's probably better if I go into the pit to demonstrate, but just let me finish this Nightmare Dungeon run if that's cool. Unless you're in a rush, let me know if you're in a rush, and I'd be happy. Like, I really want to kind of like show you something cool, right? Like, I don't want it to be the case where you come in here and you're just watching like another, like the trillionth Leapquake Barbarian that's playing this season. It's got to be, hold on, I'm gonna kick this, I'm gonna leap this, ground stomp that, right? Challenging shout here. I use Iron Barb Elixir. I can pull this guy backwards. All good. What's highest pit? I don't know. So just for context, right? Like right now, the highest pit I was able to successfully clear was 60. With 8 minutes left on the clock, but that's because I was cheesing it with a Blast Wave Shrine. Otherwise, it would be like closer to like a 3-minute clear. Almost clear to 60, which is remarkable. That's good. I'm glad that you think so, because this is actually far from the build's full potential. Now, Rashaka pointed out, indeed, that I have 101 Paragon points, right? I'm really committing to the grind. Like, yeah, I think I mentioned earlier, I could have already, like, I'm sure I could have already made it to Torment 4, right? But, again, I'm trying to see the minimal level of power for each stage of like reaching through, like pushing through the torments. That is the most important information to me. Oh, hold on. I actually need to kill that one. Okay, this is kind of awkward, the way that I did this, but yeah. I'm glad you guys think it's impressive, because again, like this is like far from the build's full potential, right? Now, just for context, last season, I don't know if you know, but there's a guy named Do Not Hit Me, okay? And true to his name, he was playing Thorns Barbarian. He plays Thorns Barbarian, I believe, every season. He played it like season 4, and he had like the highest pit push, I think, for some time. But as it turns out, yeah, Thorns is still very, very strong. It's just being overshadowed by Leapquake and basically every other Earthquake build in existence. But it is amazing for leveling. People will never tell you this, but Thorns Barb is actually pretty nuts for leveling. You can just push right into Penitent. It's always funny to me when I hear other like YouTubers are all like, oh yeah, Barb is actually one of the weakest for leveling. No, just roll Thorns and then crush all the content in the game. I'm not even kidding you. If that's like your concern, like if you don't, if it's like a resource issue or like if it's a damage issue, no, I'm not even kidding you. You go Thorns, and then you can like go from like level 20 to at least 40. Right, on Penitent, and you don't have to adjust any of your gear. That because of the way Thorns kind of scales the damage numbers on Thorns is so they didn't really scale it right, unlike the rest of the things in the game. So anyway, isn't there a perk that buffs Iron Maelstrom and Steel Ground? You're right. There's I believe a unique or a legendary aspect for those, but yeah, there's a unique axe in that and an aspect. Yeah, exactly. But that's not part of the build here. I'm actually supposed to be using Shard of Varathiel. But I can't really get Shard of Varathiel very easily. I think that the easiest way to get Shard of Varathiel is through Infernal Hordes, but I haven't found any compasses. So I'm gonna make do with what I have. I'm pretty sure I can take Pit 65 this season without having to go through all the trouble of getting Shard of Varathiel. Like last season was actually way, way tougher, but this season it's actually kind of a joke in comparison. I'm not even kidding. Like it's actually so easy. It might not seem like it in some regards, but it actually is. You gotta take my word for that. But yeah, let me know if there's other questions. But yeah, that's kind of like, again, like the build is far from done. Not only is it far from done, right? But like far from done on the Paragon boards and also in equipment. Like I don't have ancestral razor. This isn't even 750 item power. This is 718 item power. I found this razor plate probably while running like headhunts on like normal mode, and then they threw me like a 718 item power, and I was just like, all right, well sure, I guess this is what I have to work with. And then like my gloves are still the same ones that I had when I first entered Torment 1. And the same thing with my mace, right? So I could have actually upgraded 3 pieces of equipment if I really wanted to, but I also don't even think it's necessary if the sole goal is to push Torment 4. I'm already sitting on like 15,000 life, so yeah, all I really need at this point is like masterworking and resistances. That's it. Aspect of Shattering Steel is the one I'm thinking of. Okay, I see. So yeah, so that's for my equipment. I gotta like get 800 item power, or well, rather ancestrals. I have to masterwork my equipment, which I'm trying to farm Obdicite for right this second as we speak. And then I would like, I guess, throw in my Paragon points, unused Paragon points into some other boards, but we'll see if we even need that. Because if I don't need it, then all I'll say to people is, yeah, I cleared Paragon Pit 65, and all you need is like 4 ranks everything on Masterworking. You don't even need like full Ancestral everything. And then you just need oh, I can't leap through this. And then you need like 3 Paragon boards, or 4 Paragon boards, or however many I have right now, right? So that's kind of what I'm aiming for. And also keep in mind, I have like, what? I have 1 glyph that's legendary, and I have another glyph that's close to legendary, and another glyph that's like rank 20. So I don't even have any legendary glyphs. I just have 1 legendary glyph. That's how crazy it is. Lord Zir drops Razor Plate. Yes, I know. I will go farm Zir with my 1 Exquisite Blood. I actually already tried. I had like 25 Exquisite Bloods, and I tried to roll twice for Razor Plate. Now, keep in mind, yeah, I could go and like farm. Like I could. Here, I have a tribute here, right? I have no, not that one. Masterworking. Oh, when did I get this? Okay, well, I must have gotten this very recently because I didn't have that before, or I would have ran that first. Okay, so experience runes, boss summoning materials. This is the one I'm looking for. I have 3 tributes of Titans. I could go and run some boss summoning materials, true. And then I could go target farm it. But again, I don't know if there's. I don't even know if I need to do that. I actually think that I'm very close to the level of power necessary to already be able to farm, to already clear Pit 65. The only things that are left on my checklist is to finish masterworking, first of all, right? Then I'm going to try to see how long it takes me to clear Pit 60, and then I'll determine whether or not I can clear Pit 65. Oh yeah, and then there's a resistance issue that I have too. It is very important to me that I... What is this boss fight? This is like a Blood Maiden boss fight. The refinement is rare. It's 2k Obdicite. What do you mean the refinement? You mean like ranking up to 12? No. I'm talking about ranking up all of my existing equipment to rank 4 out of 4. Or just 4 ranks, that's it. Anything beyond that, like, yeah, I could do it. But again, like, it's very easy to get rank 4. This is what I learned last season. I played a fair bit. I tried different things that I like to try to learn, you know, the kind of what I would need for most builds, right? I think that rank 4 on everything is very reasonable, because if I'm in Torment 3, I just need to do 2 Nightmare Dungeons. That usually nets me about 1200 Obdicite. Let me just check after this run is done. And after I make it to 1200 Obdicite, or like, let's say 1000 Obdicite, right? I can go and masterwork every piece of equipment I have to rank 4 out of 8, and that usually boosts my level of power enough that I can clear the next next tier of pits. I usually go in ranks of 5 in the interest of saving time. I like to do it one at a time. Okay, so now that that's done, we can take a look at our Obdicite. Okay, we're actually up to 1500. This is good because this is a Barbarian, so I need a little bit more, Obdicite than usual, because I have more pieces of equipment I need to get up and going. The Tribute of Refinement is rare. Oh, the Tribute. Oh, my mistake. Yes. It does give a lot of Obdicite, and I just found it. Otherwise, I would have started off with that, and I would have been done like a long time ago. We wouldn't even be having this conversation right now. But yeah. All right. So yeah, I mean, this came in the nick of time. Plus 428 thorns is very, very welcome here. I don't have, like, ideally I would have wanted to find helm with like GA on like max life or something, but I will gladly settle for this. I had cooldown reduction before, but I think I'd rather have the extra 428 thorns in this case. It just makes sense, I would say. There's a case that could be made for cooldown reduction because I kind of like having my kick charges up more often, but yeah, we're gonna just leave that for now. So, let me now take a moment to adjust everything as I see fit. So, and then we're gonna try to do another run, and you're gonna get to see the build in action as it was intended to be, I guess, played in a way. So I need Iron Warrior aspect on
Wonders of
this.
sanctuary at your fingertips. How may I help you?
Warrior. Aspect of the Iron Warrior goes in my helm.
Masterful work.
And I'm going to add a
There is
socket.
power in these stones.
I'm just going to double ruby it. I don't want to go through the trouble of taking it out of my previous one. You'll also notice I could use Royal or even Grand Ruby or Gems, but I've used like the regular ones just because I feel like even this is enough to do the run with. So yeah, I'm gonna temper this. I need to double temper it before I start masterworking it, right? So what do we have here? Iron Skin cooldown. Okay, so yeah, I want to do challenging shout cooldown reduction also is nice. The main thing about challenging shout cooldown reduction is that I already have Bold Chieftains, and Bold Chieftains usually has me covered, but sure, still, like, whatever. Thorns Wall Fortified, okay, I mean, doesn't get much better than this. So, yeah, this one's kind of a no-brainer. I'm gonna quad masterwork this one, and I'm hoping for a roll on Thorns Wall Fortified, or even Max Life, but anything, okay, Max Life, I'll take it. Yeah, any of those would be great. Razor Plate, this is, as much as I hate to say it, just about the only chest armor that I was able to get. Just for fun, I have some materials. Let me try to see if I can get...
Too
Ow.
bad, friend.
I'm going to try a little bit harder here to get tunic. I'm hoping
Not
to...
a bad
Oh,
goal, that.
I think I... Okay, no, never mind.
Shame.
Okay, well, that was the last of it. That was the last of my obols. That was my last attempt at getting a razor plate. But because we didn't find a better one, we will upgrade this. It's going to select, oh, I don't know, Thorns, spoiler alert, right? Okay, so that'll also boost up our Thorns. This thing, I mean, oh, you know what? I actually might have a better thing to imprint onto this. I would actually want, oh, wait, no. I don't have a way to change kick to reduce that cooldown. I could reduce leap cooldown, but I think this is fine where it's at right now. All right, we're gonna, again, masterwork this. Thorns Wall Fortified, I think, is the dream. But, obviously, can't really afford to be picky. So that makes 3 of our pieces of equipment. Now, the next one would be this one. Now, for this one, I was originally going to do damage while berserking. I think a lot of people do vulnerable damage, I notice. Don't know why they do vulnerable damage. I don't know if there's some hidden thing that I'm not aware of that's tied to vulnerable damage, but I would gladly rather take damage while berserking because I should always be under berserking. So... Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Sure. Let's do, okay, no, not Dust Devils, please. Damage while Wrath of the Berserker is active, that doesn't really help me. Damage while Warcry is active also doesn't really help me. Don't tell me that it's gonna roll the wrong... Oh, damage with Berserking, okay, I almost overshot it. But yeah, okay, this is fine. You can regularly click your item. Oh yeah, thanks for that reminder, yeah. I don't know why I forgot to do that this time. But, all the same, very much appreciated. Rupture cooldown reduction. Okay, so kick cooldown reduction or resource generation would be the 2 best options. Now, the problem is here that, I mean, there's an argument that can be made for a lot of different things to pick up. So, I think the last season when I was putting this Thorns Barb together, I was using a Shard of Varathiel. to use up Fury on my behalf, but I don't have a Shard of Varathiel, so I'm gonna have to make do with what I have. Warcry cooldown reduction is actually pretty useless. Damage while berserking, that's good, so this gives me a chance to get kick cooldown reduction. Brawling cooldown reduction, I can work with that because it does still reduce my kick cooldown. And I'm gonna do something very similar for, oh yeah, my other ring, I gotta switch that out. I don't know why I haven't already. But we are going to quad masterwork this. We weren't able to find a better ring, but yeah, 230 strength, okay, sure. That's good. Now, what's the next thing we can pick up here? Here, I was saving a ring just for this occasion. Where is it? Yeah, here it is. I don't know why I don't already have this, in fact. Whenever you cast a shout skill. Yeah. Let's switch out this one for it. We're gonna temper with damage to berserking. Oh, yeah, I keep doing that. Damage while berserking, right? Okay, good. First roll, got it. And then we also want to get kick cooldown reduction. That's the absolute best case scenario. Okay, now my kicks might come back, well, more often than I am burning them up, right? So this is good. My resistances are pretty bad, though. That's the only catch here. So I might have to adjust my skills accordingly. Torment 3... You're lucky with your tempers? Well, I mean, even if I didn't get the right tempers, then, you know, what's the worst case scenario? I have other rings, too. And I have 7 tries, right? If I didn't get the right tempers, I could just use them, whatever. Like, I lose out a bit of additive damage, like, no big deal. And then I have, like, this ring. Okay, fine, maybe this isn't the best ring, but there's, you know, I could find ways to improvise. Here's another ring that I could have used. Would have been slightly worse. Here's an amulet that I bricked, and I was actually very upset about it, right? This one right here is kind of sad. You might think, oh yeah, plus strength sounds like it would be amazing, but I actually prefer Thorns Well Fortified. I don't know. I'm not very good with the math on that, but, you know. The amount of bricked items I got. No, I feel you. I've bricked my fair share of items too, man. It just so happens that this particular run I'm pretty lucky. I mean, we'll see if that luck runs out in a second. Oh yeah, it rolled maximum resource. Totally what I needed, not. Another attempt here for the ring. Come on, strength, please. Okay, max life. I'm okay with that, too.
Use it well.
Hold on. Let me quickly unsocket these two and see. My strength is still... Sorry, my fire resist is still very high. I can craft 1 flawless sapphire, 1 amethyst. This is pretty bad. I'm like so far away from hitting max resistances. It's actually kind of sad. In fact, I should probably even try to roll for like resistances. Like here, even this one. These pans should actually be... I should be trying to roll this for resistances, not fire resist. No, not dodge chance. I don't know, poison resist. Sure, yeah, even poison resist would be better at this point, I imagine. So, okay, fine. Like, why not? Okay, well... I mean... Thorns Well Fortified. I also have 1 available temper. Now, I could... I could either temper this with... I hate doing this, but usually I'd like to just do Barbarian strategy straight up, and then try to roll for, like, Iron Skin or something, but I could actually just do this to try to round out my resistances. Like, I don't like to do this because it gets kind of messy, having to juggle which item has which, you know, resistance temper, but if it comes, like, since it's come down to this, I don't think I have a choice. Anyway, and then let's go for gloves, since we're sorting out our resistances, right? I have 2 available gloves. See, these aren't even, these are 750s, but they're not 800s, for item power, so I guess I could just use one of them. Which one do I have worse resistances on? Shadow? Okay, we'll do Shadow then, but just know that I am not happy about this. Ideally, I would have wanted, like, resistance to all elements or something, but again, we're gonna have to make do with what we have, so... damage while berserking, and utility, definitely Thorn Body is most important. Trying to roll for, see, this is what I'm talking about. Exactly what I'm talking about. I've already rolled the wrong one. It's always this one. I can never roll Thorns Well Fortified. Oh, okay, well there's Thorns Well Fortified. And, oh, okay, well I take it back. I lied. I guess apparently I did not drop the ball on that one, but sure. Okay, why not? Repair. Oh yeah, I haven't repaired my equipment. And then we can do I? Oh yeah, I have exploiters on my boots. All right, I gotta work in the morning. Good luck with your journey, dude. Yo, thank you very much, man. I hope to see you again in the future. It was a really big pleasure getting a chance to talk to you. You asked some really amazing questions, and yeah, I would love to kind of like fill you in on how the next two or the next runs go, because yeah, I think we're actually very close to the end. These are actually the final preparations. Probably 20-30 minutes and I'll be in pit 65 is my hunch, but we're gonna find out very shortly. So yeah, you take care. Thanks again for hanging out, and yeah, I'll see you around, dude. So going back to all these runs, oh yeah, gave you a follow, hop by. Okay, excellent. I'm looking forward to our next conversation, especially because, yeah, yeah, I mean, I do appreciate the follow, so thank you very much for that. So yeah, you have a good night until then. Appreciate you hanging out this long. Deals 68% damage. Okay, so I think Retribution was the only other one that I had that was relevant. That's why I was using Retribution. Overpowers. No, I don't need that. Retribution. And yeah, these are my new gloves, right? Okay, great. Imprint aspect. Yep, there we are. Now we have pretty much everything. I don't really think I'm missing anything in particular. Maybe I got a better roll on Juggernauts or something. Let's see. Juggernaut aspect. Is it still the same? Yeah, it's still the same. So that doesn't help me. Alright. Oh, yeah, I didn't even bother trying to masterwork this either. Let's masterwork this. Still missing masterworks on some of our equipment. Max life, sure, why not? We're up to 16,500 life now. And we're far from finishing the build, so... Oh, and here's another one that I still haven't bothered to masterwork. I'm hoping for it to select life, but who knows, maybe... Thorns Well Fortified? Cold resist? I don't know. Max life, wow, okay, now we're up to almost 17,000 life. Yeah, we're ranking 4 out of 4 on most of our equipment. We'll do our weapon next. I think that... I mean, again, I didn't really find anything better. I could swap out damage over time for vulnerable damage. In fact, I might actually do that in a second. 3, 4. Max life. Okay, I'm not complaining about that. Now I'm up to 17,600. Oh, and I haven't actually bothered to temper anything on this. There's only really one right answer here, and that would be having augments as far as I know. Except I'm not even using any basic attacks, so it might be kind of pointless. Sure, whatever. This will be just a good attempt for now. No choice. Heavy hitter, why not? Okay, so now masterworking. We're really trying to roll for strength or max life. Max life would be the dream. Damage while berserking, I feel like I could do better than that, but we'll revisit that one in a second. 2 to heavy hitter, that's also pretty useless. This one, oh yeah, I gotta get heavy hitter on this. Or, well, I mean, ideally I would have won belligerence, but whatever. Okay, 1, 2, 3, and I'm hoping for max life. Yes, I got max life, good. And we're now at 18,358 life. We're gonna now burn our remaining masterworking materials. I think this is all I got, really. I'm gonna reset this. I'm gonna try again to roll for any of the top 3. Okay, fine, except for maybe vulnerable damage. Yeah, I feel like that's about as good as it gets. I'm gonna hold my remaining masterworking materials in case I change my mind or get like another piece of equipment that I want to switch to. But all the same, this is it. I don't know if... Are you still here, Polly, Reaper? It's time for me to, or this is where I'm going to be attempting pit 50. And then, sorry, pit 60 and then pit, oh, you're still here. Okay, cool, great. Okay, this is the moment of truth. So I'm going to run pit 60 again, okay? Just for context, the previous run that I did, I cleared it with 8.5 minutes remaining, but I abused a Blast Wave Shrine. The run before that, my game crashed out at like, I probably would have cleared it around like 4 minutes left on the clock. And the run after, I failed it, but if I didn't fail it, I probably would have had like 2.5 minutes left on the clock. So I kind of averaged out to, let's say, 3 minutes. Now we're going to, we are now at the point where, here, let me just, we're gonna attempt pit 60 one more time. My lightning resist is the only one that's kind of scary low. I could roll one of my modifiers on my equipment for that, but whatever. You know what? We'll just make do with what we have. Okay, so again, this is the current level of equipment, or this is you know how you were saying impressive before that I'm able to clear this and that with my current level of equipment. Well, this is now that level of equipment, but with all of the master working on it. So yeah, now for science, you're gonna get to witness just how well we're able to handle this run. Oh, I didn't change damage over time. Okay, so I challenging shout, and then I would use kick. Oh no, I could use everything but kick. Oops. And now I'm up to 26,000 life with all of my damage modifiers. So yeah, that's a good start. All right. Now we can actually get to the more strategic phase about all this. Yeah, so you can see just how quickly we're smashing through all these packs. It's always the boss on this, right? This is pit 60 so far. This is pit 60. Next pack. I gotta kick this one. I'm gonna use this to break myself out. Challenging shout, no problem. Easy. I'm hitting for like ticks of like 4 million at a time, it looks like, with all the damage modifiers I have. Again, damage scaling on Thorns is pretty wacky. In fact, like, the main thing that you gotta look out for is the boss, and if indeed you're, like, I think the only way to realistically handle the boss with, Thorns Barb is you just roll for a Blast Wave Shrine. I'm not even kidding, it's pretty sad, but yeah, just roll Blast Wave Shrine, like, that's the fastest way. Roll Blast Wave Shrine, leave a pack or two, like, close by, and then just clear them. Like, hit the Blast Wave Shrine and then hit the, clear them and then go and hit the boss. I'm not even kidding. That was the easiest way I could find to, like, it saves you so much time. And Blast Wave Shrine is dependent on your Paragon level plus your, you know, your life because of overpower and all, so yeah, it's pretty crazy how all that works. My Barb's health is, my Barb's health is only 13k lol, but my attack power is full is 97k. Attack power is kind of interesting. Or it's interesting that you're putting some emphasis on attack power because attack power doesn't factor in so many things though. Like damage while berserking is not factored in there, but like practically speaking, in this case, I'm always in berserking. That's the whole premise behind playing this the way I do. So, yeah, I don't have even like a fraction of your attack power, but I also didn't bother to roll like plus damage. Like, it doesn't factor in like vulnerable damage here, right? Like, would I rather have vulnerable damage or regular damage? Of course, I'd rather have vulnerable damage because everything, if you look, is like made vulnerable. So, what do I need? Why do I need like raw damage? But damage is the thing that attack power looks at. So there's like a lot of stuff that's missing from that calculation. I'm not saying that to chastise you or anything, by the way. I just want to make that clear. I'm just trying to point out that, yeah, it might be something you should be mindful of if you're trying to gauge out the overall strength of a character. The biggest hit is 344 billion. Okay, well, yeah. Then in that case, that's a good, I think, a much better metric. What's your highest pick clear so far, Reaper? Yeah. What's your highest clear? I don't know what 1 billion translates to in pick clears at this point. 115. Wow. Okay. Gotcha. Yeah, I've kind of skipped out, or I'm kind of missing out on like pit pushing in favor of trying to go like I'm kind of going depth-wise rather than width-wise, if that makes sense. Like I'm playing like all of the different classes and trying out different builds for each of them, trying to get Torment 4, because I think that's what most casual players, such as myself, would be more uh most inclined to I don't want to say care about, but yeah, like I don't want to. I do want to push pit like 100 and onward. I think with companion druid, but I think that's taking a back seat to all the other stuff I'm trying to do right now. So, yeah, it's nice to know like kind of what to expect when it comes to like end game content. Okay, so I got 11 minutes left on the clock. I had a blast wave shrine too that I could have hit, but I chose not to. So now. Yeah, it's always the boss fight that takes forever, and keep in mind, there's adjustments that you could make to fix this, by the way. Like, you don't need to go through all this trouble that I am going through with, like, fighting the boss and having to run, like, literal circles around them, okay? I could have actually splashed Upheaval. I think Upheaval would have done the trick. If I got Upheaval, then I could just rely on upheavaling him and then running away. And upheaval with all the health that I have and overpower damage that I got like by accident, essentially, all these things together would make for a very good, well, be better than what I have here, basically. I'm so squishy, really. Wow, I have so much DPS, I struggle to live long enough to deliver. That's funny. I'm kind of proud of this character then. The fact that I have like 20, like what, 20, well, 13,000 base life. Okay, well, wait. Am I doing this run without a, I thought I ran, oh, I did this whole run without elixirs and incense? Oh, that's actually pretty funny. Okay, well, yeah, this is, yeah, this is the build without elixirs and incense, I guess. But yeah, I can go here. I'm even just gonna. I would drink it, but I'm about to do a pit 65, and I'd rather drink it as I'm about to go in. So, ow, ow. You're so squishy. Yeah, that's cool though. I mean, I think it also makes me excited because I'm sure that you have a lot of your equipment like masterwork and all, but I still have so much stuff left. I still have so many avenues of like buffing my character that it's, yeah, he's like, still got a long ways to go. You know what I'm saying? Add me and inspect my dude. Oh yeah, sure. Ooh, ooh, shoot. I was I was like reading your messages and then he tried to pull a fast one on me. Okay. Yeah. Am I dead? Oh no no no. Trying to use iron skin here. Ow, 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 ow. Yeah, this is still... Definitely have some survivability issues. Although I think that part of the survivability issues also stems from me not running the elixir that I was supposed to, right? Yeah, came very close to dying on that. Ow. Really wish that I could activate Iron Skin at any time rather than only when I have, like, almost out of health. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. I don't want to get hit by that. Yeah, it's kind of a messy run, but I think we're able to clear, or we're getting there for sure. Yeah. Hopefully it doesn't turn you off from playing the build, because it really is a lot of fun, and you know, I want to be able to do this build justice. Ooh, there we go. Done. And we got 2 GA Ancestral Boots. So, yeah. You have 3 GA and 2 GA. Okay, even better. So you have 2 GA, 3 GA, but I mean, again, this is a Thorns Barb build, so of course, naturally, I'm going to have a boatload more life than you do. That's just to be expected, but You know, like even right now without the full build, I'm sitting at like roughly the same amount of life that you have. All that means is that if I can get the right tempers and everything, then I could probably hit like 50 or probably like at least 30 or 40k, right? With mixed match gear, it's solid. Yeah, right? Dude, it's actually a beast. I mean, I am just like a random guy. I'm not like, you know, I'm sure you've heard of like the big names like Rob or Rax, and they know a lot more about the game. They're more knowledgeable, but I'm telling you, man, this Thorns Barb is actually pretty sick. Like, I mean, obviously Leap Quake exists this season, but if it didn't, then this would actually be a pretty solid build for holding its own. I might as well take the time to level this to max, but okay. How much time did I have left on this run? I'd like to do one more just so that I can get the extra 5% down. You follow Mobalytics builds. Gotcha, gotcha. I don't know if they have anything tied to... I don't know if they have anything tied to Thorns. I'm sure that they have a Thorns build, but only question is, like, how much... 645? Oh, thanks, dude. Appreciate you. Okay, we'll say... I'm gonna write 7. I'm gonna write 7 to make myself feel better. No thorns that I see? Really? Wow. That's very, very surprising, especially considering I know that there's a guy last season. The guy's name was Do Not Hit Me. He plays Thorns Barb every season, so he's been around since like season 4, season 5. And he has so Do Not Hit Me was able to clear pit 103, I think, last I checked. At least pit 103, and then he improved his build since, but Pit 103 on the Thorns Barb last season, and this is without witch powers, without everything, right? And yeah, no one was talking about it. The top 100 players last season were playing like Mighty Throw, except for Do Not Hit Me, who was playing Thorns, and that was it. Mostly, no Thorns that I see, mostly Whirlwind and Leap Quake. Mine has no Leap. Okay, yeah, fair. I respect it. I mean, like, I think that it's like you guys were talking about earlier, most variations of builds this season are running Earthquakes, so, yeah. So give me a second here. So this was 6:45. So 7 minutes remaining. With all. Wait. Yeah, all rank 4 or masterworking rank 4, or masterworking rank 4 on all gear, on everything. Yeah, okay, cool. On everything. Okay, I'm just writing notes down for myself because, again, yeah, like, I want to be able to, you know, report back to people and say, hey, yeah, yo, this is kind of how the build performs, you know? So, yeah, I appreciate your patience on that. There's one last thing I'm going to do. Yeah, I think... Yeah, there's one more thing I'm going to do. I'm going to go pit, probably pit 55. I could just crush at this point. I'm gonna go pit 55, solely so that I can upgrade my, I have one glyph that's like rank 45. If I had gotten to 46 on this run, then, you know, whatever, right? But might as well just blitz through this really quickly. How come this is taking so long? Okay, well, whatever, it's still fine. Okay. And by the way, if it comes down to it where I still can't clear pit 65 here, then I'm just going to toss in some more Paragon points and call it a day, I think, because I'm enjoying this run, but I feel like it already says enough about the build if I can run like non-ancestral on some pieces of equipment, only masterworking 4 ranks, and wait a second, what are my witch powers even at? I don't even think I have the right witch powers, do I? No, actually, I think I do have the right witch powers, except for Aura of Siphoning. No, I have a better one to put on than this. Ah, this was for leveling. No. I got something even better. We'll replace... Oh, no, I can't switch it. I can't switch it because we're still in the run. Okay, no, I know what I need to put on. I need to put on Twilight Warding. I get a barrier equal to... Yeah, I got a barrier equal to my max life, so I'm going to go from having 23,000 life and 23,000 fortified to 23,000 life, 23,000 fortified, and 23,000 barrier. So I think that should cover my survivability issue. rather than having that just be a dead slot. I totally forgot all about that witch power. But, oh yeah, I think it's absolutely doable. Aside from the whole, you know, it being doable, I also... Yeah, I was pointing out earlier, master working rank 4 out of 8 on everything, not even ancestral equipment on all slots. And like, how many Paragon points did I even spend? Like 100, like 150 or something like that? That's like Paragon 100. Usually before people try to break into Torment 4, they're like, what, Paragon level 150? Maybe even a little, like a touch beyond that. So, you know, if I can hit it on my current level of equipment, then great. If not, then okay, fine, sure. I'll put in a bunch of points and yeah, I'll just be like, okay, well, I was too lazy to get all ancestral legendaries or even Shard of Varathiel. I'm not running any uniques, actually. That's the other thing, right? Aside from Razorplate, I could, like, sub out my pants here. I could switch that out for, like, Tybalt's or something, you know? Like, there's so many other ways I could go about doing it. Really, like... Yeah, I think I've demonstrated just the raw strength of the build. I've at least proved it to you, I imagine, but I don't know. There might be some people on the fence out there, but yeah, that's about as much as I can do. And, I mean, the fact that we're clearing the Torment 4 in, like, what, 7 hours, and that was after how ridiculously long it took me to get the one, like, Wrath of the Berserker, or, sorry, Berserking Finesse recipe? I don't know. I feel like that's, can't get much better than that. Truly, you can't get much better than that. Okay. Okay. Anyway, are there any other final questions you have surrounding the build, Reaper? The plan for the next, like, 20 minutes is just going to be the following, okay? Or next half hour, I guess. It's just going to boil down to this. So, I'm going to do my run. Yeah, I'm going to do this run. I'm going to finish it. I'm going to rank up my remaining glyphs, right? That I haven't already. Then I'm gonna try Pit 65, just do like a test run and see if it's even remotely feasible, especially with that barrier. I'd almost forgotten. Twilight Warding. 4.5 million, not bad. Yeah, then if both of those look like they're a go time, then I'm gonna try to do my recording. So usually for my recording, I do mute myself for the entirety of the run. So yeah, hopefully that's not a problem for you. I will be back at the end of the run though. I'll chat with you a little bit and also kind of go over my build and what I guess, like, could be improved, and just, like, some final thoughts on the run as a whole. So that's kind of how my runs work. And I'll be back again probably either tomorrow or on Friday with the Spiritborn Torment 1 to 4. I think realistically it'll have to be on Friday that I do it, but I don't know. I'll see if I can work some time for tomorrow. Because that's the last one I have to do. And then after that, the next thing on my to-do list is either I'm going to be recording, like, oh, this is my, you know, like, do a little demonstration of how the build works to people. Like, not just Thorns Barb, but all the other ones I've done. And then beyond that, it would be Pit 100 on the Poison. I was going to say Poison Creeper Druid. That's not right. The Companion Druid. There. Couldn't remember it for the life of me. Yeah, Companion Druid, Pit 100, and maybe like some other builds for Sorcerer that I can push to Pit D65, something like that, right? So, yeah, a lot of stuff there to unpack. Okay, yeah, 145,000 Sapphire Fragments, so I think it's pretty safe to upgrade that. And then we might as well just start upping this as well. How was Necro and what build did I rock? Actually, Necro was surprisingly miserable, but maybe that has more to do with the fact that I have no, like... where do I even start on that one? Like, actually, where do I even begin? I built. Okay, so first of all, the build I ran was Minion Necromancer. Call me basic, but it got the job done. Minion Necromancer with Army of the Dead as the like. I don't know if you would call it like a true Minion Necro. I don't know if Army of the Dead was doing the vast majority of the damage. However you want to look at it. If you give me a second, I'm just gonna pull the run. Okay, this was the minimum. I mean, I would like to call it minimum viable product. I'm gonna link you here on YouTube real quick. Minions aren't what they used to be. I don't know why that is. I don't know what they changed about it to make it feel so awful, really. But it definitely feels weaker, aside from if you use Army of the Dead, because Army of the Dead is, well, Army of the Dead is kind of interesting. So the best way I was able to make the like my minions relevant, right? The only way I was really able to make my minions relevant was to run Army of the Dead with what was there was, I think it was Unyielding Commander. Yeah, there's an aspect called Unyielding Commander where if you use Army of the Dead, your summons get like 90% more damage, or sorry, you get 90% more summon damage. And then what you can do is that you can put that on your like your amulet or your weapon to like you know, get double that, so you can crank it up even higher. But however you want to look at it, the way I made my build is I went and got Flicker Step. Okay, I had to get Flicker Step. There's no way to play that build without Flicker. Well, I mean, like, there's ways I could have done it that didn't require Flicker Step, but this was the easiest way I could think of. So I went and picked up Flicker Step, and then I basically just spammed Army of the Dead, and then while Army of the Dead is up, I would just run back and forth, use Flicker Step to just evade through monsters to keep resetting the cooldown of Army of the Dead. That was the it was clunky, and like I think I died once during the run, even, you know, spoiler alert, but that was the absolute best and only way I was able to make all that work, really. I used to be a Bone Spear boy. Ooh, I ran Alpha Bloodwave and loved it. Oh, that's great. Bone Spear, Bone Spear. Yeah, Bone Spear was another build I was looking to try on Necro this season too, but I think, I mean, I really enjoy Sorcerer, like the diversity on like the different spells you can cast as a Sorcerer. So yeah, I probably would prioritize a Sorcerer first if I'm gonna like kind of stretch out a little bit and, you know, focus on one class and do like a bunch of builds that can and prove that they can clear Torment 4, because I think that's what a lot of people are worried about, that they can't clear Torment 4 with specific characters. And, you know, I'm kind of like trying to set out to show that that's not always the case. Anyway, yeah, so we put on Twilight Warding. We gain a barrier for, sorry, it was 30% of your max life for 5 seconds. I thought it was your entire max life, but it's not. It's just 30%, which is still more than enough, like whatever. In fact, that just means that my Fortify will be up a lot more often. So this is with no elixir and a glyph that gave me an extra 5% more damage. My attempt at Pit 65. So I'm just gonna quickly do this. Okay, I'm gonna start doing the run as a proof of concept. Like if I can hold my own in this run without dying, even though like my armor stat is kind of a bit worse here, we'll at least trigger this. Give me a second. There it is. Okay, sure. I'll put this on. Why not? So if I can do this run and I can survive it, I'm gonna lose out on some resistances here. Then Shadow. Yeah, my resistances are actually pretty awful, and this is Withra here too. 65, like, oh yeah, dude. Yeah, that's some good excitement. Yeah, people got used to the broken Spiritborn last season, lol. They kind of did. Like, imagine actually having to play the game now, right? I mean, not throwing a jab at, you know, other people who really enjoy Spiritborn, but it's the, you know, it's the principle of it, I guess. Okay, so here we are. I'm gonna kick, I'm gonna leap, I'm gonna kick again, use my barrier here, and yeah, you can see that with Challenging Shout, I mean, it's not bad. We have still, ooh. Yeah, I'm really just hoping that I can cheese them with a Blast Wave Shrine. When I say them, I mean the boss, I think. So, ow. Also, those explosions are tearing me up. Well, actually, every form of CC that they have is tearing me up, but... Yep. Ooh, okay. I'm just gonna run past that. I'm trying to lure all these monsters in. Here's the other thing about the build, right? I have to know when it's time to call it quits and focus on trying to pull monsters consistently into the next pack, into the next pack. I actually might sub out my Hands for Tybalt's. Kind of tempted to. It would give me more damage for sure, but... Right? Yeah, yeah, like, actually. But, I mean, to be fair, we have Earthquake, Leapquake, and, well, we have, like, variations of Earthquake builds and, Blood... Like, there's a few... I think, Blood Wave Necro is, like, pretty busted this season. And then Cataclysm, too, so... I don't know. I think that they're still sorting out that whole balance thing. I don't know if they'll ever figure it out. Hey, there we go. Yeah, we're actually well ahead of schedule here. Let me see if I can now yank this guy. Challenging shout, right? We're gonna kick him. Gonna use this again. Yeah, okay. I think that there is definitely a proof of concept here that we can do this run. Keep in mind, I don't even have my elixir or my incense up. I don't have Blast Wave Shrine or anything like that. So, yeah, we have a lot more to go. Right. yeah, no, definitely not throwing barbs at anyone. Okay, just I'm not trying to throw hands or anything. I was just thinking about it. Like, I wish I could say that, yeah, this season is like as all things should be. But it still does need just a little bit more work, is what I was trying to say. That's all. That's all there is to it, really. All right. Okay. So I think I'm pretty happy with how this is looking. I have time left on the clock. It's really just going to boil down to how well I can finesse the boss. That's really it. So throwing barbs. Okay. Well, that wasn't an intentional pun, but yes, indeed I am throwing barbs here, quite literally, in fact. In two ways, actually, because barbs also refer to, you know, like, Barbed Carapace, or anyway, I think I'm good with the puns this evening. But I will say, though, for what it is worth, I don't expect like, if people are playing, like, Earthquake, I don't expect them to suddenly turn around and say, oh yeah, Thorns is looking awfully fine, right? But there's some people who are playing, like, lesser used builds anyway. Like, maybe some people have, like, a homebrewed Fireball build, and they see my Thorns Bar build, they're like, hey, I actually want to try that. It looks kind of fun, right? That's kind of what I'm aiming for. And I'm not trying to cook up builds that are like, oh yeah, this thing can clear Torment 1, like, barely. No, I'm actually trying to have ones that can at least clear Torment 4, because Torment 4 is the one that's most important. Like, if you can clear Torment 4, then it's basically saying you can do essentially everything in the game, minus, you know, just spamming pit ad infinitum. So, yeah. Like Whirlwind Thorns, though. Yeah, I mean, you could do Whirlwind Thorns too. There's like a couple different variations, but I was aiming for just pure Thorns. Like, I know I have Kick, I know I have Ground Stomp, I know I have Leap, but come on. It's not utilizing any core skills or any sort of thing like that. Also, earlier I was talking about, like, how many Paragon points do I have? I have 148. If we consider that there's, like, maybe 25-ish Paragon points that you're given as part of the Renown rewards, then realistically you can expect that this is the level of power that you'd be at Paragon, roughly 125. So yeah, that would be interesting. Which part? And this is the last thing I'm gonna address, and then I think it's time. It's basically at this point it's showtime. I have the elixirs and the incense and all that, so yeah. All that's left is for me to essentially just mute myself, and I'm gonna go over my equipment. Like, I like to, when I do the run of Torment, like to break into Torment 4, I like to mute myself for the recording. I usually splice that into its own part. Not everyone wants to hear me talk while I do the run. They just want to see the run. So that's kind of what I cater toward. So maybe, like, I'm hoping that makes sense here. Okay. Yeah, but so far, and it's also pretty sad that I didn't really get any upgrades on my equipment, but I mean, whatever. Oh, this one actually did give me max life, but I'm okay to just keep strength where it's at. 685. That's fine. All right. I'm gonna assume that because you haven't said anything that I'm ready or that I am good to go. You let me know if there's any other questions. I will reply to you when we finish this run, assuming that I can successfully clear it in one go. All right. The boss fight's the one that I'm most scared of, but we'll see what happens from here on out. Anyway, Lego. Yeah. Okay. Sounds good. Get ready. I'm gonna mute myself, and we're gonna go over our equipment and get started. I'm also gonna write a few notes for myself before we begin. So, I'll see you on the other side, Probably Reaper. It's been a pleasure.
Welcome to my home away from home. Thank you. Farewell.
This is pretty sad. I can't do this. Yeah, I can't do this. I'm going to actually back out of this run. It looks like I can. Oh, okay, fine. I have to let myself die then. Oh, that's too bad. I actually don't have enough damage. I brought him down to half life, but the fight took like, what, 7 minutes? So I have one of two choices. I can either attempt to up my damage, or I can try to cheese him with a Blast Wave Shrine, because right now, again, this whole fight just takes so long to do. Everything leading up to this point, I think, was fine too. It really is just that, yeah, one Blast Wave Shrine. I have to get very lucky with that, but what other things can I adjust? Okay, well, obviously I could have gotten like a better razor blade. I could like masterwork all my equipment 8 out of 12, but again, the quickest way to solve our issue here is maybe see if we can get another source of damage somehow, which essentially entails that I can get more fire resistance here too. Would already have plenty of fire res. Yeah, it's not a survivability issue. As much as I wish I could pretend like it is, but it's not. Fine. We have one more thing to try and do. Your ultimate skills, no. Don't care about that. First strike chance, no. For every 75 fury you spend, gain fortify. That's the one that I think I might actually try and use. Yeah, okay. Let's try this one. Gain 15% of your life as max as fortify. So I can basically keep my fortify up like forever. Otherwise, I can't always get my fortify up, I realized. Resistance to all elements too? Yeah, sure. Yes. Okay. Cool. You're still here. That's good to know. Okay. Well, we do have to use up some more Paragon points. So this is closer to Paragon 150 that we would have. It really is an issue of like how much health the boss has. And again, probably some ancestral items would have helped a lot with boosting our damage to the point where we could take him for good. Actually, there might be one other adjustment that I would like to do here. Just to try see if we can switch things up a bit. So 297. Okay, this is the other one that I had. 197% to 314% versus here. This one's got Thorns Well Fortified. I think I still prefer mine more, but yeah, this is rough. This is actually rough. I was not expecting this to be so difficult. Also, I realized something during the run. Pyranado, the reason I had that aura was for Pyranado. Yeah, otherwise Steel Grasp is the only way that I can pull monsters together. That's it. I already have an Eldritch. Why do I need this? Why do I need Hex of Flames and Wave of Woe when these are both... Oh, I see. I think I get it now. Eldritch effects apply vulnerable. So, what if I just did this then? This is for Lucky Hit. So Eldritch is supposed to be for applying vulnerable. And then... oh man. And then, yeah, like, Hex of... needs to be Hex and Aura. So I need to get rid of this and then replace it with Aura. Actually, why did I even have that to begin with? Because I don't Lucky Hit aside from my skills, I guess. things can I grab here? Aura of what? Shows a way to filter stuff out, but man, this is actually pretty brutal. I do want my Pyrenedo. Pyrenedo helps a lot. When you use a cooldown, you gain 1% primary core stat. Psychic and growth and decay. Damage. This doesn't damage though. So yeah. I don't know. I actually don't know. There's a few other adjustments I could make real quick too, but I don't know how pleased I'd be with it. I could replace. No, I can't run both. Well, maybe I could. I actually think I might be able to make it work. Increase damage to stunned or knocked down enemies. This is. Oh, this is supposed to be in conjunction with Ground Stomp. I see. Enemies are unstoppable. I deal a lot more damage to them. Yeah, I just don't have enough defensive slots, I think. There's one other possibility. I could replace my armor with this one. It would serve a very similar purpose. I don't really like the sound of it, but here, let's see what happens. So if I then proceed, oh, what's my resistance is at now? Because I got lightning res roll, but I'd probably roll off lightning resistance, right? Or would I roll off armor? Because my lightning resistance then suddenly is capped out. Oh man. I don't want to adjust anything though. This is rough. This is actually pretty rough. I don't know, man. Or surrounding enemy. Primary core stat. What if I don't use this? Yeah, what if I got rid of this one? So surrounding enemy. If I do something like this, or of siphoning. Neat. Or effect. Sure. Let's just do a new one. Yeah, why not? Let's. There. Or duration 25 seconds. Okay, so why don't I try these two together? Aura and. Wait, I just realized something. Psyche and growth and decay damage. Apply vulnerable for half this duration. There's no cooldown on this, right? So why don't I just, if I put on Aura of Siphoning, I think it would just perpetually have the thing active. Yeah, I might actually do that. Just have a vulnerable aura permanently. I mean, I'm standing next to them most of the time anyway, right? So
We're going to keep Core Harvest, and then we can have Pyranado, Aura of Siphoning, and Hex of Flames working together. Soul Harvest by itself, Shaken Soul goes with Aura of Siphoning, and then Twilight Warding as barrier. So then Pyranado can actually work as intended. As for the boss that I'm fighting, again, like, I think I just had to take a chance on this. I have to take a chance on this, but if this doesn't work, then, well, I'm kind of at a loss. I would have to replace my chest armor, I guess, then maybe get Tibolts, and I had to go through some steps that I don't really want to do just to get like some extra damage from Tibolts whenever I activate Iron Skin. I might even switch out like Leap and Ground Stomp at that point. I might actually have to make that adjustment. Hold on a second. We'll have to readjust. What if I replace? Spec Leap. I don't really need Leap anymore, right? Yeah, I don't need Leap. And then I can replace this with 3 ranks of this. Where do my points of... Well, where do my points go then? Reduce CC. I don't care to reduce CC. Next core skill. No, I don't care about that. I don't care about this. Well, I can increase my attack speed, I guess, but... Skills. These are always skills. Deal increased critical strike damage. All these don't really help. Except for maybe the one for healing, but we'll come back to that. Have a 15% chance to slow healthy and bleeding. Maybe. Barrier absorption. I don't really think I need to worry about that one either. Shout skills cause enemies to deal less damage. Also don't care. Damage reduction while berserking. Fury generation. Damage reduction. Basic skills generate more fury. Increase maximum fury. I think I can do generate more fury. I mean, I don't know where else to put these points. I don't like it. I really don't like it, but this is kind of what we have now. Okay. So now this way, I kind of got rid of one skill that doesn't really help me too much. Ground Stomp can be nice though, because it does work well with the aspect of retribution for little packs, but if I really wanted to, I could swap out like these pants for like Tybalt or something. And then sub out my chest armor for this one. That's one way I could do it. Again, I don't like it, but if that's what it takes, then maybe they'll have to. Then I can get a bit of extra damage from Tybalt's. I don't think that's worth it though. I mean, my Iron Skin isn't even always up. Anyway, okay. We can try one more time, see if we have any better luck. I'm hoping that with Frenzy, the hope here is that... Oh yeah, and I also added points. So the two things that I adjusted, I got a new board for every chunk of Fury I spend. I can basically generate Fury with Frenzy and then start kicking things. Well, yeah, that's kind of how it works. And then meanwhile, that hitting things with basic attacks will boost my belligerence. So that's kind of what I'm hoping for here. Speaking of which, then there's no drawback to doing any other one. Heavy hitter. Don't need heavy hitter. I need... Oh man.
belligerence. Belligerence, please. Heavy hitter. Belligerence. Okay, nice. And then for the other one, did roll heavy hitters, so now might be a chance to. Oh, maybe 2 to belligerence. Okay, good. So that's 2 to belligerence, and then 1 more for and augments. Belligerence. Okay, good. So what is my skill tree looking like now? So whenever I hit stuff, I'm gaining 32% more damage. I'm actually hitting stuff with frenzy. So
The wonders of sanctuary at your
yeah, this is the
fingertips.
best I think I
Someday
can do
so
for now.
soon.
And then we'll. I mean, if I fail this again, then I can try something else. But right now, this is kind of what it's looking like for me. Oh, and the reason I was here is because I wanted to get rid of this damage over time that is kind of useless for me. It's unfortunate I'm getting rid of a GA, but I don't have anything that needs it. So, resource cost reduction, Fury on kill. I don't really have a need for resource cost reduction. We're aiming strictly for damage, probably taking it one step further and doing vulnerable damage. Okay, cool. So, yeah, more damage across the board. And yeah, we're just about ready to try to do the run one more time. What are these? Okay, Pock what? And this thing gives me more life. Okay, I'm gonna try one more round, muting myself, and then gonna go over my equipment one more time. So, oh, I should also probably repair my gear too. I really do hope that
See some
this
steel, you
will
mean? Keep my forge hot.
do the trick, because if not, then, well, I don't know what I do next, so one sec.
appreciate that. Goodbye.
All right, what a run. And I like how they finally gave me the two-handed ancestral mace, and I mean, lucky me, it rolled strength. Life would have been better, but sure. I mean, better late than never, I suppose. Anyway, that's the end of the run. Yay! Yo, thank you so much, Reaper. I didn't expect you to hang around this long, but yeah, that looks like the final adjustments I made actually did send me over the edge. So I think the really big thing here that allowed me to, well, there's like a couple things that I had to adjust, right? As compared to what I had like on the previous run. So even though I kept every piece of equipment the same, there were a few key differences here. First of all, during the run, Blast Wave Shrine into Artillery Shrine was pretty good. I considered for a moment using the Blast Wave Shrine to try to kill the boss or to cheese the boss, but I decided against it. It wasn't like close enough to the end, and the way the map was, I was like, I'm better off just using Blast Wave Shrine to kill the pack. So that's what I did. So Blast Wave Shrine, Artillery Shrine versus I think the previous run. I don't know if I got any shrines. Then the Piranado actually took effect because I actually had powers that actively helped proc it rather than before where I had like, you know, Piranado is effectively useless. Piranado does a pretty substantial amount of damage, I realize, but yeah, I mean, I definitely need it for the pulling effect. I don't want to like gimp myself by not using something like that. In terms of the Paragon board, what I added was extra resistances. It wasn't even like more damage. This board I picked up just so that I could get more Fortify. I think that was the big one. Resistances, because they were along the way. But I wanted Warbringer specifically because a Warbringer allows me to keep my Fortify up just by spamming Kick. For every 75 Fury you spend, you gain like 15% of my max life as Fortify. So I'm using Frenzy to generate Fury, and then when I'm like max Fury bar, then I'll just kick, and that gives me more Fortify. So I always have a reliable way to proc Fortify. And I realized during my previous run that yeah, maybe Thorns Wall Fortified wasn't taking effect because I didn't really have a proper source, reliable source of Fortify aside from my Iron Skin. But Iron Skin only, I realize now why I can't cast it sometimes. It's because I can only ever activate Iron Skin if I myself am injured, or if I myself have less than maximum health. So that causes some problems. Now, I think perhaps the biggest adjustment I made was to switch over from Leap to Frenzy. Like I had to think about it. Why am I even bothering to use Leap? Leap doesn't really help me. It's supposed to generate Fury, but Frenzy can do that instead. And not only can Frenzy do that, but it can do so alongside Belligerence. When I damage an enemy with a basic skill, it increases my damage by 32%. So all I really need to do there on this build, or the way I've reworked it, is I just need to sit in front of the boss and just keep swinging with Belligerence. All I need to do is keep hitting him with Belligerence, or with Frenzy, so that Belligerence activates and he's taking, or I'm doing 32% more damage. And in addition, because it's not Iron Skin, the pathing for my guy isn't weird either. Wherever I click on my mouse is where he decides to move. Sometimes I had the issue where Iron Skin was stuck to my left click, so it wouldn't actually move me to where I wanted to go. I could have also just separated the skill cast and my move buttons, but I didn't really want to go through the trouble of doing that. So those were the primary adjustments that got me to Pit 65 clear. In fact, I might even I'm gonna actually write some of the adjustments that I made here because that's kind of important to know. This was a very big difference in clear time too. I think this was like under 8 minutes, roughly 8 minutes remaining. And what did I have? So this time I had Blast Wave and Artillery Shrine. I replaced Leap for Frenzy. So I could oh yeah, right, and the powers, Pyranado. Activated Pyranado by readjusting witch powers. That's one big thing. And yeah, the last thing was, oh yeah, right, had to activate, had to put in a bunch of Paragon points. Although I actually would have argued that you didn't really need this part of it. I think that you could have gotten by just fine without adding the extra board, to be completely honest. So yeah, roughly 180 Paragon points were spent. But sure, I mean, you could obviously cut corners here. Points spent for Warbringer. Replace Leap for Frenzy so I could reposition. For more damage via Belligerence. And repositioning too. And more damage via Belligerence. To guarantee Fortify. Replace Leaf for Frenzy for repositioning. And for more damage. Yeah, I think that's really it. I think those are the key adjustments that I made. And yeah, I think I'm gonna have to leave it at that. It's been a good run, but I think as with all great things, it's time for this one to come to an end. Hey, Bat Boy, good timing. You've actually made it to the conclusion of this 8-hour run, or almost 8-hour run, with the Thorns Barbarian, pushing into Torment 4 from Torment 1. Just recapping our gear real quick. So what are some things that we can adjust? Of course, we can always improve the witch powers. I would have ideally preferred to keep Subo if I had enough resistances for it, but frankly, I don't really know how I would sneak resistances into this build. I guess I could dump more Paragon points or something, but yeah, I was really struggling for resists. That was like the biggest issue this whole run. Um, yeah, and I really did decide to just commit to belligerence, like a whole new, like I had a bunch of points in belligerence, and I never bothered to actually use a basic skill with it. I was waiting for Shard of Varathiel. That was supposed to be something that gets me over. That goes along with belligerence, but since I never got Shard of Varathiel, then we kind of make do with what we have. So this is the best that we could get. Belligerence on my weapons, weapon tempers. This one didn't get belligerence, but that's okay. Whatever. And I could probably get like +2 ranks on belligerence or something with the legendary recipe, but this is more than enough. I could crank it way up though with frenzy, because yeah, that's like another, like a brand new um multiplicative damage modifier. And then of course here, like, yeah, I was debating whether or not to use Tybalt's. I could have readjusted my equipment to still cap out on armor. I would have lost out on a little bit of life. I would lose out on a little bit of damage from Thorns, but I would have gotten a brand new damage bucket from Tybalt's if I wanted to do it that way. But I don't want to rely on Iron Skin because I can't activate it on demand. It's not like Flame Shield that the Sorcerer has, where you can just activate and get unstoppable whenever you feel like, assuming that it's not on cooldown. Anyway, so that's for the skill build. Plenty of adjustments that could... Oh, yeah, adjustments that could be made for it. Again, Shard of Varathiel, if I got that, then I would have to kind of retailor my equipment to get... to kind of like... Um, get more resource generation or basic resource generation so that I could permanently keep up this key passive right here, Barbed Carapace, because for every 25 hero I spend, I gain 10% thorns. In this most recent run, because I was able to use Frenzy to consistently generate myself Fury, unlike with Leap, where that was like very cooldown based, I was able to consistently keep kicking to keep Barbed Carapace going. So that was another big damage boost. So there were a few things there, definitely. Gain Fury on demand and more damage via belligerence. Okay, so those things all put together have our setup. Now, in terms of the characters or this build's overall level of power for equipment, again, we're missing like, okay, we have like Ancestral on most of our equipment, but we were missing Ancestral two-handed mace. That's obviously a lot of damage missing there. We're missing Ancestral gloves, so a lot of power missing there. And then, of course, perhaps most importantly among the Ancestrals, we could have really used an Ancestral Razor Plate that would have given us a massive damage boost. So, yeah, that pretty much covers it for our current level equipment. The very last thing is, where do we go from here? Of course, we've only used 3 of the 5 possible glyphs, and only 2 of them are rank 46 or above. We could have very easily picked up a little bit more damage using, maybe not brawling skills deal more damage, but yeah, if I could get like a polearm, I could have gotten increased damage through this thing, right? 15% increased damage. When enemies damaged, they become vulnerable. I don't need that one. Shout skills, active cooldown of every other shout skill. So yeah, I think it would really be this. No, wait, this one. When wielding a polearm, you deal increased damage, and I don't know. I'd probably pick up. I'd have to figure out some other glyph to use, but yeah, glyphs wise, it's kind of where we're at. We still had a bit more power available to us through that, and I think that we used all of our available boards though, right? 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I did use all boards with their corresponding legendary nodes, but I guess you could make the argument that maybe we could have gotten rid of Warbringer and we could have still been fine. Like, we maybe could have cleared it. Or maybe even if with a little bit of luck with that Blastwave Shrine, you wouldn't need to be all the way at like Paragon 150 for it. But bottom line is, there's so many ways to improve the build that, yeah, like you can see proof of concept. This is like close to like the minimum viable product of the build, and it can already do so much, I would say. And if we look at the rest of our equipment one last time in terms of upgrades, of course we could have used like Harlequin Crest and Doombringer. Like obviously, aside from like mythics, right? We could get like better GA rolls as always, more masterworking ranks. Everything could have been ancestrals at a bare minimum. But perhaps the things to note the most are that I could have gotten Tibalts instead of these pants if I had adjusted my build a little differently. If I just wanted to skip having Unstoppable on demand from Iron Warrior, I guess I could have put Juggernaut on here and then put Tibalts here or something, and that would have still capped me out on armor while gaining more damage. And then again, I was missing Shard of Varathiel, and I think there's like some other weapon that boosts damage, but I can't remember what it is right now for the top of me. It's like some unique. Anyway, yeah. Everything else looks pretty good. I would probably replace this one with Shard of Varathiel. I would lose a bit of life, but then I could just keep whacking things with either Frenzy or I'd probably replace Frenzy for Flay. And in fact, I could probably put Flay. I could have actually used Flay instead of Frenzy, but I prefer Frenzy. Um, yeah, I could have put a point in Combat Frenzy too, but yeah, Flay would give me damage reduction and extra thorns, but it works really well with Shard of Varathiel because it would generate Fury and I would spend Fury so that I wouldn't have to use Kick anymore to try to burn my Fury. Oh, also, I was using this for getting perpetual berserking, so that was another thing too, but yeah, whatever. Okay, so is there anything else? Yeah, obviously I had Ancestrals, but the GA rolls were on the non, like for the two-handed sword. It wasn't, like the GA roll wasn't even on either the strength or the max life, so I had to roll it off. It was like damage over time, and I didn't even have like an Ancestral weapon here, so I can't even comment on that. Amulet could have been better. I had one with like GA strength, but um, it didn't roll the right like thorns while fortified. I think that was more important in this case. The rings were pretty good here. I don't know. Probably, maybe there's some unique that I don't know of off the top of my head, or some mythic that could have really helped here. But I feel like these are pretty solid. You know, an argument could be made that it should have been max life instead, but I mean, I'm not complaining. I just do wish that any one of my pieces of equipment could have rolled like resistance to all elements or something. I don't know. That could have been really nice. But that brings us to the end of our run. That's all I've got for today. It's time for me to head off, so I'm gonna go to Kyovashad. I'm gonna bring it over to Torment 4, and then we will wrap this all up. Did I just crash? I think I crashed. Yep, I crashed. I like how they had to give me one last crash before I make it into Torment 4. Well, yeah, we'll, I guess, make do with what we have. 1 second. I'm gonna hop back in game, and that's that. I just wanted to give just wanted to say thank you one more time to Prawley Reaper. Really appreciate you hanging out all the way to the end of the run. You probably had to wait about an hour for me to sort everything out for the conclusion of Torment 4, but I hope that it was well worth it, and I wish you a very lovely day. I'll be back again probably. Yeah, thanks, dude. I'll be probably back again tomorrow or Friday with some more Diablo 4 content. I believe the next thing we're going to be aiming to do is the Spiritborn Torment 1 to 4. I don't know how that's going to work because I don't know Spiritborn all that intimately well. So I might even have to divide that up into 2 days worth of gameplay. I guess we will have to wait and see. I don't actually know how strong it is. I don't even really understand or know how many uniques they have. I'll probably have to play that one a lot more carefully, uh, like than all the other ones that I've played before, just on the grounds that I'm not familiar with Spiritborn at all and how strong they can actually be. I probably also will be a lot more liberal with the use of my Paragon points as well. So that's all for next time, but yeah.
Okay, now that we're done. Wait, oh, it took me to Karagar rather than Kyovashad. All right. Now that we're at the end. Oh, but thanks for swinging by the way, Batboy. I appreciate you too. Hope you both have a good night. But yeah, as with all great things, it's time for this one to reach its conclusion. We are in Kyovashad. Really, I'm really glad that this one's done. It went a lot more smoothly than I expected, but also the ending was quite troublesome. But we're done, so I guess that's all that matters. Anyway, off we go. Torment 4. Hope you enjoyed the run. Thanks everyone for watching. Adventure out.